July 27, 2009. Allianz Arena in Munich. In the inaugural Audi Cup final, Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich host the English Premier League powerhouse, the Red Devils of Manchester United. 90 minutes of regular time have elapsed, and the match has entered stoppage time. Bayern 0-0 Manchester United. 3 minutes from now, if the deadlock remains, both sides will head straight into the cruel ordeal of a penalty shootout. Though merely a commercial-friendly Sky Sports is still broadcasting the match. The commentator chuckles with a faintly mocking tone. It seems this Audi Cup doesn't carry much weight, neither side is truly going all out. Bayern's new signing Arjen Robben has not even made the squad. On United's side, ever since Cristiano Ronaldo left, they have yet to bring in a single genuinely heavyweight star. With Wayne Rooney unavailable, just look at the assortment left on the pitch. Up front is veteran Michael Owen, signed on a free, partnered by Dimitar Berbatov, who has been strolling about all match. The midfield is hardly worth watching either. Players like Darren Gibson and Anderson are all in the first-team squad, but can they truly perform? They just don't have that capability, you know. Oh, Ferguson is requesting to use his final substitution. If he brings on Rooney, perhaps there's still a chance. What? The player coming on is Vitor Lin Sheng, a 15-year-old Asian Portuguese prospect. Seeing the name, the commentator is momentarily taken aback. Was this not the media sensation of last month? According to previous reports, before signing Lin Sheng, Ferguson conducted no scouting whatsoever, not even watching a single video. It is the first impulsive signing of Sir Ferguson's career, and it cost a hefty £7.5 million. Before arriving at Manchester United, Lin Sheng had played only for the Portuguese amateur side Larissa Sporting, with no experience in professional competition at all. A genuine amateur thrown into the spotlight. Let's see what he can possibly bring to Manchester United. Trial reward talent copy card legendary. A talent copy card can perfectly replicate the innate ability of any designated player onto oneself, but once used, the card is destroyed. At the edge of the Audi Cup final pitch in Allianz Arena, Lin Sheng has already put on the Manchester United kit, ready to come on as a substitute. The white-away shirt still bears the AON sponsor across the chest, while his temporary number is printed on the back. Lin 45. As Anderson, the Brazilian with his braided hair, jogs over toward him, Lin Sheng feels a surge of excitement unlike anything he has ever known. Of course, it is not the fact that he is about to represent the giants of Manchester United for the very first time that stirs him so deeply. The Audi Cup is a mere piece of chicken feed, far from enough to truly move his heart. What truly thrills Lin Sheng is that he has finally received the system's ultimate reward, a legendary talent card. Lin Sheng's life has been a collapse from the very start. Raised in a Lisbon orphanage, drifting along the streets. 1 year ago, during a casual street football game, he unexpectedly obtained the treatment of a web novel protagonist. The system descended upon him. Whenever he won a match and completed a random challenge, he could draw a talent card with a wide variety of abilities. Failure would deduct his life value. Once life value dropped to 0, he would be reset to his original state and forced to begin a new cycle. Just like the mechanics of a roguelike game. Thanks to this, despite having only ordinary football talent, Lin Sheng was quickly spotted by scouts from Larissa Sporting in Portugal's 3rd division. He was pulled into their U13 academy squad, then leapfrogged within a single year into the U18 youth team, becoming the core of their midfield. Relying on the steady blessings of talent cards, 14-year-old Lin Sheng led Larissa Sporting on a rampage through the 3rd division, ultimately winning promotion into the Portuguese 2nd tier. The boy genius, who seemed to have burst forth from solid stone, soon drew the gaze of top-flight Portuguese clubs. Sporting Lisbon, Benfica, Guimarães, and others all extended an olive branch. Even super agent Jorge Mendes and Portugal national team manager Carlos Queiroz took notice. Lin Sheng duly signed with Mendes, becoming a junior disciple among luminaries such as Cristiano Ronaldo and Jose Mourinho. From that point, events began to twist. Through the combined influence of Mendes and Queiroz, they actually managed to talk Manchester United manager Ferguson into a bold gamble. For the first time in his storied career, Sir Alex Ferguson made a signing without any scouting, without watching even a single recording, snatching Lin Sheng at lightning speed. Spending £7.5 million, he brought Lin Sheng to Old Trafford. Moreover, it was not an apprentice deal, but a full first-team professional contract. In the summer window of 2009, aside from Ronaldo's unveiling at the Bernabeu, Lin Sheng's signing was the most eye-catching of all. The entire football world wanted to see what this 15-year-old Chinese-Portuguese youngster drawn from Ferguson's blind box could possibly do. In the previous warm-up matches, Lin Sheng had never been given a chance to play. With veteran Paul Scholes injured, Lin Sheng was temporarily drafted into the squad list, and now in the Audi Cup final, he is sent on as a substitute. If I can copy the talent of any one player, I could simply convert to a striker. Whether I copy Messi, Ronaldinho, or Ronaldo, wouldn't I just take off on the spot? A legendary talent card is truly intoxicating. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Lin Sheng darts onto the pitch. Even with only 3 minutes of stoppage time remaining, he still believes he can help Manchester United defeat Bayern Munich. The halos of legendary football king Giotti and all-time midfield greats seem to beckon to him. But halfway across the pitch, he abruptly forces himself to calm down. Boss trial challenge. For the first time, he encounters such a challenge different from all previous win-based tasks. Lin Sheng hastily opens the system's message log and indeed finds a new line. Boss Trial Challenge Word Ban Edict. Under conditions where all talent cards are disabled, score at least one goal and help Manchester United win. Gentle reminder: Greenfield Survivor Demo Trial Authorization, 365 days, has expired. The system will automatically uninstall after the match. Oh no, it's over. Without realizing at the instant he stepped onto the pitch of green grass, Lin Sheng had already crossed into an abyss from which there is no return. He cannot help but raise his head toward the opposite half. The stars he used to see only on television are now prowling just a short distance away. Even without the little flying Dutchman, Robin Byron's lineup still glitters. In midfield stand Mark van Bommel and Bastian Schweinsteiger, up front lurk Frank Ribery and Mario Gomez, while at the back they have Philip Lahm and Daniel van Buyten. Even the unreliable de Michelis could crush him single-handedly. As a defensive midfielder, what can he possibly use to win within 3 minutes and still score a goal himself? Vitor, hey, Lin, what are you doing? What? While Lin Sheng is still wrestling with tactics in his mind, Nani, his fellow Portuguese speaker, interrupts him. There is no time left to think. Bayern Munich have already taken a goal kick from the back and are charging forward with fierce momentum. Nani frantically waves to Lin Sheng, urging him to hurry back into position. He truly has no idea whether the gaffer has lost his mind, signing a 15-year-old kid on a whim, then throwing him on as a substitute in the final. Is the Audi Cup really a trophy not worth winning? Forget it. Perhaps the gaffer is just testing the merchandise and never intended to win. Nani curls his lip and simply decides to give up. 15 minutes later. It's over. That's the end of the match. Bayern Munich claimed the inaugural Audi Cup title on home soil. They have defeated Manchester United in the penalty shootout and lifted the trophy. Though it was only a commercial exhibition game, both sides still displayed a certain level of strength. One noteworthy point is that the youngster Ferguson sent on at the end, Lin Sheng, seemed unable to adapt to high-level competition. The Manchester United first team is for now still far beyond his reach. In moments of helplessness, a person can indeed laugh. The commentator can no longer find the words to describe Lin Sheng. From the limited display, he appears to be nothing more than an outsider at this level. Perhaps after several years honing himself in United's U18s, he might still return to the mainstream stage someday. Or perhaps he is simply not cut out for this at all. Who can say really? The roaring cheers on the Allianz Arena stands Bayern's players huddling in celebration, the indifferent smiles on United faces, the ribbons drifting above the green pitch. Time moves on normally for everyone else, yet Lin Sheng stands in the center circle, completely cut off from this world, staring blankly into space. It is truly all over. Gentle reminder: Greenfield Survivor Demo is now uninstalling. Uninstall complete. The system's final line of text disperses into nothingness as it vanishes from his mind. The year of time and the football dream that had accompanied Lin Sheng evaporate in an instant like bubbles on the sea. What Lin Sheng can foresee is that even if he remains in United's U18s, he will end up like BB, cleared out when his contract expires, then sliding into a state where he cannot find a club at all, becoming one of the greatest unresolved enigmas in the hearts of United fans. He will leave the professional pitch of his dreams, forever returning to a cold reality, a nameless orphan in Portugal with no trace of his parents to be found. Wait, who is BB? Never mind, that doesn't matter. Moving like a walking corpse, he heads toward the players' tunnel. Manchester United's grand old manager Ferguson merely glances at him lightly, without a word or gesture. Assistant coach Mike Phelan does at least pat Lin Sheng on the shoulder in consolation. Lin, it's all right. Once you're back with the youth team, we'll help you find your rhythm again. The implication, of course, is that his chance with the first team has evaporated completely. In the dressing room, as the other United players chat and joke about which Munich nightclub has the prettiest women, Lin Sheng stands alone under a shower head, letting the icy water pound against his forehead. Just as despair engulfs him, a voice brings Lin Sheng back to life. Greenfield Survivor Update complete. Greenfield Legend Early Access. Please obtain a first-team professional contract to unlock authorization. It has returned. The system has returned once more. In that instant, Lin Sheng steels himself with unshakable resolve. He will stake everything he has to continue his football dream. This time, no challenge will ever defeat him again. As he burns with solitary passion, another line catches his attention. Please choose your initial profession. It seems the system's upgrade has brought about some substantial changes. Indeed, Lin Sheng was one of the children from the Chidian orphanage. If he had ever been given a choice, he would not have joined this so-called organization. Rather than enjoying the treatment of a story's protagonist, he would have preferred to grow up as an ordinary child in the warmth of a loving family. For now, there was not the slightest news regarding Lin Sheng's parents. According to the director of the welfare home, 15 years ago, Lin Sheng had been abandoned at the gate of a fire station in Lowers, Lisbon. With black hair and yellow skin wrinkled and curled into a tiny ball at a glance, he was clearly not a local child. The firefighters sent him to the welfare home, where Lin Sheng officially became a registered orphan available for adoption and was automatically registered as a Portuguese national. The director gave him the name Vitor, which in Portuguese carries the meaning of victor. His surname, however, was determined by the jade pendant he wore upon which a single character was carved. Lin. According to the speculation of the owner of the Chinese restaurant next to the welfare home, Lin was a common surname in a certain coastal province of Huaxiao, a province renowned for its visa-free to the world status. Coupled with the simplified Chinese label on the blanket wrapped around the child, there was a high probability that his parents were from Huaxia. The restaurant owner conveniently gave him a Chinese name as well, Lin Sheng. As Lin Sheng gradually grew up, besides the director Uncle Zhou from the Chinese restaurant also became half a family member to him. The welfare home educated him in Portuguese while Uncle Zhou used Chinese to teach him how to read and write, and he later received free compulsory education once he reached school age. Then came his obsession with football, the arrival of his mysterious cheat being discovered by Larinia Athletic, making a high-profile move to Manchester United, and subsequently being branded with the label of the biggest flop in Manchester United's history. On August 1, 2009, nearly a week had passed since the Audi Cup final, and the moment of judgment for Lin Sheng finally arrived. I'm sorry, Vitor, forgive my negligence. Things have been so busy lately that I haven't had a proper chance to talk with you. It's fine, Mike. Lin Sheng went straight to the point. Is this about my place in the first team? Yes. Ferran let out an awkward chuckle. He genuinely liked this kid who, despite his tragic background, Lin Sheng always wore a smile, and his popularity in the dressing room was quite good. Perhaps he was a bit flamboyant at times, but if youth is not a time for reckless arrogance, then when is? No matter what, in the eyes of our coaching staff, you are still one of the most gifted players in the team. We have always nurtured you as a cornerstone for the future. But Lin Sheng had no patience for empty platitudes. Knowing the nature of the English, a long preamble usually amounted to nothing. There would inevitably be a but waiting at the end. Here's the thing, you've only just turned 15. In principle, you need a few years of seasoning in the youth teams. Our previous decision to place you in the first team was indeed ill-considered. That was a mistake on the part of the coaching staff. Based on the unanimous recommendation of the coaches, you will need to report to the U18s for the new season and take part in the Youth League, the Youth Champions League, and other competitions. Given your talent, I'm sure that if you flourish in the U18s, you can return to the first team at any time. You must know that the gaffer has always thought very highly of you. For any 15-year-old player remaining within Manchester United's U18 setup would be a dream opportunity. Prodigies like Messi, Fabregas, Walcott, and later Bellingham, Mbappe, and Yamal who break into the first team at a young age are only a rare few. The vast majority of players only begin to receive first-team opportunities after the age of 19. In most cases, entering the first team at 15 actually hinders a player's development. Anyone with a shred of sense would obey the club's arrangements. After all, even Lin Sheng's agent Mendez had agreed to the plan. What reason could a 15-year-old brat possibly have to refuse? Yet Lin Sheng's response left Mike Phelan utterly stunned. Is there any other option? For example, a loan move where I could get first-team minutes. Wait a moment, perhaps I didn't make myself clear enough, Vitor. Ferran felt that Lin Sheng was being ungrateful. He had spelled things out so clearly. This was the best path for him. Why insist on chasing quick success and instant fame? Yes, there are players your age who are already playing in first teams, but that demands truly unique on-scene generation talent. In other words, you are not yet worthy. I insist, Lin Sheng replied, his gaze unwavering. Oh, for God's sake. Phelan looked at him as if he were, so be it. Lin Sheng was neither Kaká nor Messi, and Phelan was not his guardian. If the boy wished to ruin his own future, that was his choice. Phelan had already done all that could reasonably be expected of him. Since that's the case, we can arrange a loan. Let me make the ugly truth clear first. You won't be able to gain a foothold in a Premier League or Championship first team. At best, it will be League One or a club outside the top 5 leagues. No problem. Lin Sheng still did not waver in the slightest. This time, Phelan finally gave up completely, letting out a long sigh and waving his hand weakly. You can go back for now. We'll handle the arrangements. In August, with less than a week before the Community Shield and the Premier League kickoff drawing ever closer, the season's start was looming. At Carrington, Manchester United's players were all training intensely, fully focused on preparation. The news of Lin Sheng leaving on loan did not stir the slightest ripple. A little brat in the first-team squad of a giant like Manchester United had always been somewhat out of place. Even though Lin Sheng was sunny and likable, and everyone had a good impression of him, professional football was brutally cold. Players came and went, and people had long since grown used to it. Through the efforts of Mendez's team, they finally contacted a club willing to offer him first-team opportunities. The sole willing sucker turned out to be a mid-to-low-wordable minnow in the Belgian Pro League, K.R.C. Genk. As for Lin Sheng's request to leave Manchester United's youth system, head coach Ferguson approved the loan without any comment. To him, an under-16 kid was hardly worth mentioning. If the boy failed, there was no loss. If he somehow succeeded, it would be pure profit. Spending £7.5 million on a blind box was, after all, a moment of impulse. Who hasn't indulged in impulsive spending before? In the span of just 2 short weeks, Lin Sheng's career at the Red Devils had come to an end before it had even begun. It felt as if only yesterday he had arrived at Carrington alone with a backpack on his shoulders, and now he was leaving the same way, alone with that same bag on his back. Lin Sheng did not regret his decision. He could only choose this path that others found incomprehensible. According to the requirements of Green Pitch Legend Early Access, only by joining the first team of a formal professional league could the system be activated. The previous system prompt, "Please choose your initial profession," had not allowed him to perform any operation. Early access rights not detected. Please obtain first-team professional player status as soon as possible. And for some reason Lin Sheng was gripped by an intense premonition. There were only 4 seasons left before Ferguson's retirement. If he stayed in Manchester United's academy for 4 years then, without any support from the system, he would never see the light of day, and by the time he emerged the Manchester United dynasty would have collapsed with Ferguson's departure. His premonitions had always been accurate, almost like glimpses of the future. Standing outside the gates of Carrington, Lin Sheng felt no attachment to Manchester United at all. He stepped resolutely onto a new journey. Belgium, the Belgian Pro League, the starter village, the place where his dream would begin. A professional footballer contract detected. In Green Pitch Legend Early Access Edition activated. Trial period valid until August 5, 2010. Belgium, the Flemish region, Limburg Province, Genk City. In Belgium is a country familiar to many. Limburg Province, bordering the Netherlands in northeastern Belgium, administers Genk City under its Hasselt district, a place unfamiliar to most. Yet for football fans, this modest city of only 6,000 inhabitants has birthed numerous legendary names. Trossard, Castaigne, Origi, Courtois, Carrasco, Benk, and Kevin De Bruyne. What? I didn't hear you. I had my headphones on. The Genk training base canteen. Kevin De Bruyne, a fair-haired teenager with ginger-tinted hair, calmly spread butter on his bread, startled by the sudden call. It was Courtois calling him. Kevin looked up sheepishly and smiled. And no wonder. He couldn't help it. The boy standing before him was over a year younger, yet towered above him. At 1.8 meters tall, Kevin felt dwarfed. Courtois must have been nearly 2 meters. Truly intimidating. Thibaut Courtois paid no mind, casually sliding a slice of toast into the toaster. Did you hear? A 15-year-old kid's joining the squad today. And what? Wait. De Bruyne blinked, startled, his expression shifting instantly to disbelief. The first team. At 15, and of course, not the youth squad. I'm telling you. He's on loan from Manchester United. The very same prodigy who made headlines not long ago. Never heard of him. De Bruyne shrugged faintly. And honestly, you're dull. Aside from football and Caroline, I've never seen you care about anything else. At the mention of his girlfriend, Caroline, De Bruyne blushed and smiled. We vacationed in Greece over the break. And Courtois rolled his eyes. Oh, so having a girlfriend makes you special. Such an earnest, unrefined lad. How Caroline ever fell for him remained a mystery. By now most Genk players had gathered in the training base canteen for breakfast, and word had already spread a 15-year-old on loan from Manchester United was arriving. The squad quickly fell into gossip mode. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng, the very boy they were discussing, stood in the training base's administrative building. Present were Jos Verschuren, Genk's football director and Valder assistant to Agent Mendes, overseeing a simple signing-in ceremony for the loan player. A month earlier, Lin Sheng had indeed been a headline figure across European football, but as the spotlight faded and he stepped out from Manchester United's shadow, he was now merely an unknown rookie. So much so that Genk's head coach Frankie Vercauteren did not even attend. And no external media journalists were present. Only the club's official photographer snapped a few perfunctory photos. Had it not been for Sir Alex Ferguson's recommendation and Mendes's formidable network, Genk would have handled the matter even more casually. Welcome to the squad, Lin. Thank you. The 15-year-old Lin Sheng stood at 180 centimeters, slim as a bamboo stalk with delicate, almost refined features, hardly the archetype of an athlete. Football director Jos Verschuren, at first glance, could hardly believe this youth possessed the caliber to compete in the first team. Yet regardless of press reports, he firmly believed Lin Sheng was a grassroots prodigy handpicked by the legendary manager himself. Could the great manager ever err in judgment? And little did he know, this time Ferguson had truly opened a blind box. Medical examinations were cleared, all contractual formalities completed. Lin Sheng was fully cleared to join training that very day. The moment the contract was signed, his new system officially activated, and the weight on his heart finally lifted. Per the loan agreement, Genk covered Lin Sheng's wages, a weekly salary of 800 plus 800 for each appearance, 100 for each goal or assist, and 80 for every match won. Should he make more than 5 appearances this season, his contract would automatically upgrade to rising star status within the first team, with his weekly wage rising to 2,600. As the Belgian Pro League kicked off earlier than most European leagues, its opening round already concluded while others remained in pre-season preparations. Genk entered the campaign under new head coach Frankie Vercauteren with what could only be described as a hellish start. Moeskron 20 Genk Zult where Gem 22 Genk and Genk 0-1 Gen 3 matches, played 1 draw 2 losses, just 1 point earned. Genk currently sat joint second from bottom deep in the relegation zone. Genk had once been a Belgian Pro League powerhouse, crowned champions in 1999 and 2002, regular participants in the UEFA Champions League, and genuine title contenders throughout the late 1990s and early 2000s. Hein van Heesebroek has proven that he can only dominate in the second division. In the first division, he seems a bit out of place. Given the current lineup and the team's morale, it seems that avoiding relegation won't be so easy. This is the current predicament of the Royal KRC Genk. The football director Jos Vesson also hopes that the grassroots genius appointed by Ferguson can help Genk. What happened later proved that Jos Vesson had indeed hit the mark by accident. This is our new addition to the first team. Lynn, please introduce yourself. After a morning training session at the gym at 10 a.m., the Genk players gathered in the locker room to change into training gear preparing for today's outdoor practice. Genk's assistant coach Pierre Denier brought Lin Sheng into the locker room and formally introduced him to the team. Everyone had heard that the club had loaned a young player, but they were surprised to find Lin Sheng even younger than they expected. Almost everyone was dumbfounded. Huh, is he really part of the first team? He doesn't look like a football player. I also think he looks more like a K-pop boy band member. New teammates whispered in Flemish or German, and Lin Sheng couldn't quite understand. He could guess the doubts everyone had. Such situations are inevitable. Lin Sheng was used to being questioned, so it didn't bother him. Instead, he boldly stood at the center of the locker room and smiled as he said, "My name is Vitor Lin. You can call me Vitor. I'm very happy to join and hope to work hard with all of you this season to win the league championship." The locker room, which had been buzzing with discussions, suddenly fell silent. The players exchanged glances thinking they might have misheard. Lin Sheng's English pronunciation was quite clear. There was no reason to mishear. League championship. Did this kid take a wrong turn? Did he think he was in Genk? In the Belgian Pro League, there is a strong club called Gent, which is just one letter off from Genk. The recent circumstances of the two teams are like night and day. It's one thing for Gent to win the championship, but how could Genk dare to think about winning? This season, just surviving relegation would be a blessing. So he's just an ignorant little fool. This was the first impression of his teammates. Everyone merely glanced at him before going back to their own business, creating an awkward atmosphere. Does anyone have any questions about our new teammate? Assistant coach Denier awkwardly broke the silence. Lin Sheng's bold words left him somewhat helpless. The primary task this season was indeed to avoid relegation, but it's also good for young people to have ambition, and Denier felt somewhat gratified. The teammates remained unmoved except for the newly promoted third goalkeeper, 17-year-old Thibaut Courtois, who showed strong curiosity. "Vitor, why did you choose to come here? Isn't it good to stay with the Manchester United youth team?" Kevin De Bruyne also stopped his actions and couldn't help but look at the Eastern boy. "I want to play in the first team," Lin Sheng blurted out. "The youth league is meaningless. Oh, I want to win in a real professional." Courtois shook his head helplessly. He believed that after joining the team, this kid would gradually come to realize the reality and obediently return to Manchester United's youth training next season. In the locker room, only Kevin De Bruyne raised an eyebrow. Finally, we have an interesting guy. In the story, the protagonist always seems to encounter a series of miraculous adventures, finding a pillow when sleepy or mastering the 9-yang divine skill after jumping off a cliff, instantly becoming a star player upon joining a new team. However, the reality is that after Lin Sheng was loaned to KRC Genk, he did not receive a single second of playing time in the first team. He hasn't even made it onto the roster, only participating in some non-professional matches with the youth or reserve teams. It has been over 3 months since he joined KRC Genk in early August. Now it is late November 2000. Head coach Van Heesebroek does not trust this inexperienced young lad, especially since Lin Sheng has an East Asian appearance. Do Chinese people really know how to play football? How ridiculous. Before coming to Genk, Lin Sheng truly did not anticipate this situation. His intuition regarding top-level events and star players is frighteningly accurate, yet it offered no response regarding his own circumstances. Under the leadership of coach Van Heesebroek, KRC Genk has only won 3 out of 15 matches. Halfway through the season, they have achieved 3 wins, 4 draws, and 8 losses, accumulating only 13 points and ranking 14th in the standings. They are ranked 3rd from the bottom in the league, only ahead by a single goal. They are tied on points with Lokeren, who are in the relegation zone. Last season, they at least had a cup championship and were mid-table, but now they are on the verge of relegation. The entire club from top to bottom, including the media and fans, are denouncing coach Van Heesebroek. In the end, Lin Sheng and his host couple watched the entire match on TV, where Genk did not display a strong fighting spirit, and even after the match, his teammates wore smiles on their faces. Lin Sheng cannot comprehend how one can smile after losing. They could have fought harder. Some counterattacks could have been bolder and sharper. Unfortunately, Genk's performance is still too conservative, missing out on many opportunities they should have won. Watching the game with Lin Sheng are the De Ron's, a couple over 50 years old. Their children have settled in the Netherlands, and their spare room on the 2nd floor has been rented out to young players from KRC Genk. The place is less than a kilometer away from the training base, which is quite convenient. The rent is only €200. The kind De Ron couple even waived Lin Sheng's utility bills, with the only cost being that he occasionally makes them a couple of Chinese meals. For an apprentice player, renting a house from local compatriots is simply a great deal. Lin Sheng is not a social butterfly, and despite struggling with his Flemish and English, manages to communicate quite well. In just 3 months, Lin Sheng's language talent has allowed him to speak fluent Flemish, Dutch, and German, and he can even say a bit of French. The Duran couple quickly grew fond of this polite, culinary skilled, and hard-working young man. They really should let you into the roster. I saw your training before, and you're far better than this bunch of pigs on the field. Uncle Simon Duran, a diehard fan of the team, is truly frustrated watching the games. The reason the team is deep in the relegation zone is that the older players lack the spirit of competition. Most of the capable ones have left, and those remaining are merely going through the motions. On the contrary, a rookie like Lin Sheng, who is unafraid of challenges, might just bring about a victory. One reason the Duran family likes Lin Sheng is that he is the hardest worker on the training ground. So what if he lacks talent? Youth against weakness, what does it matter? At least Lin Sheng dares to fight. I also want it. But the coach has his own plans, and I don't know when he'll get into the roster. Talking about the coach makes me angry. Van Heesbroek is worthless. Uncle Duran ranted angrily. Why hasn't he been fired yet? I could do better than him. Give me a break, do you think you're a coach? The team would definitely be relegated. Aunt Duran, who is plump, retorted mercilessly. Seeing the old couple bicker, Lin Sheng had no choice but to retreat to his room to ponder his future with the team. The current situation is that the system has been activated and only official matches count as real trials, providing rewards like new talents and items. After upgrading to the Greenfield Legend Early Access version, Lin Sheng has thoroughly researched everything inside. Currently, there are only a few options available: activate, trial, profession, upgrade, and Pokédex. The interface still has several gray slots, leaving him wondering what features they hold. While the profession seems selectable, the others are actually locked and unable to be chosen. At present, there is only one profession: DM defensive midfielder. Player ID Lin Sheng Viter Lin, 18,072 kilograms, age 15, 1994. 7. 31 overall rating. D basic abilities: speed C, shooting D, passing C, technique D, defense C, physical C, mental attribute unknown. Preferred foot right, sign status loaned to Jank, weekly salary 800, value unknown, national team none, profession DM. Click to change profession. Profession talent: counterattack, heart, defense 30, stamina limit 30, stamina, recovery 30, 1v1 defense, has a chance to achieve a 100 interception, and if successful triggers a critical pass effect within 3 seconds. Health 1. The information Lin Sheng can currently see is limited to this. Other content is mostly self-explanatory. Data related to abilities can be viewed in detail, with speed, shooting, passing, technique, defense, and physical attributes having many subcategories. For instance, speed includes ball control, speed, and acceleration, while defense encompasses positioning, interception skills, tackling, and defensive cooperation, with the values of these sub-attributes collectively determining the scores of the 6 basic attributes. The good news is that these basic attributes can be improved. The bad news is that the only way to permanently enhance basic attributes is through training. Any bonuses from profession talents, trial-derived talents, or item enhancements are temporary. Similar to roguelike games, each loss deducts 1 health point. When health reaches 0, it signifies death, after which the trial cycle restarts, reverting ability values to their basic state. To become stronger, one must give their all and keep winning. Of course, these are all later matters. Let's see what talent the DM profession draws, which cannot be said to be extraordinary, but is certainly better than nothing. With such poor basic attributes, a 30 increase cannot make Lin Sheng transform into N'Golo Kante in a second. Defense improves from C to C, and stamina only rises from a national level to a mediocre European level, barely allowing him to complete 90 minutes. This only allows Lin Sheng to meet the minimum standard for first-team appearances, preventing him from being returned by to seize a spot in the lineup and even a chance to start. Lin Sheng's only trump card at the moment is the last line of the counterattack heart talent. 1v1 defense has a chance to achieve a 100 interception, and if successful, a pass within 1 second can trigger a critical pass effect. Lin Sheng has a premonition that this talent could play a crucial role at critical moments, as long as he gets the chance to play. In 3 months, aside from becoming friends with his host couple, Lin Sheng has also found his own good brothers in the team. Kevin De Bruyne, born in 1991, Thibaut Courtois, born in 1992, and Lin Sheng, born in 1994, the 3 of them are essentially peers with a shared language. Moreover, with their marginal positions in the team, Lin Sheng quickly became good friends with both, forming the U18 Iron Triangle of KRC Jank. Kevin De Bruyne's talent is even more apparent, having come off the bench a few times this season. He has recorded 1 assist, but has yet to score. Courtois' goalkeeper position is quite special. He has never made it onto the squad list in league matches, and has only been on the bench in cup matches, but has not played. His opportunity is firmly occupied by the starting goalkeeper Laszlo Kotlis. Both have it tough, but comparatively Lin Sheng's situation is even tougher. In a month, Lin Sheng hasn't even made it onto the roster. Van Heesbroek keeps making empty promises, assuring that Lin Sheng will eventually play, yet there have been no signs of him making the squad. While practicing free shots, the 3 talked about this matter, and Courtois unfortunately started with some trash talk. If you stayed at Manchester United, you might have already played in the youth league, which is better than sitting on the bench here like a clown. You can shut up. De Bruyne hurriedly cast a spell to interrupt. But, forget it, Viter, don't take it to heart. Piss off drop. Good friends, or not? Lin Sheng immediately shot back with a Flemish curse he had just learned, which was similar to dick in English, and in Chinese it means a jerk, while simultaneously aiming for Courtois' lower body with a powerful shot. Hey! Fortunately, Courtois reacted quickly and narrowly avoided a hit in a sensitive area. Nearby assistant coach Pierre Denier caught wind of the three boys' complaints and sighed helplessly. Van Heesbroek only trusts the older players and does not dare to promote the youth. Moreover, he is deeply entrenched in his own troubles with the countdown to his dismissal already begun. Today there were no players at training, and he could only take charge himself. In Denier's eyes, each of the young players has their own characteristics. Kevin De Bruyne needs no introduction. He is undoubtedly one of the future superstars of world football. Thibaut Courtois is also exceptionally gifted. Standing at 2 meters tall, he is a wall in front of the goal, and his extraordinary reaction speed can block any tricky shot. As for Lin Sheng, Denier has yet to see through Lin Sheng's level. This kid is completely an unknown. His disadvantages are evident. At 15 years old, his physique is quite slender, resulting in poor competitiveness as a defensive midfielder. His stamina is improving rapidly, but still cannot meet the demands of covering the entire game. His offensive organization ability is virtually non-existent, limiting him to a laborer-type role, a typical number 4, and not even qualifying as a number 6. As for his strengths, at this moment on the training ground, De Bruyne is engaged in an onion with Lin Sheng. The team's hope and the most talented De Bruyne casually toys with Lin Sheng using his agile footwork, while an ordinary person would have been humiliated after a few attempts. They would either rage and tackle or simply give up with lackadaisical defense. However, Lin Sheng, like a stubborn piece of candy despite being shaken off, gritted his teeth and accelerated, using every means to interfere with De Bruyne's advance, and seizing the fleeting chance, he poked the ball away from De Bruyne's feet from the side. Successful defense. Denier couldn't help but quietly cheer. Lin Sheng's shortcomings are evident, but his strengths are also clear. He is the player with the strongest desire to win on the team, the one with the most fighting spirit, never giving up on any possibility. At the same time, he possesses a meticulousness and calmness far beyond his peers, adept at using awareness and positioning to compensate for his physical shortcomings. Most importantly, he occasionally displays clever interception ability and intelligent passing. He often intercepts in training matches in unexpected ways, launching counterattacks that catch opponents off guard. The team really needs such players to boost morale. Just then Denier's phone rang. It was football director Josface. It has been confirmed. Van Heesbroek has agreed to end his contract, and he will sign to leave this afternoon. The new coach will take over in 2 weeks, and until then you will serve as the interim head coach. Originally dark clouds have now been torn open. An array of sunshine shines down on the training ground, perfectly enveloping Lin Sheng. It is as if he is the chosen one destined to save the team. Generous treat. Thank you. On November 28, 2009, the day before the 16th round of the league matches, the incompetent coach, Van Heesbroek, announced his dismissal just 3 months into his tenure, leaving the club in disarray. The players were unaffected and continued with their routines. The atmosphere in the locker room remained unchanged. At 3:30 p.m. after the training session ended, Courtois dashed out of the locker room. A minute later, he rushed back in disbelief, tightly grabbing Kevin De Bruyne's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. "You're treating us to a meal." De Bruyne was nearly shaken to pieces, his face turning crimson. "What's the matter? Did you make the main squad? What's there to be excited about?" Lin Sheng had just finished showering and was drying his hair with his bare torso exposed, revealing some muscle definition indicating that his fitness routine had been effective over the past few months. "Not just the main squad, Kevin is starting." "What?" Lin Sheng was shocked himself. He knew De Bruyne was a genius, dominating in skills, but due to lack of experience and physicality, he hadn't made it to the starting lineup. Previously, his substitute appearances had been commendable. Who would have thought that immediately after the coach's departure he would get a chance to start? Denier was bold. The team was on the brink of relegation, yet he dared to use young players. Could it be? Before Lin Sheng could ponder further, Courtois excitedly shared the good news with him. "Vita, you're on the main." "Hell yeah." Lin Sheng yanked the towel off his shoulders and slammed it onto the chair. After 3 months of anticipation, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. He was so close to his debut in the first team. "What about you, Thibaut? Did you make the main squad?" Lin Sheng poured a bucket of cold water over Courtois, causing his smile to freeze instantly. "No, shut up. Well, you're not good enough." "Damn." Another blow from Lin Sheng made Courtois blush instantly. Previously, it was Courtois who made De Bruyne blush, but ever since encountering Lin Sheng, he had found his nemesis easily getting flustered. For ordinary players, it's incredibly challenging for a young goalkeeper to stand out. Meanwhile, the older players observed the energetic newcomers with a sense of helplessness in their eyes. Once upon a time, they were like De Bruyne and Lin Sheng, full of passion for football. Yet after enduring years of harsh reality, they had long recognized their own mediocrity. Small teams need to spend money to achieve success. Young players aspiring for championships must rely on extraordinary talent. Nothing is more painful than giving your all only to achieve nothing. No matter where the team ranks in the season, as long as they avoid relegation, they can earn a weekly salary of several thousand euros. Oh, what's the point of risking your life for that? The attitude of the seasoned Henke players reflects the prevailing view outside. Even local media and Henke aren't reporting any expectations. After 3 years of contention for the championship, they are now on the brink of relegation, and Henke is perhaps no longer the championship team they once were. Therefore, after the public announcement of the main squad at Henke's pre-match press conference, the local media outlet Limburg Daily, with its 129-year history, harshly criticized the current state of the Henke club. The poor condition of the Henke club over the past 3 years is closely related to the chaos in the management. But neither former chairman and founder Louise Cronin nor current chairman Harry Lemons have realized the arrival of the era of money football. Especially after Harry Lemons took over, the constant loss of championship players led to a decline in performance, while the club made no financial investments, leaving the team without any competitiveness. The new faces in the first team this season, aside from a few youth academy recruits, consist only of a young player on loan from Manchester United. Last season, Hugo Bruce was able to lead the team in contention for the championship. Why replace him? Bruce has every reason to complain. Look at the teams I've led: Brugge and Anderlecht. I won championships effortlessly. What about your group? You expect me to lead? Even a 15-year-old can make the main squad, and an 18-year-old Kevin De Bruyne can start. Can they actually play? Do they even have the ability to know? If this continues, they'll have nothing left to lose this season. They might really have to consider the prospect of relegation. The original text from Limburg Daily was not so blunt, but conveyed the same meaning. Uncle De Jong, fuming, crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it to the ground, but a glance at Aunt De Jong's death stare nearby made him sheepishly pick it up again. What now? The media doesn't understand anything. They're just criticizing the kids on the team. Little Lin finally made it onto the main squad, and he's getting scolded. It's really unfair. Aunt De Jong took it more lightly. After all, Little Lin is too young and hasn't proven himself, though no one would believe. No way, I have to go to the game tonight and support Little Lin with the old buddies. Have you forgotten the doctor's advice? You can't go due to your hypertension. Oh, just watch it on TV. I've been treated for so long, there's no problem. Fine, I'll go with you to cheer for Little Lin. After Lin Sheng made it into the 18-man matchday squad yesterday, he returned feeling quite happy, and Aunt De Jong was glad for him. Even if he might not get a chance to play, what if? As a season ticket holder for the Henke club, it was time to support the team on match day in the evening. With 1 hour left before kickoff, the De Jong couple donned the team's blue and white striped scarves and walked along Dunane Road. After just a few steps, nearby residents of Henke were also wearing the home team's blue jerseys, gathering into a tide, heading towards the stadium's Sajika Arena. This was just an ordinary league match. Henke was merely a team on the brink of relegation, yet the atmosphere on match day felt like a Champions League final. Along the way, the fans spontaneously sang the team anthem together. Racing, Henke blue and white. Listen to our championship song. We press on in any weather. Racing, Henke blue and white. There's pure gold ahead. Under the stadium lights, first-rate talents. In a town of only 87 square kilometers and a population of just over 6 million, Henke boasts the best fan atmosphere among the football clubs in the Benelux region, with Sajika Arena filled to its 23718 capacity for every match. Regardless of the team's performance, whether they are relegated, this group of fans may complain, but they will still stand shoulder to shoulder. Even before the match had started, Uncle De Jong had forgotten his hypertension, singing loudly along with the fans. Even the sounds from outside could be faintly heard in Sajika Arena. As the match approached, fans filed into the stadium, and the players were warming up on the pitch, with Lin Sheng and De Bruyne passing the ball back and forth. Did you hear that? It should look spectacular when the stadium is full soon. Kevin, are you nervous? Nonsense. I'm not. You just passed the ball poorly. Since joining the first team, it was De Bruyne's first start, and even before the match began, his legs were already slightly trembling. Relax, come on, let me teach you Eastern breathing techniques. Deep breaths. Lin Sheng pretended to be a wise mentor, guiding De Bruyne. The simple-minded De Bruyne was confused but followed along, taking a deep breath, only to sense a strange odor in the air. Taking a deep breath, and then what? Did you smell that? Musa just farted. You bastard. De Bruyne was utterly defeated by this old joker. What? The starting forward Musa Koita heard someone calling him. Nothing, we were just saying you'll score today, and Lin Sheng pointed at De Bruyne. Thanks. Let's do our best together. Musa, the black guy from France, flashed a big smile, giving a thumbs up. Distracted by Lin Sheng, De Bruyne found himself less nervous. Lin Sheng meant well, but this cheeky guy was always asking for trouble. As the entire stands filled with a blue ocean, the start of the match drew ever closer. After warming up, the players returned to the locker room. While changing, assistant coach and head coach Pierre Denier emphasized tactical points and boosted morale. He was not a coach skilled in speeches and had little to say, managing to squeeze out a few words. Let's go, guys. Don't disappoint our home fans. Racing, blue and white. De Bruyne's face was beaming already in his home team's jersey, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. While Lin Sheng felt happy for his brother, he secretly held a glimmer of hope. Today, is there a chance? The first half was a rather dull match that lasted 45 minutes, with neither the home team KRC Genk nor the visiting team Mouscron managing to score. If it weren't for the enthusiastic fans at the scene, I would have almost fallen asleep. Indeed, after the dismissal of former head coach Van Heusden, the interim coach Denier made no tactical adjustments and continued with the previous strategy. What strategy? A chaotic kicking tactic. Indeed, I see no organized offense. Haha, you are too straightforward. We are live broadcasting this. That's not my fault, or Cenk has shown no intention of winning. Denier's only adjustment was to bring in newcomers, whether it was the starting 18-year-old De Bruyne or the 15-year-old Chinese boy on the bench. By the way, this 15-year-old child is the hopeful star signed by Sir Alex Ferguson at Manchester United, but for some reason, he has been loaned to Cenk. My view is that 15 years is too far from first-team matches. Even Ferguson makes mistakes sometimes. I still cannot comprehend Ferguson's signing, and even less so Cenk's choice. However, the 18-year-old Kevin De Bruyne is an obvious talent, displaying remarkable agility in several ball-handling situations during the first half. Yes, his breakthroughs on the right flank were impressive, and most importantly, his vision for passing is outstanding. The only threat from the home team in the first half came from De Bruyne's 45-degree cross. Unfortunately, it was wasted by the incompetent forwards. Regardless, the second half is about to begin. Let me run a commercial break followed by the exciting and thrilling second. In the non-focus match of round 16 of the Belgian Pro League, KRC Cenk vs. Mouscron, the second half indeed proved to be tense and thrilling after a dull first half. It was even a bit too thrilling. Shortly after the restart, the visiting team Mouscron capitalized on a corner kick opportunity, scoring with a header from a defender. The home team Cenk is trailing 0-1. Watching the visiting players embrace and celebrate, the Cenk fans in the stands appeared dazed. This season they have encountered numerous such scenes and cannot even remember the last time they won. After singing and chanting for 50 minutes over 2-0, people fell into silence, their eyes filled with confusion. The same bewildered expressions were seen on the bench with Denier, and the players, each of them also lost, unsure of how to win. You guys go warm up. Understood. In November, the temperature in Belgium is getting colder, and Lin Sheng has already been called up for warm-ups for the third time. He did not expect anything, just trying to move his body as much as possible and meticulously complete the standard exercises. In contrast, the seasoned substitutes were casually chatting and gossiping while jogging. If it weren't for the presence of the live broadcast camera, they would have almost burst into laughter. With teammates like this around him, Lin Sheng had nothing to say. It was no wonder they had only won 3 out of 15 matches. The situation on the field was the same. Apart from De Bruyne, forward Moussa Koita and captain Carlos, the rest were practically a disorganized mess. Especially the team's highest paid player, the number 10 forward Israeli Elian of Barda, who spent the entire time strolling, remaining invisible for 60 minutes. Is Barda playing today? I didn't see him. I finally saw him. The commentator from VRT, a Belgian Flemish TV station, mockingly said he was tackled on the ankle, finally appearing in the close-up shot, but it seems he can no longer continue. The team doctor signaled for a substitution. With the core player of Cenk injured, it seems they have completely lost hope of equalizing today. Interim coach Denier was anxiously scratching his head, looking back at the bench to see who could help. I can already sense his despair. The position of head coach at Cenk is truly a hot potato. The two commentators began to banter, taking turns to speak, as Denier indeed appeared helpless on the broadcast. He looked blankly at the bench with no one to help him out of this predicament. Wait a minute. A bold idea suddenly popped. Well, FK it. Whatever. Vitor, change your clothes, get ready to go in. At first, Lin Sheng was still focused on observing the situation on the field and did not notice the coach until a teammate nudged him with an elbow. I'm calling you, you're going on. The substitute midfielder, 21-year-old David Hubert, was quite puzzled. It was one thing to not substitute an attacking player while trailing, but there were only 2 substitutions left. Why did the coach choose this 15-year-old kid? As a defensive midfielder, being a young player himself, he was superior in every aspect. Physique, defensive experience, technique, game reading ability. What right did he have to get the opportunity? Forget it. It doesn't matter. No one can save the team regardless of who goes in. David Hubert thought, and at this moment Lin Sheng couldn't care less about his teammates' inner monologue. He jumped up and almost bumped his head again. Almost at the speed of undressing intimately as a couple, he swiftly changed into his jersey and briskly approached the sidelines for a routine check before entering the field. Vitor, you'll play as a defensive midfielder, protecting behind Barras and Ederson. Try to run more and cover a larger area. Don't hold on to the ball, pass it out immediately. Seeing Lin Sheng's eager demeanor, the coach still felt somewhat worried. He is really just a child. Can he survive on the battlefield? Denier was already beginning to regret his decision. Equipment is fine. Personnel verification is complete. Substitutes already over. Received. While Lin Sheng listened to the tactical briefing, the 4th official had already conducted equipment checks and verified the substitution procedures. After communicating with the main referee via intercom, they awaited the next stoppage in play to make the personnel change. The match director also noticed the activity on the sidelines and cut to a close-up shot marking the first appearance of Lin Sheng's young East Asian face in the live broadcast of an official match. Oh my God, what am I seeing? He really is preparing to come on as a substitute. In a situation where the team is trailing, he chooses to bring on a rookie who has never participated in an official match. And he is a defensive midfielder. This is beyond the commentator's comprehension. The commentator continued, full of shock, to introduce information. We see that Cenk is preparing to make a personnel adjustment. The 15-year-old Chinese defensive midfielder Vitor Lin from Portugal is ready to come on as a substitute. This also breaks the record for the youngest player in the Belgian Pro League at 15 years and 121 days. In the entire record of top European leagues, he will become one of the top 3 youngest players in history. Interim coach Denier has indeed made a bold decision. Whether it is a blunder or a masterstroke cannot be judged, but it is highly likely they will still lose. Before the commentator could finish a throw-in occurred, the referee blew the whistle to stop the match, signaling for a substitution. The 4th official raised the substitution board. Number 10, a core player, Elian of Barda off. Number 23, Lin Sheng on. What? Seeing the substitution board, Elian of Barda couldn't believe it. I am the biggest star of the team, the number 10 core. You want me to come off? After being urged by the referee, he could only smile wryly and reluctantly walk off the field. The lone kid was bouncing on the sidelines, eager to get in. This broken team is already beyond saving. Barda was still contemplating finding a new club, casually high-fiving the Eastern kid on the sidelines. Little did he know that kid dashed past him and sprinted onto the field. He is still too young. Elian of Barda shook his head, slowly walked back to the bench ready to play with his phone while waiting for yet another defeat. Just as he sat down for a short, while not even warming his seat, he suddenly heard a wave of astonished cheers erupt from the fans and the substitutes. Oh, nice goal. Well done, Vitor. Awesome. Go for it. WTF? What just happened? 5 minutes ago the match was still ongoing and the stands of the Chetka Arena appeared somewhat subdued. The field was covered in green grass, completely surrounded by the deep blue ocean, with over 20,000 fans packed into the stands, creating a surging wave. A massive blue and white banner hung over the loyal northern stands. FA Racing. C. Genk, officially known as Koninklijke Racing Club Genk, the Royal Genk Athletic Club. Racing is one of the team's nicknames, along with blue and white KRC and blue sprites. Unfortunately, just as Lin Sheng was about to take the field, the fans had already lost their energy to cheer, and the home stands temporarily fell silent. Everyone also paid little attention to the substitutions on the sidelines, unaware of the changes being made. It wasn't until the team's biggest star, Elian of Barda, was substituted off that everyone noticed a young Asian guy with yellow skin on the sidelines. Who is he? Why did they take Barda off? Is he new? Haven't you guys seen the news? He's the one on loan from 15 years old. Oh, why substitute a kid? Is there no one else on the bench? Lin Sheng had never appeared in a match, and aside from the core fans who had seen him train, most people in the stands didn't recognize him. Such a young player typically plays in the U16 team. How could he possibly appear in a top league? The fans couldn't help but express their doubts. Even the away fans laughed, quickly crafting songs to mock the home team. Their savior is just a little kid, a little kid, a little kid. If they lose, they'll be crying. Crying. Uncle De Jong couldn't stand it any longer and quickly called to his guys. He's an outstanding young man. It's his debut today. Let's all cheer him on. Can he really do it? He's so small he hasn't even grown hair yet. Trust me, he will help the team win. All right. If he doesn't perform, well, you owe me 20 euros. No problem. If he performs, well, you owe me 20. Deal. The small town of Genk has 68 fan associations, and Uncle De Jong's good friend Hank happens to lead one of the largest KFC Winslet. Uncle Hank, shirtless, stood at the front of the stands, gripping the drumsticks tightly, leading the entire stand in cheers for the new player. Thump, 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 thump. FA Racing. Thump, 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 thump. LU. Under Hank's lead, although the surrounding fans were unclear about the situation and didn't know who this Lin was, they ignited their enthusiasm, once more giving their loudest cheers for the young talent about to take the field. Just as Lin Sheng stepped onto the genuine turf with high hopes, thousands of fans were chanting his name in unison. Lin, Lin, Lin. Lin Sheng looked around at the waves of fans, savoring the cheers of thousands, feeling a strong thrill for the first time under the spotlight of the formal stage. I absolutely love this feeling. And so he couldn't help but rush onto the field, leaving Elian of Barda beside him, completely bewildered. Breathe, calm down. Arriving at the center of the field, Lin Sheng consciously tried to calm himself down quickly. The opponent's throw-in had already been executed, and the match had resumed. Now is not the time to be excited. His mind was filled with a single goal: to win the game. Although often abstract at critical moments or important occasions, he could quickly calm himself, allowing his extremely meticulous thinking to dominate the intellectual high ground. Besides his linguistic talent and strong intuition, perhaps this is another one of his gifts. Kevin, move a little forward, make more runs. Musa, you need to hold your ground at the front to draw the defenders. Wallace Ederson, leave the back to me. You two focus on initiating attacks. Lin Sheng returned to the defensive midfield position succinctly and swiftly, communicating the coach's tactical adjustments to his teammates. Despite many questions from his teammates and De Bruyne being filled with confusion, they didn't have time to ask further. The opposing players were already charging forward. The match resumed with the time at 6:345, leaving little time for Genk. Lin Sheng had run to the designated defensive position, yet he felt uncertain. This was only his first official professional match. The atmosphere was completely different from training matches and amateur games. He himself had no idea what would happen. There was no choice. Lin Sheng could only try his best to obstruct the opponent's attack. At that moment, time and space froze, and an external module that had been silent for 3 months suddenly appeared. Please choose a routine talent. 1. The penalty area is my airspace. Normal jump 25 in our penalty area confrontation 10, with a certain probability of triggering invincibility. 2. Low inversion of 9 old men normal after successfully avoiding offside, shooting accuracy 100 within 3 seconds. 3. Hey, it came out. Normal when facing enemy pressure, each opposing player can increase their ball control 15, highlighting teammates within the field of vision and achieving a 100 successful back pass. Lin Sheng, what on earth is this? Like Dead Cells, Hades, and Legend Mage, each reincarnation relies entirely on luck. With good luck, legendary skills, items, and talents are practically free, while with bad luck, all abilities are useless. Wait, why do I know all this? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Among the first two options, one is exclusive to center backs, and the other is for strikers. Choosing either wouldn't be very useful. Lin Sheng decisively chose the third normal talent. Hey, it came out. His buffs on the field had already stacked up, with an East Asian face, a 15-year-old kid, a boy band handsome face, and a slender bamboo pole physique. He was evidently the easiest target to bully on the field, and the opposing players would surely see him as a breakthrough point. Choosing this talent could also help him avoid losing possession easily and maintain ball control. Achievement unlocked: first professional debut. Random item obtained: lucky 4-leaf clover normal. Wearing this item can slightly increase the probability of triggering another pleasant surprise. But Lin Sheng had no time to study the item rewards. After the opposing team Muskron players threw in from the backfield, they quickly accelerated the game tempo. The opponent aimed to exploit Jenks' instability during the substitution, attempting to launch a fast break to score. Lin Sheng, a rookie just on the field, was clearly an easy target to squeeze. Muskron's attacking phase quick passes rapidly advanced past half. Good. Beautiful. Combining wide and central play, a 1-2 directly reaches the edge of the penalty area. Eddie El Quali. A long-range shot. Muskron's midfield is filled with quick and agile players. In less than 6 seconds, they bypass Jenks' first 2 lines of defense with rapid passing. Jenks' midfielders De Bruyne, Balish, and Ederson reacted too slowly to stop the opponent. As the last barrier in midfield, Lin Sheng was just about to rush forward to intercept the opposing forward when he shot directly. At that moment, Lin Sheng's heart was in his throat. Fortunately, the powerful shot sailed just over the crossbar, giving goalkeeper Weghorst a cold sweat. What are you all doing? Stop him. The defenders shrugged, indicating it wasn't their fault, and then they all looked at Lin Sheng. It was clear whose fault it was. Fortunately, the captain and center back Joao Carlos was a decent person. He clapped his hands to encourage his teammates. Let's step it up. Focus. The match isn't over yet, let's aim to equalize. As he passed Lin Sheng, he patted his shoulder. Vitor, relax, defense is everyone's responsibility. Don't worry, captain. Just watch me from here on out. Surprisingly, Lin Sheng was not nervous or self-blaming. His smile radiated confidence, completely different from the typical debutante state. Oh, then we'll rely on you to win. Carlos joked, simply trying to lighten the mood. After the substitutions, Jenks' formation shifted from 442 to 4141, replacing the number 10 in the front with a young single defensive midfielder. Are they reinforcing their defense? No, the acting coach Denny made a rather bold substitution. The opponent's defense in the penalty area was tight. He seemed to want to utilize midfield players to press forward and create a numerical advantage just outside the penalty area, appearing defensive while actually seeking to enhance the attack. Commentator and former Belgian national team star Luc Nielefo calmly and incisively commented, "But there's a problem with this approach. The entire team's interception and transition tasks are placed on the young kid. Can he handle it?" Both fans watching at home and those at the stadium shared the same doubt. Can Lin Sheng really cope with such pressure? The match continued, and Jenks' attack was quite simple. A long pass found De Bruyne on the right, but unfortunately there were too few people available to support, and he lost possession while being double-teamed. The away team Muskron launched another counterattack. This time the target was still Lin Sheng. A penetrating through pass from a midfielder caught Jenks' 2 midfielders off guard. Number 10, a midfielder Walter Basijo, faced Lin Sheng Hedon, setting up a 1v1 confrontation. Muskron's other teammates were making rapid forward runs to support, creating a dangerous 4-against-3 situation up front. Many home fans dared not look. Walter Basijo had a passing rating of 1920 in FM, quite outstanding. If he calmly sent a through ball, Jenk would be in trouble. However, he wanted to toy with this kid, completely destroying his mentality in his debut. His 15-20 skills were enough to break through. A simple shoulder drop and a feint shot, then he suddenly changed direction. The inexperienced kid would definitely be shaken off. What? This kid didn't fall for it at all, still blocking Basijo's path. Damn, what about this move? Basijo attempted a fancy heel flick to spin away, wanting to complete the dribble with a Marseille turn. Lin Sheng, losing his balance, would surely have no time to change direction. Wait, WTF. Next second, Basijo felt a lightness under his feet. Suddenly a gust of wind swept past his. By the time he turned his head to look, all he could see was the tall, slender figure of 1.8 meters along with the blue back of Lin number 23. Basijo didn't pass the ball. He was overly confident. Beautiful. The rookie just on the field made a backline interception. Jenks counterattack. He passed it. My God. What a great ball. The commentator's eyes widened looking at Lin Sheng completing a highly penetrating long pass with disbelief. The football zipped across more than half the field, directly penetrating 3 lines of defense from the backfield center circle. More despairingly, another blue figure burst through the flanks, receiving the ball just outside the penalty area. Friends who often play in top European leagues know that the starting point of a professional career, the debut in the first team, can be a bit nerve-wracking. Generally, players find it hard to overcome this nervous excitement mixed with panic. Either their minds go blank and they don't know what to do, or they become overly excited and their actions gradually become distorted, making it difficult to perform at their true potential. Those who can enjoy the stage of their professional debut are basically all-star players with big hearts. At just 17 years old, Michael Owen made his professional debut scoring for Liverpool and becoming the youngest goalscorer in the club's history at that time. Similarly, 18-year-old Pato scored on his first team debut, helping Milan secure victory. As for the current great duo, Messi and Ronaldo did not score in their first team debuts, but both showcased their unique characteristics, dazzling with their dribbling and demonstrating extraordinary performances. As for Lin Sheng, when he faced the attacking core of the opposing midfield in a dangerous 3-on-4 situation, he was the last line of defense. If he failed to defend this play, the opponent could easily penetrate the defense and create a goal-scoring opportunity. The entire pressure of the team rested on Lin Sheng's shoulders, and he successfully held his ground. Seeing the opponent attempt to go past him, Lin Sheng had never been so calm. He instantly saw through the feint and did not fall for it. The primary task of a defender is not merely to intercept the ball, as long as they can maintain distance and position to limit the opponent's movement, and buy time for teammates to support, they have effectively done their job. However, the 30-year-old veteran from the opposing team experienced and cunning aimed to exploit Lin Sheng's moment of imbalance with a quick change of direction. Lucky 4-leaf clover activated. Talent counterattack, heart in effect. 100 interception triggered. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sheng instinctively stretched out his foot to poke the ball away, without considering the consequences of a failed interception. Conceptual divine timing. Even the king himself couldn't get past this ball. Completing the interception was just the first step. Lin Sheng did not bask in the glory of the steal, but raised his head to survey the situation on the offensive front almost immediately. Seeing a blue shadow sprinting from the right into the center, Lin Sheng unhesitatingly sent out a long pass, while the effect of his talent was still active. After losing the ball, Kevin De Bruyne was initially frustrated and planned to sprint back to defend. Just halfway there, as the opponent was about to break through Lin Sheng, he was suddenly intercepted. With his understanding with Lin Sheng, De Bruyne had a premonition that something big was about to happen. In the training match, he had occasionally made incredible long passes from the backline, but unfortunately very few teammates understood his intentions and failed to start running in advance. The more critical the moment, the more excited he became, certainly unable to resist the urge to take a risk. De Bruyne instantly turned and sprinted back, not looking back as he angled his run, even surpassing an opposing defender along the way. Had Lin Sheng chosen to pass the ball to a nearby teammate for a conservative advancement, De Bruyne would have exhausted himself for nothing. But he chose to trust Lin Sheng. In the next second, the sound of the football slicing through the air came from behind. As the dark shadow passed overhead, De Bruyne suddenly pushed off the ground and darted forward. The entire stands of the Chedka Arena erupted into a sea of blue. A collective gasp rose to the heavens. Blue and white. Blue and white. Blue and white. Oh wow, wow, wow. Meanwhile, the hearts of both teams' players were once again suspended, watching the sudden and devastating strike. The far side defender from Muscron didn't even sprint back desperately, but instead raised his hand to signal for offside. An astonishing counterattack. This ball is not offside. The linesman made no signals. The young De Bruyne had already charged into the penalty area with the ball. This was an unknown opportunity. Wardels had already rushed out of the goal. Could he save his team? Beautiful. A clean and precise shot into the far corner. Kevin De Bruyne. What a splendid combination. What an efficient counterattack. In the 65th minute of the second half, trailing by 1 goal, Genk equalized. Let's listen to the cheers of the home fans. They have been waiting for this offensive play for most of the season. It really wasn't easy. The adjustment made by interim coach Pierre Denier had an immediate effect. It's truly incredible that a 15-year-old could achieve this. Our Lin Sheng. Sorry I still can't pronounce his name, but that doesn't matter. He made a perfect interception with maturity beyond his years and sent a lethal long pass from the backline, successfully assisting his teammate to score. 18-year-old Kevin De Bruyne also excelled, seizing this opportunity. The two young men teamed up to orchestrate this counterattack. Their youthful energy revitalized the blue and white team. Well done. In the passionate commentary from the press box, the camera perfectly captured De Bruyne's youthful smile. The first goal of his first team came so unexpectedly that he suddenly didn't know how to celebrate, appearing a bit dazed, and fortunately Lin Sheng came sprinting from the backline, easily jumping onto De Bruyne's back like a victorious young general on the battlefield, raising his arm in triumph, filled with vigor. Even though it was De Bruyne who scored the goal, all the glory went to Lin Sheng. However, Kevin below breathed a sigh of relief, happily carrying Lin Sheng As they ran toward the north stand in front of them, countless fans roared with flushed faces, all wearing matching blue jerseys, celebrating joyfully. This feeling is so good. Kevin De Bruyne also fell in love with the taste of bringing victory to everyone. But soon the two were toppled to the ground by their ecstatic teammates behind them. Their eardrums nearly shattered. "You guys are amazing. Love you, Kevin. Wow, wow." The tall teenager Courtois in the stands also celebrated wildly, with the surrounding fans embracing and shouting. Even a goal just to equalize the score seemed precious this season. From a distance in the stands, Courtois saw his brothers Kevin and Lin Sheng had become the heroes of the entire team. "I am truly happy for them." However, once the excitement wore off, Courtois still felt quite envious, with a hint of loneliness deep down. Oh, cack. Something akin to the English shit. It was hard to tell if he was envious of his brothers or complaining about his own situation. "Here. What? You just said a bet is a bet. Hee then I won't be polite. How satisfying." In the stands, Uncle De Jong cheerfully took €20 from Hans. Lin Sheng's debut assist led to the equalizer. It was simply perfect. He didn't even expect to win, as that goal allowed all the fans to vent their recent pain and frustration, easing the burden significantly. Uncle Hans, who lost €20, was not frustrated. He played the drums even harder. Thump, 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 blue and white. After the match resumed, the visiting Muscron team seemed a bit timid. Even with possession, they didn't dare to push forward recklessly. Clearly that deadly pass had made them wary and uncertain. Theoretically, Cenk's entire team is stronger, and playing at home, Muscron wouldn't dare to take risks. More than half of Cenk's first-team players are valued over €1 million, while Muscron's entire team averages only €3,000, simply not on the same level. The reason they were able to dominate Cenk was entirely due to Cenk's poor form this season, which had drained their morale and fighting spirit. That goal had somewhat restored their confidence, while simultaneously intimidating their opponents. When Muscron advanced to the front again, their core midfielder Walter Bizijo no longer dared to be reckless. He cautiously organized the play, proceeding with care. Lin Sheng was not alone. His midfield partners included 27-year-old Hungarian veteran Balázs Toth and 23-year-old Brazilian midfielder Edson. In defense, they formed a 3-defensive midfielder system, with Lin Sheng making it impossible for Muscron to breach this resilient wall. No, dude, there's no such thing as a wall in football. Lin Sheng had grown accustomed to it. He would often come up with some unknown puns in his mind since he was a child. Now he was entirely focused on the match. The opponents were timid and the atmosphere was tense. As time ticked away, he needed to do something to break the deadlock. So after confirming with his teammates through eye contact, Lin Sheng surged forward without warning. Wait. Huh. Balázs and Edson couldn't stop him in time, watching helplessly as Lin Sheng voluntarily chose to abandon his position to apply pressure. The two could only fall back to cover lest Lin Sheng be easily bypassed. Immediately after, they were both dumbfounded. A Muscron player passed the ball directly to Lin Sheng. What was supposed to be a pass to their own core was easily intercepted by Lin Sheng. Another counterattack opportunity for Cenk. This ball, a sudden defensive maneuver resulting in an interception. Clearly, Bizijo underestimated the young player. The Eastern youngster continued to advance with the ball, and for a moment no one was defending him. Lin Sheng's unexpected defensive maneuver caught the opponent off guard, and by the time they surrounded him, the ball was already off his foot. In the last second of the 3-second understanding pass effect. Amid the roaring cheers of the home crowd, Lin Sheng found the right wing directly. "It's up to you now, ding ding." He believed that in the future world of football this opportunity would not be wasted. Sure enough, Kevin De Bruyne advanced into the 30-meter area without any pressure. As the opposing center-back closed in from the side, he glanced up and with his right foot curled a beautiful arc. Everyone watched as the football sailed past Muscron's entire defense with an artistic curve, crossing the penalty area and landing near the penalty spot. Musa Koita, a header into the net. A textbook quick counterattack. 2 passes pierced through the opponent. KRC Cenk, 2-1 takes the lead. When the final whistle blew, confusion filled the eyes of the away team Muscron's players. Wasn't it said that Cenk could be easily defeated? Why did they suddenly become so tough? They completely could not comprehend what had happened in the last half hour. Their previously effective offense had gone completely silent. If there had been more time, Muscron might have conceded even more goals. Looking at their frantic state in the last 5 minutes, the Muscron players were even a bit relieved that the match was over. They quickly left the field, feeling awkward as the home team had already begun their victory celebrations. "Our victory is near, FA. Stand together with our team. To the comrades in battle, go. Limburg will forever be proud of its competitiveness. Cenk Athletic, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, FA, blue and white." A long-awaited victory. From the disappointment and numbness of the first half to the turnaround in the second half too. The stadium of 3,000 people transformed into a giant furnace in the cold autumn. The enthusiasm soared to the clouds. Most fans are truly easily satisfied after cursing for several seasons. All it takes is one victory to rekindle 120 of their enthusiasm. No one left except the away team. All the home fans remained in the stands, enjoying this victory together with the players who were thanking them. In the team, Kevin De Bruyne and Lin Sheng waved frantically at the stands alongside their teammates, singing the team anthem. Lin Sheng, who previously didn't know how to sing, quickly picked it up by following along. Winning really feels great. Achievement unlocked: first victory in professional career. Received random item: Sage Mask, normal stamina recovery speed 5, stamina recovery speed 30 after 75 minutes. Match 1. Gold 1. Experience 1. Generally winning a match guarantees at least 1 gold reward, and Lin Sheng speculated that a shop section would be open later where items or skills could be exchanged. As for what experience is, he currently has no concept of it. The previous demo version did not include experience as a data point. Vitor, what are you thinking? I was thinking since you scored you need to treat us tonight. Lin Sheng casually replied. Of course. There's a bonus for scoring today. Let's invite Thibaut, and we'll go to Club Jamais Vu tonight. Sounds good. Let's go and unwind. Club Jamais Vu is one of the few nightclubs in Genk, and young people love to hang out there. Otherwise, this small village has nothing to offer. Once it gets dark, the streets are deserted with no nightlife at all. Other teammates either have families or don't hang out together, so only the three brothers can gather. After celebrating the victory with the fans on site, the players returned to the locker room amidst applause. Until the last player disappeared into the tunnel, the fans still didn't disperse, gathering in the stands to sing excitedly. Many fans overindulged in beer and were already drunk. It was just an ordinary league match, or one might think it was. Back in the locker room, interim coach Pierre Denier warmly embraced each player. Despite the team's performance being unrelated to him, he was still very grateful. Vitor, you played brilliantly today. I knew trusting you was the right choice. Pierre, easy on me. Cough, cough. Lin Sheng was nearly suffocated by this chubby old man. His ancestors were French, and his excessive enthusiasm was hard to bear. The goal scorers were De Bruyne and Moussa Koita, yet Denier showered all the praise on Lin Sheng. The teammates in the locker room had no objections. Lin Sheng's impact after coming on was indeed immediate. He was brave in tackling, and his tireless running was evident to everyone. What does being young matter? He was undoubtedly the first contributor. On the bench, De Bruyne and Courtois envied Lin Sheng. Pierre really likes him. I hope the future head coach appreciates Vitor too. Absolutely, I feel Vitor is truly a genius. He will definitely not be a fish in a pond. Such high praise. Courtois thought it was just mutual flattery, but De Bruyne seemed to genuinely believe Lin Sheng was an once-in-a-lifetime talent. This was indeed surprising. Don't you think so? I even feel that Vitor is a monster. I really can't see. By the way, how are you going to arrange things later? You have a scoring bonus. Will you treat your buddies to celebrate? Why do you Forget it, I'm happy today, though I'll indulge you all. Even the usually reserved De Bruyne couldn't help but act a bit wild. Are we going to the club? What if Caroline finds out? Of course we'll take her with us. Courtois looked at him as if he were foolish. Who goes to a nightclub for fun and brings their girlfriend? This guy is truly hopeless. The Genk players sang and danced in the locker room, drinking beer and fooling around for a long time. The coaching staff simply disbanded the team on the spot, allowing them to enjoy this wonderful victory night. Hello, my name is Vitor Lin. Nice to meet you, beautiful lady. Finally met you, Lin. I always hear Kevin talking about you. I'm glad to meet you. De Bruyne's girlfriend Caroline was a slightly plump girl, and when she smiled she had little dimples. She wasn't extraordinarily beautiful, but De Bruyne couldn't get enough of her. They had known each other for more than half a year, and were in the midst of a passionate romance, so now they were very mushy. Why aren't you happy to see me? Courtois teased from the side. Caroline rolled her eyes. What's so special about you? All right, let's go in. De Bruyne wrapped his arms around his girlfriend and generously invited his friends to enter the club. In theory, minors are not allowed in here, but fortunately the security at the entrance recognized the Genk players, so they weren't too strict. As long as they didn't order alcoholic drinks, they were allowed to go in. Seeing the interaction between Courtois and Caroline, just now Lin Sheng suddenly had many inexplicable premonitions in his mind. How is that possible? He quickly shook off those premonitions, probably due to recent stress. De Bruyne and Caroline were deeply in love, and they were not the type to stray out. Undoubtedly, they would head towards marriage. Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment and hurriedly followed them into the nightclub. Cheers. Congratulations to our star Kevin for scoring his first goal in the first team. Congratulations to the future world's #1 midfielder Vitor for achieving his first assist in his career. What about me? Courtois had a bitter expression. Then let's wish for the future world's #1 goalkeeper to start soon. Cheers. Steel North. Gabba. Gombe. Under the pulsating electronic music of the nightclub, several spirited young men raised their brightly colored non-alcoholic drinks and celebrated with the Chinese phrases they had just learned. In their eyes, the future was truly filled with infinite possibilities. 1 assist and 1 goal shining on the field. Belgium's football hope star, Kevin De Bruyne. This was already the second time Uncle De Jong tore up the Limburg Daily. After last night's comeback victory, the entire city of Genk was engulfed in celebration. It was like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Early the next morning, Lin Sheng stubbornly got up to go to the gym at the base. Uncle De Jong happily brewed a cup of coffee, picked up the freshly printed newspaper at the door, and sat in the lounge chair reading yesterday's match report. Now the media should praise our little Lin, right? The sports section did indeed focus on reporting yesterday's match, praising Cenk's performance in the second half. However, Lin Sheng was only mentioned in passing, stating that he was the youngest player in the history of the Belgian league coming off the bench to help the team win the comeback. Subsequent lengthy articles were dedicated to Kevin De Bruyne, implying that his personal heroism helped the team turn the game around with a goal and an assist, making him worthy of being called the Belgian Messi. Although the article was not wrong, De Bruyne's performance was indeed brilliant, but anyone who watched the match closely knew that the greatest contributor was actually Lin Sheng. It was his several key interceptions in midfield, transitioning from defense to offense perfectly, and he created multiple opportunities that led Cenk to the comeback. If it weren't for the forward wasting chances in the last few minutes, Lin Sheng might have even provided a direct assist. Fuck, don't worry, you have to believe in little Lin. Aunt De Jong placed a plate of salad on the small table in front of Uncle and comforted him. If little Lin is truly a genius, he will definitely not be overlooked. Okay, he will definitely shock the whole of Belgium. Wait, what is this? Where's my maple syrup waffle? Where's my sausage and bacon? Uncle glanced at the salad made of potatoes, onions, celery, pickles, and chickpea paste, wrinkling his brow in disdain, his expression rivaling that of teacher he. Stop complaining. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Aunt De Jong didn't look back as she went inside. Uncle De Jong had no choice but to wear a pained expression as he silently ate his greens. Whether it's little Lin or himself, both need to put in more effort to overcome the current hurdle. Winning the first match is nothing. The real test is whether he can establish himself in the main lineup before the new coach arrives. Lin Sheng distinctly felt that after a victory, the team gradually began to regard him as a true teammate. Previously, due to reasons like age, skin color, and past experiences, Lin Sheng was somewhat marginalized in the changing room, only able to sit at the same table as the kids. Even though his personality was not gloomy and he often joked with everyone, making him quite likable, relationships on the court are one thing while respect is another. However, it must be said that the court is fair, and as long as you possess enough strength to win over others, you will gain the corresponding recognition. In training matches, they were willing to pass him the ball more, and they were also more proactive in conversation, which are all good signs. Even Courtois couldn't help but feel envious. I've been in the ranks for 10 years, and my status is still inferior to Vitor. He joined the Cenk Youth Academy at the age of 7 and made his first team debut in April 2009, but he never truly managed to play many matches, gradually falling behind in the trio. Don't worry, maybe those two will leave during the winter break. Lin Sheng casually reassured while lifting weights. Those two naturally referred to the team's first and second choice goalkeepers. No way. If I had known, I would have insisted on playing as a defender. Being a goalkeeper is really tough. Courtois didn't expect the two starting goalkeepers to leave. He just thought Lin Sheng was brushing him off. Are you confident for the next match? I don't know, it depends on how Pierre arranges it. Lin Sheng was more open-minded. All he needed to do was train doubly hard, showcasing good competitive and physical condition. The rest was up to the coaching staff's arrangements. What could be guaranteed is that if the coaching staff dared to give him a chance, he would seize it. Even if he didn't get to play, the daily training could still provide some minor experience boosts. In the past 3 months, Lin Sheng's stats panel had seen a certain improvement. Each ability had a green arrow indicating that training was enhancing his capabilities. Training can also make one stronger. This is Lin Sheng's greatest confidence. Unsurprisingly, due to his excellent performance in the previous match, Lin Sheng appeared again in the squad list. Kevin De Bruyne remained a starter. Only Courtois was injured in this world. While he felt like crying in the stands, De Bruyne and Lin Sheng had already finished warming up and returned to the changing room to prepare for battle. On the other side, Pierre Denier stood at the changing room door, lost in thought. This was his last match as the acting head coach, and the newly hired official head coach Frank Vercauteren was already beside him. Vercauteren, dressed in a full suit, looked more like a head coach than himself in training gear. Frank, why don't you go in and say a few words? No thanks. Vercauteren smiled and patted his shoulder. According to the contract, I only officially take over tomorrow. Moreover, today is your stage. All right. Phew. I'm a bit nervous. I hope the boys are ready. Winning the previous match hadn't made Denier let down his guard. Instead, he was worried the players would become complacent. The opponent this match was Westerlo, ranked 12th, a direct competitor. As long as they won, they could safely escape the relegation zone and take a deep breath. A match worth 6 points, and they could not afford to lose. I feel you don't need to worry about them. The boys have a good mentality. They will be fine. It was instead the new head coach Vercauteren who comforted the old staff member Denier. By the way, that Asian kid, is he the one who performed excellently last round? He suddenly noticed Lin Sheng in the changing room. For some reason, it was the youngest team member who stood at the center of the changing room, leading the entire team's atmosphere. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Blue and white. FA. Racing. The captain's job was taken over by a young kid, yet the entire team had no objections, all enthusiastically joining Lin Sheng in the cheer. It seemed everyone was pumped up and the morale to fight for those 3 points had been stirred. Yes, he is Lin, but it's just a pity he's on loan. Don't be fooled by his youth. He is definitely a force the team can rely on. Pierre Denier felt genuinely proud of him, like a parent whose child's talent had suddenly been recognized by outsiders. Vercauteren nodded thoughtfully. Compared to the previous match where the entire team had been lethargic in the first half, it was evident that everyone was putting in effort in this match. Although the away team Westerlo seemed weak, their forward Jamie Ruiz was the top scorer of last season's Belgian. This South American black striker was tall and strong with excellent speed, explosiveness, dribbling, heading, and shooting. At this time, Lukaku was still a rookie. Jamie Ruiz was like the Drogba of the Belgian league, a top-notch striker. Even strong teams like Anderlecht and Gent had to be wary. Indeed, Jamie Ruiz caused a lot of trouble for Genk's defense. The opponent always mindlessly kicked long balls forward, and every time Jamie Ruiz got the ball, it made everyone in Genk's defense nervous. It's Jamie Ruiz again. The Colombian is quite active in the front. He controlled the ball with his chest, turned to evade, and blasted a shot directly from the edge of the penalty area, while Genk's goalkeeper Catrals awkwardly deflected the ball out for a corner. The corner was taken and a header attempt. Just a bit off. He headed too high, and it was Jamie Ruiz again. The away team's opening assault left Genk's goal under severe pressure. Even De Bruyne came back to participate in defense, and for a full 15 minutes Genk had not crossed half of the field. Perhaps considering the opponent's strong offensive line, Genk's starting formation changed to a 4,321 setup, with 3 midfielders dropping back to serve as defensive midfielders, while the 2 wings waited for opportunities in the midfield, with only Musa at the front. The original core player number 10 Obalda was relegated to the bench, replaced by 21-year-old Belgian defensive midfielder David Hubert. It seemed the coach had tasted the sweetness of youth. You can't say young players aren't useful, they do play with more energy. VRT Television's commentator remarked while looking at the lineup. However, compared to this David Hubert, I preferred the 15-year-old Asian kid from last round. This one seemed too rigid, only capable of defending. That little guy was much more agile. The commentator nodded. Exactly, he is on the bench today. Hopefully we can see him in the second half. Damn. Kevin De Bruyne gasped and muttered under his breath. He had been running around all first half, solely focusing on defense with no opportunity to participate in the attack. The good news was that after his stellar performance last round, De Bruyne had become somewhat of a rising star in Belgium. The bad news was that the intensity was ramped up. The stronger confrontations made it difficult for De Bruyne to showcase his skills. After becoming more prominent, he was clearly receiving more attention and targeted play, making it harder than ever to play. Even when gaining possession in the back, it was hard for teammates to provide him with suitable passes. Either the intentions were too obvious and got intercepted, or the ball was only fed to his feet, quickly getting tangled up by opponents. Sometimes when he finally found an opportunity and delivered an extraordinary pass, unfortunately, the forward Musa Koita couldn't grasp his intentions, leading to a wasted possession. Throughout the entire first half, Genk fought desperately to maintain the score, but did not create any winning opportunities. Both sides returned to the changing room with a score of 0-0, and on the way Kevin De Bruyne couldn't help but reminisce about Lin Shang. Only he could keep up with his thinking. Hopefully Pierre would substitute Lin Shang in the second half. In fact, Pierre Denier was indeed thinking this way. After simply encouraging the team during halftime and emphasizing tactical play while everyone took a break, Denier called Lin Shang aside. In the second half, remember to observe the opponent's movements and playing habits, give it your all. After a seemingly inexplicable remark, Pierre Denier patted Lin Shang and left. A player with a simpler mindset might still be confused, but Lin Shang had already grasped the coach's intention. Sometimes sitting on the bench does not mean one can just play on their phone and eat seeds. The view from the sidelines is clearer than on the pitch, allowing one to better read the game, spot opponents' vulnerabilities, and find ways to break through, making it easier to have an immediate impact when entering the field. Like players such as Solskjaer Guti and Rikoba, who are adept at observing and thinking while playing. Pierre Denier had noticed Lin Shang's potential, which is why he couldn't help but remind him. Moreover, the more important subtext was, Lin Shang might get consecutive substitutes in the second half. Sure enough, the two sides remained deadlocked until the 73rd minute. Genk's strong defense held off the opponent's attacking rhythm. Westerlo's frantic assaults caused a severe drain on their stamina, leading them to slow down, and the match atmosphere suddenly became dull. Now was the perfect time to substitute in fresh legs and disrupt the opponent. Oh, we see the home team Genk plans to make a personnel adjustment. The youngest substitute who shone in the last round is about to come on. He is replacing the starting defensive midfielder number 13, David Hubert. Let's see if the magical Eastern kid can recreate his excellent performance from the last round. David Hubert hurriedly jogged off the field, his mouth filled with a metallic taste, his lungs feeling like they were about to burst. Throughout the match, he had been disrupting the opponent's attacking rhythm, basically fulfilling his tactical mission. However, it was regretful that he was substituted before the team could gain an advantage. As he reached the sidelines, he still felt a bit unwilling. Seeing Lin Shang's determined eyes and overflowing energy, David Hubert politely embraced the young player. Go crush them, Lin. All right, leave it to me. Lin Shang dashed back onto the pitch, the lush green grass beneath his feet, giving him boundless energy. Newbie's lucky aura is in effect. Triggered an additional talent reward. Please choose one regular talent. An unexpected surprise. Lin Shang looked at the Westerlo players, the corners of his mouth curving into a cruel smile. Sorry, but this is the Checo arena. 3 points are mine. According to the limited experience from the demo version, winning a game does not necessarily reward talent. The system is likely driven by time, with each week counting as a node, and each node randomly triggering actions based on real-life situations such as matches, breaks, training, and events. A break will restore a certain amount of stamina. Training will randomly increase experience points for specific abilities. Matches will trigger challenges randomly. Succeeding in these challenges grants opportunities to choose talents, though it may also simply be an ordinary game without rewards or penalties. Events will trigger random rewards or penalties. Lin Sheng has only encountered this once, which rewarded a full 100 stamina recovery, and he has yet to discern any patterns. Additionally, each new cycle begins with 2 talent selections: professional talents and the regular talents from the first appearance, like Lin Sheng in the previous cycle. Other talents can only be rewarded through match challenges. He initially thought this match was just a regular one without rewards or penalties, but unexpectedly triggered a hidden rookie benefit, granting an extra talent reward. Lin Sheng couldn't think of anything else for now, and quickly checked the options. Please choose a regular talent 1. I love the chip shot. Common chip shot has a 100 chance to hit the goal area, but shot power 52. Chavi moment common: if 25 successful passes are made, the next forward pass will be controllable and unblocked. 3. Throw-in specialist common: throw-in distance 250. Lin Sheng glanced quickly and decisively chose talent number 2. The other 2 were not useful and did not suit his position in midfield. If a forward had chosen the first one, they could occasionally pull off a chip shot in front of the goal, but for him the threat outside the penalty area was much smaller. The conditions to satisfy talent number 2 are actually quite hard to achieve. Even in the future, with Manchester City's proficiency in possession play, midfielders like David Silva and Fernandinho average only 82 passes per game. De Bruyne averaged 75 passes in his second Premier League season. 3. Hank does not play possession. The passing opportunities Lin Sheng receives are already few. To achieve 25 successful passes in the remaining time, he probably only has enough time to activate Chavi moment once. Even so, Lin Sheng was confident he could make this shot decisive. After the substitutions, Hank continued to play cautiously. They did not recklessly press forward just because they were playing at home. Ballestath, Ederson, and Lin positioned themselves as parallel defensive midfielders, with the 2 wings slightly converged, coordinating with the fullbacks to make overlapping runs. They provided solid protection for the center, effectively stifling the opposition's frontal attacks. Great play. This move had great intent. As the commentator was speaking, Lin Sheng, aided by his teammates, made his 3rd interception, triggering perfect pass. He feigned a shot to the right, then suddenly threaded a pass to the left. The opponents must have been prepared, consciously trying to cut off the connection between Lin Sheng and De Bruyne, but they overlooked Hank's attack on the left. Left winger Daniel Pudel had a clear path ahead comparable to the Northwest Gobi. However, Lin Sheng deceived both the opponent and his teammate. Daniel Pudel did not react immediately, and by the time he rushed into position, the goalkeeper had already charged out of the box, kicking the ball away. The attack failed, but the 2-0 home fans in the stands still cheered and applauded Lin Sheng, and Daniel Pudel also gave Lin Sheng a thumbs up from a distance. Amidst the thunderous applause, Lin Sheng enjoyed a 3-second close-up shot from the camera. This sudden attack had frightened the opposition goalkeeper, causing his legs to turn to jelly, while the visiting team's coach Jan Sliermans felt a chill down his spine, covered in cold sweat. No way, buddy. Are kids nowadays this terrifying? To be fair, Hank's youth training is really impressive, the assistant coach sighed, with a wry smile. He initially thought that only Kevin De Bruyne was about to make waves in Belgian football, but unexpectedly a new prodigy emerged. Fortunately, the probability of triggering perfect pass is not too high. After Lin Sheng's spectacular kick, he fell back into obscurity and focused on his blue-collar work. It seems that the collaboration between the 2 young players in the last round left a deep impression on the entire Belgian. Westerlo specifically deployed defense against De Bruyne before the match. He often has 2 players marking him with a defensive focus on his side. The miraculous young lad from the East is likely to struggle to pose a lethal threat in this match. Looking at his choices when he received the ball, they were mostly lateral or backward passes. This is indeed a more conservative playstyle. The opposition's attacking threat is too great, and the cost of losing possession is something he cannot afford. The scene fell into a stalemate again, and the commentator briefly analyzed the current situation. Opponents in reality are not fools, so every team has analysts watching your past footage frame by frame, especially a genius player like De Bruyne, who will certainly be targeted. In the previous round, Lin Sheng assisted him to score an unknown goal. This time it seems difficult to achieve. As time ticked away, Hank used up the other 2 substitution spots, replacing the left back and defensive midfielder Balish, allowing Kevin De Bruyne to stay on the field, preserving a glimmer of hope for creating a miracle. If it comes to it, a 0-0 draw is acceptable. 15, 16, 19, 20, 23, 24. As stoppage time approached, neither side managed to score, and it was highly likely they would shake hands at 0-0. The stands of Blue Ocean continued to chant and sing the team song. Everyone accepted reality, but still held onto a flicker of hope deep down. Is there a possibility at the last moment? At this time, the visiting team had already substituted in an attacking player retreating to form a defensive shell, clearly aiming to hold onto the point. Lin Sheng finally seized the opportunity, completing a successful pass in the last few minutes. Sometimes he would clearly pass back to a teammate, yet still raise his hand for the ball, then pass sideways into an open area, leaving his teammates baffled. When did Vitor become this composed? The fourth official had already raised the board, indicating 3 minutes of stop. There weren't many disputes or fouls from both sides, and the match remained relatively fluid, but time was running out for Lin Sheng. When the electronic clock ticked to 9146, Lin Sheng finally came through and awaited that opportunity. At this moment, Hank's entire team was concentrated in the opponent's half, facing the turtle defense with no way to penetrate. After a few failed attempts at attacking, they reluctantly passed back. Lin Sheng quickly retreated between the two center backs, raising his hand for the ball. "I'll pass it to you, pass it back immediately." "There's no time to explain, Captain, remember to pass it to me." His teammates in front had no room to advance, and upon seeing Lin Sheng in space, they sent the ball back. Lin Sheng lazily made a pass back to the center back, tapping it to Captain Joao Carlos, then immediately turned to make a diagonal run to the left. 2,525. For an average person, Joao Carlos would still hesitate. Lin Sheng had many tricks up his sleeve, and one never knew what plan he had. Joao Carlos did not stop the ball, and as the opposing forward closed in, he slipped the ball to Lin Sheng. In that moment, the opponent had no one to stop Lin Sheng, allowing him to receive the ball comfortably, and without even raising his head, he swung his leg at the first opportunity. Bang! Facing a parked bus, Hank had no good tactics. Passing back to Lin, then returned it to Joao Carlos, and sent it back to Lin. In these final minutes, the commentator was nearly falling asleep, but the next second, he sat upright, attempting a direct pass through the middle. Too naive. Wait, this ball. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the football took an unusual path, slanting out from the center circle, appearing in the corner of the penalty area in a flash. A ground pass that crossed half the field pierced through the opponent's layers of defense in an instant. At the same time, it acted like a lightning strike, leaving the visiting team stunned for a moment. WTF. What a... Even more terrifying was the long-hidden slender youth Kevin De Bruyne appearing in the penalty area, like a reaper smoothly receiving the ball with one touch. In the dying moments of stoppage time, the sluggish Hank transformed from a farmer into a sharp swordsman. When he strikes, it's a deadly move. The visiting goalkeeper and defenders rushed forward in panic, but it was too late. De Bruyne in the penalty area had already adjusted his position, aiming for the upper corner of the goal, and struck the ball solidly. Kevin De Bruyne, unmarked. A powerful shot. The ball went in, securely placing it in the upper corner. A last-minute winner. During stoppage time, Hank miraculously pulled off a dramatic win. Once again, it was Lin Sheng and De Bruyne. The wonderful chemistry between these two young players struck again, having helped the team score crucial goals in consecutive rounds. After scoring, Kevin De Bruyne instinctively rushed towards Lin Sheng, and the two boys agreed to slide on their knees in celebration at the corner flag. The Sajika arena erupted in jubilation. Blue and white scarves were continuously tossed into the sky. The happiness of the fans came so suddenly. In the VIP box, Hank's new head coach Frank Vercauteren and football director Jos Vesson applauded in approval. "So how about it, boys? Not too bad, right?" Jos Vesson expressed his satisfaction. Lin Sheng was loaned from him, and after 2 consecutive impressive performances off the bench, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Interesting." Frank Vercauteren nodded expressionlessly. He always wore a stern face, making it hard to guess his... Jos Vesson, feeling helpless, could only hope that the performances of the two young lads would impress the new head coach. December, a time that should be filled with joy. The team has just achieved 2 consecutive victories, and Hank has escaped the relegation zone, currently ranking 12th in the league, achieving a sense of safety. With Christmas approaching and just 4 more matches to play before the winter break, the atmosphere within the team should have been more relaxed. However, Lin Sheng noticed that everyone seemed a bit gloomy today. In the early morning training day cafeteria, when did it become so quiet? Everyone appeared to be lost in thought, quietly having their meals. What's going on? It's probably related to the new coach. He officially took charge today. Kevin De Bruyne calmly cut into his grilled chicken breast, but the trembling of his knife and fork revealed his unease. When a new official takes office, it's common to clear out the old officials and promote their own trusted aides. That's how the future Manchester United team emerged. Everyone in the Hank team felt anxious, as none of them were absolute core players, though anyone could be marginalized. As for Lin Sheng himself, he wasn't worried. After all, he had not been utilized much before now. After shining in a few substitute appearances, perhaps he could earn some impressions. At worst, he would accumulate experience through training and gradually improve his abilities. I'm glad to see you all. I am Frank Vercauteren, and you can call me Frank or Coach. In the previous 2 matches, everyone performed quite well. We aim to secure points as much as possible in the second half of the season and stabilize our relegation situation. That's all from me. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. In the locker room, the players of Hank exchanged glances, feeling the awkwardness in the atmosphere. The new coach, Frank Vercauteren, was a middle-aged man with a thin face and deep-set eyes. He said he was glad to meet everyone, but his expression was stern and his sharp gaze gave no indication of happiness. It was clear he was not an easy person to get along with, likely with a fiery temper. According to teammate gossip, Vercauteren was a former Belgian international and a legend of Anderlecht, having participated in the 1982 and 1986 World Cups and the 1984 European Championship, making him a notable figure in Belgian football. His coaching career was also impressive, having won the Belgian league title twice after 2005 and even briefly serving as the coach of the Belgian national team. He favored an attacking style of play, and the matches he coached showcased a powerful offensive characteristic. It remains to be seen how he would transform the team. Since there are no questions, let's proceed with basic training. After the warm-up, gather at the field for a dismissal. With that, Frank Vercauteren left with a blank expression. As soon as he exited the locker room, Lin Shang could clearly sense his teammates collectively letting out a sigh of relief. Their familiar face Pierre Denier had returned as the assistant coach. He cheerfully explained, "Don't be fooled by Frank's stern demeanor. He's actually easy to get along with. Come on guys, let's change our clothes and hurry to the training ground. Pierre, why didn't you continue as head coach? You led us to 2 consecutive victories." Courtois suddenly asked, making Lin Shang shake his head. "Why do you have to bring that up?" Pierre Denier didn't mind, laughing heartily. "Being a head coach is not a job for just anyone. I coached these 2 matches and nearly had a heart attack. Being an assistant coach is much easier. Now enough chit-chat, let's get moving." He appeared carefree, exuding the relaxed demeanor passed down through generations of Frenchmen. Deep down, he likely felt a bit of reluctance. As the sun rose high in the sky, the usual morning strength training warm-up and fundamental skills training concluded, followed by tactical drills with the ball and practice matches. Frank Vercauteren had already changed into his training gear, holding a tactical board, quietly standing in the cold wind. The players dared not slack off, quickly lining up to stand straight, hoping to leave a good impression on the coach. He exuded a strong sense of pressure. Lin Shang, standing at the front, noticed that his nearby teammates didn't dare to take. Vercauteren scanned everyone expressionlessly, then seriously stated in his German-accented English, "I have reviewed your previous match footage and training records and have a certain understanding of each of you. But that's not enough. I am not here merely for relegation survival. Have you ever considered how far the team can go? Champions?" Lin Shang blurted out. This was indeed his pursuit, and he instinctively responded. His teammates nearby immediately tensed up, fearing he might say something wrong and anger this fierce coach. To his surprise, Vercauteren even managed to squeeze out a hint of a satisfied smile. "What? This person can actually smile? Very good. Wieder Lin, right? Just as your name suggests. I previously coached Anderlecht, a team that won the championship 3 times and was runner-up once in 4 years. Now tell me, what is the difference between Henk and Anderlecht?" Everyone went silent, thinking the coach was criticizing them for being too weak. However, Vercauteren provided a surprisingly unexpected answer. "After this period of observation, my conclusion is, there is no difference." Anderlecht has a win rate of 78 this season, sitting at the top of the table, leading second-placed Club Brugge by 7 points. In their first encounter, Henk was even defeated 0-3 at home by Anderlecht, having no chance to fight back. Are you telling me there is no difference? Even the players of Henk didn't believe it themselves. However, Vercauteren was quite adamant. "Indeed, you have no difference from them. You are all professional players in the Belgian league, and 3 seasons ago you were still competing for the championship without any essential difference. The difference in these 2 seasons fundamentally lies in discipline and mentality. You all do not want to win." This statement made the Henk players feel indignant. "Coach, we want to win too. But after losing several key players, we have done our best," explained Captain Joao Carlos. "Oh, if you really wanted to win, would you have lost so many points in the front? Go back and watch the footage of the matches where you dropped points. Did you have any desire to win?" Frank Vercauteren mocked, asking back. This made Joao Carlos feel a bit ashamed. In the past 2 seasons, without strong reinforcements, the club had slacked off, and they had followed suit. Many matches were lost to opponents of lesser strength, which was indeed quite unacceptable. Seeing that everyone was at a loss for words, Vercauteren then coldly stated, "So from now on, regardless of who was previously a starter or who considers themselves a core player, in my team, no one has a guaranteed starting position. Want to play? Want to start? Then show me your determination to win." Vercauteren intentionally glanced at the number 10, the core player in the front line, Israeli Elian Balda. He held the highest salary in the team, and with the highest market value, was confident he had a secure spot in the team, often playing casually on the field and carelessly wasting possession. Now he was also sweating profusely. Oh no, this is bad. Soon, just 3 days after the new coach took office, it would be a crucial match for Henk. In the 18th round of the Belgian league, Henk would face Gent away. Gent versus Genk, the Flanders Derby. Currently, Gent ranks 3rd in the Belgian league with a chance to compete for next year's Champions League qualification. Henk has just escaped the relegation zone, and the strength of both teams is not on the same level. According to pre-match media predictions, Gent was expected to win decisively against Henk with a minimum score of 20. This was still considering Henk's recent 2 wins, otherwise the media would have predicted a 40 blowout. Including the fans of both teams and the spectators of the Belgian league, no one was optimistic about Henk. There was simply no suspense in this match. However, in the pre-match press conference, the statements made by the new coach Frank Vercauteren left the reporters present astonished. "Our goal is to take 3 points away from home. This season Henk ultimately aims to obtain European competition qualification and compete on the European stage next year. The moment this was uttered, it dominated the front pages of various Belgian newspapers the next day. It was trending. The biggest hot topic among Belgian television stations, online football communities, and offline fan discussions was the shocking remarks of Henk's new coach. In the discussion threads related to the Belgian Pro League on Facebook and Twitter, everyone is mocking Frank Verkotteren's outrageous comments. This person is just a naive fool. We will easily take them down 30. It's one thing to play away, but this is gents. This season our home win rate has exceeded 75. Why would we fear a small team like Genk? KRC Genk is no longer a title contending team like in previous years. Even struggling to avoid relegation, they shouldn't even think about European competition. Just winning 2 games, and they start getting cocky. They will definitely be slapped in the face. Let them witness the difference in strength. Many Genk fans are also feeling anxious. The new coach is too arrogant. I think it's better to be pragmatic and clarify the tactical approach. Don't pop the champagne just yet. A draw away is already considered a win. I have a bad feeling that this coach might be. The previous head coach's record of 3 wins in 15 matches has left all fans worried. Be optimistic. Verkotteren is a championship coach. What teams did he lead before? Anderlecht. What kind of players does he have to work with at Genk? The traditional media shows no mercy towards Frank Verkotteren. Verkotteren boasts about winning away, showcasing his arrogance. Genk's head coach, we will show no mercy. Let Verkotteren cool down. Genk's 18-man roster is out with the Twin Stars prominently listed. Facing this Flamen League derby, Frank Verkotteren has not changed his tactics, sticking with the same lineup as last round. 18-year-old Kevin De Bruyne starts while 15-year-old Lin Sheng is on the bench. This match will be the toughest test for both of them. Genk's Twin Stars will face their strongest opponents, yet this battle will determine whether the young players can truly establish themselves in the Pro League. Unfortunately, Genk has already secured 3 consecutive victories and is currently at their peak form. Genk's away game looks perilous. On the betting market outside the field, the odds for the home team to win have reached 1.45, a draw is at 4.28, and the odds for an away victory have skyrocketed to 8.37. This shows that almost no one expects Genk to win away, not even their own fans. As a result, on match day, many Genk fans chose to watch the game at a bar rather than travel with the team for the away game. Only 200 core fans made the trip, creating a rather somber atmosphere. On the evening before their departure, the De Jong couple drove to see Lin Sheng off. Lin, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's fine, even if you lose. The usually strong-willed Uncle Simon De Jong did not blindly support the team this time. Don't worry, Simon. At the training base entrance, the club's blue bus was ready to depart. Lin Sheng got off with his bag, casually saying goodbye to his landlords without a hint of tension about the upcoming battle. Just watch us win on TV. After dropping this bold statement, Lin Sheng boarded the team bus, leaving the De Jong couple exchanging glances in their car. Has he become a bit arrogant after 2 consecutive wins? Uncle De Jong expressed concern. Instead, Annie had great faith in Lin Sheng. You underestimate this kid, Lin. He never boasts. If he says they can win, they might really win. Let's go home and await his good news. Let's hope. Concern leads to chaos. Uncle De Jong still felt uncertain. After the team has finally built up some momentum, what if they fall back again? The danger of relegation looms. On December 14, 2009, a week before Christmas, it was the 18th match day of the Pro League. In East Flanders, Belgium, at the Jules Otten Stadium. As a regular participant in the Champions League, Gent's new stadium, the Planet Group Arena, is under construction and is expected to be completed in 2013. The club continues to use this old stadium, which dates back to 1920. Many areas of the outer wall are peeling. The facilities are stuck in the last century, and the internal capacity is only just over 120 seats, making it the least-ranked stadium in the Pro League. However, underestimating the fighting power of Gent's home ground could lead to significant losses. The mere 1,200 fans present can create a momentum that surpasses that of 3,000. Additionally, the narrow field and the vulgar chants from the extreme fans in the front rows resonate almost right next to the visiting players. The hospitable Gent fans filled the stands more than an hour before the match began, singing and dancing to warm up. During the pre-match warm-up, young Kevin De Bruyne finally experienced the cruelty of playing away. Countless curse words and boos were clearly audible, as if he was being berated from head to toe, inside and out, even to his ancestors. There's no way around it. This 18-year-old kid looks like the easiest target to bully. The fans aim to collapse his mindset. Even a veteran with 10 years of experience would find it hard to resist. For an average young player, facing such fierce verbal assaults can truly affect their performance, leading to a lack of threat. Yellow-haired little pig. This isn't your home. About to cry. Hurry back and find your milk. Overly aggressive home fans even composed a song targeting De Bruyne. This is just too much. On the coaching bench, assistant coach Pierre Denier clenched his fists in anger. How could they bully like this? I'm going to report this to the 4th official. No need. The new coach, Frank Verkotteren, frowned coldly. Pierre glared. Are you just going to ignore this? Verkotteren remained expressionless. This is the path every top player must take. If you can't withstand this, senior mentality is too fragile. After saying that, Vercauteren sat back down on the bench, crossed his legs, and chewed gum. Pierre hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopping short, until a young voice came from behind him. Don't worry, Kevin is tough. It was Lin Sheng. Pierre did not expect Lin Sheng to have such confidence in De Bruyne. After only 4 months, he seemed to understand De Bruyne better than himself. De Bruyne was a kid he had watched grow up. Let's hope so. Indeed, after the match began, things were tough for De Bruyne. Oh, a vicious tackle has sent young Kevin De Bruyne to the ground. The commentator gasped, feeling sympathy for the young lad. The foul came from Gent's number 26 defensive midfielder Christopher Levenpoort. This 24-year-old Belgian defensive midfielder is young and vigorous with a strong physique and aggressive defense. From the first 30 minutes of the first half, we can see that Levenpoort has covered almost every area of the field. He is in his element, playing at home, repeatedly neutralizing Genk attacks, especially against the emerging Belgian talent Kevin De Bruyne, who has been performing exceptionally well recently. Under the fierce confrontations, De Bruyne has not received any opportunities. The camera showed De Bruyne grimacing in pain on the grass, clutching his leg, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. However, the referee only issued a verbal warning without showing any cards. This is the advantage of playing at home, whether it's strength fans or the referee's bias. All the odds are against Genk. Until just before the end of the first half, after 45 minutes of defending, Genk faced another blow. The roof fell in just as it was raining. Oh no. This goal completely nullifies Genk's efforts in the first half. The scorer is none other than the standout midfielder. He capitalized on a corner kick opportunity in the box, scoring with a powerful header, taking the lead. The commentator predicted during halftime, I feel that unless a miracle happens, Genk will win big at home. Poor Genk. Just escaping the relegation zone, they might have to return soon. Even the blue and white fans in front of the television felt helpless, their eyes dazed. Where exactly is Genk's miracle? The director, whether intentionally or not, gave a fleeting close-up of the substitute. The person in the picture is a Chinese-Portuguese newcomer, Lin Sheng, whose looks could overshadow any boy band, standing out in height and temperament, and has had miraculous performances in both of his recent substitute appearances. Perhaps he is that miracle. And Lin Sheng himself is also waiting for a miracle. He thought he would only get a maximum of 10 minutes of playing time, or just sit on the bench. To his surprise, at halftime, head coach Vercauteren walked into the locker room and immediately beckoned Lin Sheng. Lin, hurry and warm up, you'll go on in the second half. The entire Genk team, feeling low, was slightly taken aback by the sudden substitution. Lin Sheng was the first to react, a confident smile spreading across his face. No problem. I'll help everyone turn the game around. In the away team's locker room, morale was abysmal. Elian of Balder, the Israeli star and squad's central pillar, stormed up to the head coach, fury blazing in his eyes. Wait, Frank. On what grounds? He was utterly indignant. At halftime, the coach had substituted him, the team's most celebrated player, for Lin Sheng, a 15-year-old rookie. Wasn't that absurd? It reeked of deliberate disengagement. I based decisions solely on in-game performance and recent training assessments. Frank Vercauteren never cracked a smile. Not for anyone. Moreover, as head coach, I hold full authority granted by the club. Every tactical choice rests with me alone. Your sole responsibility is to fulfill your role. My decisions require no justification to you. Understood? This is the only time I'll say it. You, Elian of Balder, fell speechless. Seriously. Since joining the squad, hadn't every previous coach treated him like royalty? With footwork unmatched across the team and creativity unparalleled, the entire offense revolved around him. How could they sideline such a technical linchpin? It made no sense. Who was this new coach? A stubborn, unyielding stone. Fine. Head watched closely. Just how would they win without him? Elian of Balder sat cross-armed in the locker room, lips curled in cold disdain. Teammates who tried to console him were met with a venomous glare, leaving them flustered and embarrassed. On the pitch, Lin Sheng bounded across the grass like a colt, galloping freely across the steppe, energetically warming up during halftime. Pop songs echoed faintly through the stadium. Fans streamed toward restrooms and concession stands for beer and hot dogs. No one paid attention to the unknown teenager on the field. Even those who noticed him dismissed him outright. Compared to Kevin De Bruyne, the Belgian prodigy hailed as national hope, Lin Sheng's 2-match performances remained unremarkable. Of the 12,000 spectators, not a single soul foresaw what would unfold after the break. Carrying a 10-lead, Gent's players strolled confidently out of the tunnel, laughing and chatting. Their locker room hummed with light-hearted energy. Gent's true rivals were Anderlecht, Club Brugge, and Standard Liège. Minds had already drifted to next season's Champions League, where real challenges awaited, duels against global icons like Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, Wayne Rooney, and Didier Drogba. What was Genk really? A modest blue and white outfit, barely clinging to top-flight status. So what if they'd won the league years ago? Relegation loomed ever closer. Perhaps they'd score even more in the second half, especially midfielder No. 26, Reinport, who dominated the first half with swaggering confidence. This is the scorer from the first half. He effectively stifled the visitors' attack and secured midfield supremacy. Most frustratingly, Genk's bench offered no viable counter to him. and no one knew what the second half would bring. Oh, and the visitors made a substitution right at kickoff. Their attacking talisman Elian of Balder was withdrawn, and onto the pitch stepped Lin Sheng, the sensational substitute who'd shown in the first 2 matches, now Belgium's youngest ever first-team debutant. The commentators were stunned. Not pundit quipped, perhaps the new coach is superstitious. Lin Sheng came on last 2 matches, and they won a why not try again. Whoa, so superstitious, and the commentator chimed in reflexively. In his view, fielding a 15-year-old against weak opposition was one thing, but against a powerhouse trailing on the scoreboard, this young Asian lad would be torn apart. Beep. And the second half began. And having won the coin toss, Genk would kick off. No, Genk kicked off the second half. And they showed no mercy for their 10 advantage, launching a ferocious assault on Genk's penalty area from the very first whistle. Gent. NFA Buffalo. In riding the roaring chants of their home crowd, Gent charged forward like the water buffalo they were nicknamed, relentless and unstoppable. Their identity mirrored that of Native Americans, embodying courage and untamed grit. Genk's goalmouth became a maelstrom of near misses and desperate saves. Goal. A thunderous header from Zlatan. Ljubjankic. The entire stadium erupted. Indeed, Gent boasted their own Zlatan, sharing the name with the legendary Fongxian Zlatan Ibrahimovic. It seemed all Zlatans were strikers of raw, devastating power, shattering Genk's defense with reckless abandon. Had it not been for Lin Sheng's repeated decisive interceptions, Genk would have conceded several more goals. And here a crucial detail about Lin Sheng's newly awakened talent must be noted. Yes, this match marked Lin Sheng's 3rd consecutive week of talent evolution. In novice, luck aura active. In extra talent, reward triggered. Select 1 standard talent. Luck aura critical hit. In randomly upgrade 1 standard talent. At the moment he stepped onto the pitch, Lin Sheng felt a surge of clarity and immediately checked his interface. 1. Relentless flank assault common when advancing along the touchline to the opponent's goal line, crossing accuracy increases by an additional 45. 2. Deflection field rare within a 5-meter radius reduces the shooting accuracy of opposing attackers with a certain probability, cooldown 60 seconds. And 3. Penalty box anchor common during physical contests inside the opponent's box grants a brief, unstoppable effect, 30 jump height for 1 second. Lin Sheng had initially leaned toward the 3rd option. Perhaps a towering header in the dying moments would seal victory. Yet option 2 was rare, his first ever blue-tier talent. In no hesitation, he chose deflection field, whether intercepting long-range shots as a defensive midfielder or bolstering last-ditch defending inside the box. This ability could save the team in its darkest hour. Just moments earlier, Zlatan Ljubjankic, Gent's striker, burst into the box unmarked, received a cutback pass, and unleashed a blistering shot. The goalkeeper stood frozen. Logically, that shot was destined to find the net. In that instant of despair, Lin Sheng arrived like lightning. He sprinted forward just 2 paces, entering the critical 5-meter radius in the nick of time. Zlatan's shot veered unervingly off course, striking the upper crossbar before bouncing harmlessly out. Zlatan's shot. Oh ho ho ho. It's off target. Hits the crossbar and bounces out for a goal kick. That heartbeat, every Genk player and coach felt their hearts skip a beat. It was terrifying. Zlatan clutched his head in anguish. How could he miss that? What rotten luck. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Sheng slipped past silently, his deed done, his name unspoken. That miraculously deflected shot briefly disrupted Gent's rhythm, giving Genk its first real chance to mount an attack. Alas, poor Kevin De Bruyne was felled again, this time by Rainport, and the referee blew no whistle. Gent launched an immediate counterattack. Hey, it was unjust. While teammates still protested, only Lin Sheng charged headlong into the fray, confronting multiple Gent attackers alone. Facing Rainport, Lin Sheng surged forward with lethal intent, while Rainport, smug and complacent, in the next second, thud. The arrogant Rainport, dominant for half the match, was cleanly dispossessed and sent sprawling by Lin Sheng's perfectly timed slide tackle. Oh ho ho ho. The stadium gasped in collective shock. The away supporters section erupted, just 200 fans conjuring the roar of thousands. Everyone had long resented no. 26. Amid the team's collective lethargy and reluctance to engage in, this fiery 15-year-old refused to back down. Not for a second. When a teammate was wronged, Lin Sheng stepped up, immediately, decisively. When injustice demanded redress, he delivered it on the spot. It was cathartic. For a young player to instantly capture fans' hearts, he must either launch a breathtaking solo run, or deliver a thunderous morale-lifting tackle, justice meted out in kind. Naviri, Genk supporter, instantly fell in love with this 15-year-old. Rainport lay dazed on the turf. Knee's vision blurred, his mind blank, except for one indelible image: Lin Sheng's retreating back and the cold, contemptuous glance cast over his shoulder. Thank you, brother. Just now, Lin Sheng's fierce tackle flipped his opponent over. Kevin De Bruyne knew clearly that it was a deliberate act of revenge, a way to vent his frustrations. For this, De Bruyne was quite grateful. Due to his character, he couldn't engage in such extreme behaviors, which only made his opponent's arrogance grow. Lin Sheng wouldn't spoil that person. Hey, referee, he should be sent off. Show the card, red card. All the players of Gent surrounded the referee while the fans in the stands shifted their anger entirely onto Lin Sheng. The deafening boos felt like tangible blades falling from all directions, striking Lin Sheng. Even his teammates from Genk felt worried for him. It was one thing for De Bruyne to be booed, but why was Lin Sheng also suffering? Was this the kind of pressure a 15-year-old boy should endure? The referee, having not issued any cards previously, still had a bit of conscience, avoiding any obvious bias. Faced with Lin Sheng's aggressive move that first tackled the ball, the referee merely issued a verbal warning. Hey, kid, watch your actions. Next time he'll show a card. However, as soon as the referee walked away, Lin Sheng, standing at the center of the field, suddenly raised his hands to his ears. WTF? What is he doing? So arrogant. Both teammates and opponents were stunned. Lin Sheng not only remained low-key, but even provoked the home fans. You're in the away game, this isn't your home. Can't you be a little more restrained? Sure enough, after a brief silence, the boos from the stands grew even louder. Some teammates couldn't bear the tension, breaking a sweat for Lin Sheng. The home fans were infuriated, unable to focus on anyone else, directing all their anger solely at Lin Sheng. He was like a tank in an MMO game, single-handedly taunting everyone on the opposing side, drawing all the hate. Haven't you eaten? Make your voices louder. Lin Sheng's expression was not fearful, but rather more excited. The referee turned around and nearly stumbled. He regretted not issuing a card. This kid. After this episode, the match continued. Clearly the home team, Gent, with their lead, was totally on a roll. They did not follow the tactic of steady accumulation, gradually wearing down the away team. Instead, Gent continuously directed the ball towards the center, with everyone aiming for Lin Sheng's defensive zone, hoping to teach this ignorant Eastern kid a lesson. Just as I wanted. The corners of Lin Sheng's mouth lifted in a barely noticeable arc. The plan was successful. He had not only vented De Bruyne's frustrations, but also redirected all the hate towards himself. At the same time, he hoped to fully utilize his talent and create opportunities for the team to turn the game around. There were still 40 minutes left, just one goal behind. Everything was possible. Currently, Lin Sheng's talents included the professional talent counterattack, heart, enhanced defensive statistics, with a certain probability of perfect interceptions and delivering critical passes. And the regular talents rewarded for each match. Xavi moment, after 25 consecutive passes, triggers an unstoppable lethal strike. Hey, I got it out, enhances ball protection, ensuring accurate backward passes and highlighting surrounding teammates, making it easier to notice their positions. Deflection, field opponents within range will shoot inaccurately. Coupled with the item Lucky 4-leaf clover, several talents initially formed a build that could work together. For instance, using the professional talent to intercept during defense and executing long passes for quick counters. If he could gain possession in the backfield, he could continually rack up 25 successful passes using perfect ball protection and backward passes, delivering a lethal strike at the right moment. In a sense, the youngest player in league history on the field was positioned as a deep-lying playmaker. His position typically resembled those well-known star players to the fans. Xhaka, Calhanoglu, Busquets, Rice, and even bigger names like Xavi Alonso and Rodri. Most importantly, this was not Lin Sheng's unilateral playing style. In the week after the new coach took charge, Frank Vercauteren had intentionally arranged for Lin Sheng to play the same role. As Lin Sheng gradually increased his touches on the ball and played a crucial role in defense, Pierre couldn't help, but he is really playing the core position. Can he handle it? Pierre, who usually believed in Lin Sheng, found himself worried for him this time. He knew the young man's potential, but would such a heavy burden leave him overwhelmed? Frank Vercauteren, who had only interacted with Lin Sheng for a short while, remained calm, casually sitting in a chair with his legs crossed. Wasn't this how we trained before? That was plan B. We had only practiced it for a short time. Real matches are the only true test. Frank Vercauteren's gaze was icy. If he can play, let him play. If he can't, just kick him out. Hiss. Pierre was always surprised by Frank Vercauteren's ruthlessness. Was the fate of a young genius decided so easily? At this moment, they had no other options. As the home team Gent's offense grew fiercer, the challenge for Genk became increasingly daunting. Again, quickly passing through the midfield, approaching the penalty area, Genk temporarily adopted a defensive stance, with nearly everyone retreating. Alright, pass it over, hand it to Tim Smolders. Then back to Reinport, making a late run. Reinport attempts to, having just been tackled, Reinport completely forgot about De Bruyne, his eyes red, charging straight at Lin Sheng. He had to get past this guy, score a goal, and humiliate him. Just a little Eastern brat, hasn't even grown hair yet, and is out here playing football. The professional scene is dangerous. Hurry back to school. He thought that with his skilled footwork, he could easily shake off this kid. Facing Lin Sheng, Reinport simply used a backheel flick to change direction and burst forward. Too inexperienced. Reinport had already surged past him with the ball. Just as he prepared to shoot, he kicked air. WTF. Where's the ball? Turning around, he found that the football was left at Lin Sheng's feet. The seemingly easy target, Lin Sheng, was now standing imperiously on the ball, casting a casual glance at Reinport, as if he was just a passing fish. Just a bystander in the Belgian league. What's there to be arrogant about? My opponent is a world superstar, and this stage is the Champions League final, damn it. In the next moment in Reinport's terrified gaze, Lin Sheng gave them no chance, promptly launching a long pass. The football flew like lightning over dozens of meters, landing right in front of Kevin De Bruyne. No one was bothering him anymore. After being troubled for most of the match, De Bruyne finally could charge into the penalty area, a clear path ahead. Lin Sheng, a brilliant transition from defense to attack, instantly tearing open a gap. This long pass was simply precise and decisive. Kevin De Bruyne charging towards the penalty area with the goalkeeper having abandoned the goal. Was he going to shoot this ball? Amidst the commentators' excited shout at the moment, Kevin De Bruyne lifted his foot to shoot his ankle unexpectedly. The football bypassed the goalkeeper, evading the desperately backtracking defenders, heading towards the far side of the goal. Hiss! 12,000 home fans instantly fell into despair, because there was a large black man galloping in. Moussa Keita, a tap into the empty net. This goal from Lin Sheng's setup to De Bruyne's assist, the French forward easily scored. The away team Genk suddenly transformed in the second half, forcefully equalizing the score. 1-1. The arena that once belonged to the Hell home ground has now fallen silent, instantly transforming into a library. At the same moment, in another small city, Genk, hundreds of kilometers away, almost every household could hear the passionate roars. The usually quiet night sky over Genk was exceptionally lively, with cheers ringing out one after another. Yes, I told you it would be great to have Shaolin play earlier. Don't get too excited, the doctor said. How can I? They equalized. Aunt de John could only helplessly watch her husband laugh, like a 3-year-old child. This match was indeed not easy for Genk. If previously they played poorly in the last 2 matches, they took the game seriously and achieved 2 consecutive victories. In this match, most of the team played earnestly, but the gap in strength was evident. They truly couldn't compete and were dominated throughout the match. At the critical moment, it was still the youngest player in the team who stepped up, successfully intercepting the ball and initiating a counterattack. De Bruyne understood immediately, making a timely run and assisting his teammate to equalize. The entire offensive process consisted of only 2 passes, simple and efficient. Lin Sheng did not receive an assist, yet he remained very happy, celebrating with his teammates. Lin, how did you provoke them just now? De Bruyne was puzzled. Lin Sheng had always been flamboyant, but never so arrogant, practically taunting his opponents. No wonder they were so enraged. But the entire crowd of fans was booing Lin Sheng. What if he couldn't handle it? Are you talking about the boos? How, what's that? Lin Sheng didn't care at all, even enjoying the barrage of boos. Do you know why they booed you in the first half? I don't know. Is it because I'm too bad? No, it's because you are a threat. De Bruyne was bewildered. How could playing well still get booed? You fool, you're their opponent. You performed well in the previous 2 matches and scored. Them booing you indicates that they subconsciously fear you. Indeed, De Bruyne had already been praised by Belgian media as a core player of the future golden generation of Belgium, his fame comparable to that of England's Wilshere, Spain's Fabregas, and France's Benzema and Ben Arfa. With the increased attention came more attacks from opponents. So the more they boo you, the more it shows how powerful you are. Isn't it much more reassuring? Moreover, the best way to respond to those rude guys is to score. If they dare to talk back, just score again until they have nothing left to say. Lin Sheng himself did not know that his theory of the benefits of boos would completely change Kevin De Bruyne's career. In the future, no matter how many boos he faces, no matter how much pressure he endures, he will always remember the wisdom of the Eastern people and become stronger with each battle. The match continued, and Genk was thoroughly enraged. Unable to expand the score at home, even getting equalized. It was simply disgraceful. The head coach brought in 2 players consecutively. Both defensive players were substituted for offensive ones to strengthen the attack and apply pressure. Reinport, who performed excellently in the first half, was overly aggressive in the second half, constantly targeting Lin Sheng, but each time he was intercepted and hit on the counter. As a result, the head coach directly substituted him off. Originally supposed to be the protagonist, he could only leave the field in disgrace, becoming Lin Sheng's backdrop. However, Genk's substitutions proved effective, though after removing the defensive players they were not threatened at all. Genk was already being pressed and unable to retaliate. The home team intensified their attack, relentlessly besieging the area in front of the goal. It had become a half-field battle. If it weren't for Lin Sheng repeatedly using the deflection field to save the situation, the goal would have likely been turned into a sieve. Another powerful shot. Slam. Hitting the post. Bouncing out. If Genk can hold the draw today, the post would definitely be their best 12th player. For consecutive shots were blocked by the post, Genk continuously missed great opportunities. The Genk players were stunned at what was happening. They couldn't even score despite having the ball right in front of the goal. Could it be that God is helping Genk? In fact, as long as they calmed down, reduced meaningless long shots from outside the box, patiently penetrated or crossed in front of the goal to utilize Zlatan's heading advantage. Even Lin Sheng's deflection field would be powerless. The deflections were slight. It was impossible to deflect the ball from the center of the goal to the outside. But Genk became increasingly anxious, playing more recklessly, wasting numerous opportunities. As the saying goes, wasting opportunities comes at a cost. After almost 30 minutes of Cenk's tight defense, the match time had reached over 80 minutes, getting closer to the end. At the same time, both sides were severely fatigued. The home team's offensive momentum gradually slowed down, constantly passing around in the front field looking for opportunities. At that moment, Lin Sheng noticed De Bruyne's position in the front, almost hovering on the edge of the offside line. He had a few chances to get the ball earlier, but did not trigger the heartfelt pass. He was worried about losing the pass or being offside, so he hadn't made a long pass. As long as he made the opponents vigilant again, it would be hard to execute the same trick. He had to wait for an opportunity. To avoid Lin Sheng's uncanny interceptions, Cenk had stopped attacking through the middle and had basically avoided Lin Sheng's defensive zone, seeking opportunities on the flanks. They weren't fools and didn't play recklessly. Dribbling around this silly kid to exhaust his stamina was the strategy arranged by their head coach. Lin Sheng was indeed pulled around many times, running from left to right, then from right to left. Even with the stamina boost from the Sage's mask and his professional talent, he was still feeling a significant drop in energy. Fortunately, his teammates helped defend and stabilize the situation. It was the final moments. He had to grit his teeth and fight. Lin Sheng exchanged glances with his teammates, and when the opponent sent the ball to the right side, he and the fullback actually switched positions. He had a 1v1 defense against the opposing right winger. Stijn de Smet was also an outstanding Belgian winger, ranking in the top 3 in attacking efficiency in this season's league, fast and capable of breakthroughs. Facing the detestable Eastern player, de Smet was not going to back down. His teammate had suffered, and he was determined to help his teammate take revenge. Stijn de Smet lowered his center of gravity, observing Lin Sheng's positioning, then suddenly made a run towards the baseline. Gotcha. Sure enough, as Lin Sheng also started to intercept, at the moment de Smet accelerated, he suddenly stopped and changed direction, altering the rhythm. The best strategy at this moment was to turn around and position himself inside the box as quickly as possible, trying to block the inside line, waiting for his teammates to assist. If he reacted slowly, he could also try to interfere from behind, but that risked fouling. The dumbest move would be to try to stretch out his foot to intercept the ball, which would only result in losing position and allowing the opponent to penetrate the box and create a threat. But Lin Sheng chose to use the third method and extended his foot to intercept the ball outside the box. Naive. Stijn de Smet thought that this kid had just made his teammates wary, but was definitely just a facade. It was so easy to create a breakthrough. WTF. Just like his previous teammates, de Smet's body moved past, yet the ball remained right there. He was a foot away and strangely intercepted the ball right in front of him. How could this be? The dribbles that had worked repeatedly before were truly intercepted by this uncanny guy. The most terrifying part was that he did not carry the ball, giving no chance for a counter-interception. Instead, he took a powerful kick from near the corner flag, directly crossing 80 meters to find his teammate in the diagonal front. On the other side, Kevin De Bruyne had been waiting for a long time. Kevin De Bruyne. This ball is onside. It's an unknown chance. Lin's long pass was simply too sharp. It allowed De Bruyne to receive the ball comfortably. The goalkeeper came out. De Bruyne boldly chipping the ball from outside the box. Accompanied by the desperate gazes of the home team players and the fans, the soccer ball traced a gentle arc and fell into the net. 2-1. Can you believe it? Cenk completed a comeback under extremely unfavorable conditions away from home. The 18-year-old De Bruyne and the 15-year-old Lin Sheng executed a counterattack that spanned the entire field. The Lin De Bruyne connection, a lethal strike. 3 consecutive victories. The young stars of Cenk orchestrate a comeback. The biggest upset of this round. A mysterious super substitute from the East. Cenk, which was nearly at the bottom, miraculously achieved 3 consecutive wins, successfully overturning the third-ranked AA Gent despite being at a severe disadvantage. The reason this victory over a stronger opponent is so remarkable is precisely because it is so rare. Before the match, no one, be it Belgian media, spectators, fans of either side, or betting markets, could have predicted that Cenk would win. With only 3 shots on goal and 2 hitting the target, resulting in 2 goals. In contrast, Gent, playing at home, had 80 possession with 21 shots, only 5 on target, and scored just 1 goal. A strong team that dominated the game unexpectedly lost to a bottom team, conceding 3 points at their own home ground. This was certainly due to Gent players frequently wasting opportunities. Of course, we need to give more applause to Cenk's 2 young talents, Kevin De Bruyne and Lin Sheng. It was Cenk's bold substitutions in the second half that sounded the horn for the team's counterattack. Both goals were without exception the result of crucial interceptions by Lin Sheng in the backfield, who then quickly delivered passes to De Bruyne in the front. Kevin De Bruyne was able to fully showcase his talents, contributing 1 assist and 1 goal. From the first half, we could see that he was quite overwhelmed under tight and fierce defense. The home team effectively contained this Belgian hope star while fully suppressing the visitors and creating numerous opportunities. Unfortunately, they should have ended the game in the first half. Cenk's new coach Frank Vercauteren took an unconventional approach by substituting core player Balda and boldly entrusting heavy responsibilities to the 15-year-old. The miraculous young player Lin Sheng, who had made contributions as a substitute in the previous 2 rounds, did not disappoint the team this time either. His appearance completely stabilized the team and utilized his tenacity to complete 2 crucial interceptions. He showcased his exceptional ability to seize opportunities and his exquisite long passing skills. We had thought that such a level of counterattack planning could only be executed by midfield masters like Xabi Alonso. Who would have thought that the deciding factor in this match would be an underage rookie? Just 3 months ago, he was signed by Manchester United's coach Ferguson and was labeled by the English media as the biggest flop in the club's history. After being loaned to Genk for 3 months, he seems to be gradually proving his worth to the world, demonstrating that Ferguson did not make a mistake in his judgment. Being young is no barrier. He absolutely has the capability to establish himself in the first team. With 12 rounds remaining in the Belgian Pro League, we have every reason to anticipate the performances of Genk's young stars. This time it's not the regional Limburg Daily, but rather Belgium's largest football media outlet, Football Magazine. Its authority in the country is comparable to Francis Lequip and France Football and Germany's Kicker. Most importantly, Belgian media finally stopped heaping praise on the already famous Kevin De Bruyne and instead shifted their focus to Lin Sheng for the first time. The differences in De Bruyne's performance between the first and second halves were evident. Anyone with even a little football knowledge could easily identify the key figure. Substitute Lin Sheng was the real game changer. The coach chose to place all the pressure on him, and he perfectly withstood the pressure, helping the team achieve a crucial turnaround. This is the derby of the Flanders region, and due to the similar names of the two teams, there have been many grievances and confrontations over the years. K.R.C. Genk has suffered greatly at the hands of AA Gent, not even deserving to carry their shoes. Genk fans have endured for years and finally found an opportunity to redeem themselves. There is nothing more exhilarating than overturning the opponent on their home turf. What a relief. So when the Genk team returned to their training base on the bus after local rest, fans from the small town gathered almost entirely at the entrance. A group of people waved banners, blue and white scarves and team flags, wildly cheering and singing the team anthem at the bus. The scene was so passionate that it almost got out of control. This was just a regular Pro League match, yet it felt even more joyful than winning a championship. For the small town fans, this comeback was truly hard-earned. The team proved with 3 points that Genk is capable of defeating teams ranked higher. They have the strength to vie for a spot in European competitions. Even if this season doesn't pan out, next season will surely be possible. The moment Kevin De Bruyne stepped off the bus, the fans present erupted into a thunderous cheer. Kevin, look over here. The young boy felt a bit embarrassed, his ears turning red as he shyly waved to everyone and hurried into the training. Having slept on the bus, Lin Sheng was the last to get off. To his surprise, the fans erupted into cheers and applause for him, with an enthusiasm that rivaled that for De Bruyne. His outstanding performances over the past 3 rounds, several brilliant assists and fierce tackles, made the small-town fans quickly fall in love with this young Eastern player, even though he is only here on loan this season. F.A. Lin Sheng, facing the fans who blushed and cheered his name in unison. Lin Sheng was momentarily stunned. He had imagined countless times enjoying the cheers of tens of thousands of people under the spotlight on the pitch, becoming the idol everyone admired. He never expected that day would come so soon. Even if it was in a small town like Genk, far from the mainstream of football, the fans' enthusiasm was invaluable to him. They were calling his name in a slightly imperfect Chinese. The distant eastern country, though not Lin Sheng's homeland, has a profound connection with him due to his childhood Chinese education and his own Han Chinese blood, giving him a strong sense of belonging. Being called by his Chinese name was quite touching. However, with Lin Sheng's personality, the moment of emotion was fleeting. He was more about enjoying this stage. Such wonderful cheers, let there be more of this. Amidst the applause, Lin Sheng boldly jumped off the bus, took a few steps to gather momentum, and then leaped high into the air, completing a full turn to clearly display his number and name to his supporters. Number 23 Lin Sheng's powerful movements reignited the enthusiasm of everyone present. Everyone knew he was Portuguese, so in sync with his unique celebratory action, the crowd shouted in unison, "Shoo!" The head coach Frank Vercauteren and Pierre Denier could not help but chuckle at the scene. He truly is a player born for the big stage. Indeed. After enjoying the fans' cheers, Lin Sheng waved and returned to the training base. However, suddenly he felt a bit strange. The earlier action was not premeditated. He had never practiced such a celebration. It was a spontaneous burst of inspiration. Where have I seen this before? Has anyone celebrated like this? It seemed like a signature celebration of one of the world's top stars. As Christmas approaches, there are 2 final rounds of matches before the winter break. Having just completed a 3-game winning streak, Genk has no time to celebrate as they face the upcoming challenges. With a continuous accumulation of 9 points, they now have 22 points, temporarily ranking 10th in the league mid-table. More importantly, they are just 4 points behind 6th place Beerschot. Unlike the championship models of other mainstream leagues, the Belgian Pro League does not decide its champion based on league rankings. According to the rules of the Belgian Pro League, teams ranked 7th to 14th are eligible to participate in the Europa League playoffs for a chance to qualify for the Europa League. Teams ranked 1st to 6th, on the other hand, can participate in a single round-robin playoff for the championship. The team with the highest points in the playoff will be crowned that season's Belgian Pro League champion, and automatically enter the Champions League group stage. The second place in the playoffs will enter the Champions League qualifying rounds. This means that any team finishing in the top 6 could potentially make a late surge for the championship. At the very least, they can secure a spot in the Champions League. It's just a 4-point gap. This subtle change has inevitably impacted the Genk team. As a result, the coaching staff began to entertain bolder ideas. Could it be that this season, instead of merely fighting for relegation, they suddenly have a chance to contend for the championship? In the 19th round of the Belgian Pro League, Genk hosted 7th place Waasland Beveren. In this crucial 6-point match, the entire Genk team was fully motivated and prepared to give it their all. Lin Sheng, having performed excellently in the last 3 rounds, was unsurprisingly included in the matchday squad. Unfortunately, he remained on the bench for the entire 90 minutes of the match and did not get a chance to play. Perhaps due to the 3 consecutive victories and the possibility of contending for the championship, the entire Genk team swung to the other extreme, going from initially low morale to full excitement. This led to everyone wanting to showcase their abilities and each individual striving to be the hero of the team. They certainly couldn't let 2 young newcomers outshine them. Thus, everyone launched a frenzied attack, relentlessly pursuing Waasland Beveren. The visiting team Waasland Beveren is not a weak squad. Being ranked 7th means they are no pushover, as they are known for their defensive prowess, having drawn nearly half of their first 18 matches. Faced with the momentum of a 3-game winning streak, Genk found Waasland Beveren setting up a solid defense from the start, clearly aiming to secure a point away from home. This not afraid of boiling water attitude made things quite troublesome for Genk. They were adept at counterattacking and not particularly skilled in breaking down defenses. With a swarm of players surrounding the opponent's penalty area, they found themselves at a loss against a wall of defense. The first half ended with a score of 0-0. Lin Sheng thought he would get a chance in the second half as the coach had him warm up multiple times. However, the team still couldn't break the deadlock. What they needed was an offense, not defense. In the 62nd minute of the second half, their midfield mainstay Brazilian Edson suffered an unexpected injury and was carried off the pitch on a stretcher. Head coach Vercauteren glanced at Lin Sheng and after some hesitation substituted in the experienced attacking midfielder Belgian Thomas Buffel. Thomas Buffel is known for his short passes and penetrating runs along with a decent long shot. His set-piece skills and creativity are outstanding. The coach hopes he can create chemistry with De Bruyne to break through the dense defense. Then in the 77th minute, another attacker was brought on, the speedy left-winger Dutchman Bucks, to continue the assault. Finally, in the 85th minute, the team scored a goal. Bucks delivered a cross from the left, and the strong, tall striker Musa found the back of the net. It seems that this match is secured. Although Lin Sheng did not take the field, he hopes for the team to win, as this would provide an opportunity to enter the championship playoffs. However, merely 1 minute later, the away team, Wear County, managed to equalize with a long counterattack. This was clearly Lin Sheng's most proficient method, yet it resulted in the opponent scoring. The advantage that was just gained vanished. Lin Sheng looked at the head coach with an urgent gaze, almost raising his hand to volunteer. However, Frank Wycotteren named the team's biggest star, number 10, El Yanif Balda, for the last substitution. The Israeli player had sat out 2 matches. It seemed the head coach still had to rely on his talent at critical moments. He would have to be utilized more in the future. After all, he was the team's most skilled player. What a 15-year-old genius. It was probably just to stimulate his own performance. El Yanif Balda even looked at Lin Sheng with a smug expression, unable to contain the smile at the corner of his mouth. In his view, as long as he stepped onto the field, he could once again become the hero of the team, the king of Chedka Arena. What's the deal? Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and win the game. Lin Sheng was utterly speechless. This guy was dawdling leisurely, making his way onto the field. One would think the team was leading by a large score. As a professional player, one must adhere to the ethics of being a professional. Even if he didn't understand the head coach's intentions, he had to comply with the tactical arrangements. Given his current reputation, there was no reason to act like a ball hog. It should be known that status on the field is earned through each match. Lin Sheng was not anxious about this moment. After coming to this realization, his mindset returned to normal. He carefully observed the characteristics of each player on the field, contemplating what he would do to achieve victory if he were in their position. On the other side, assistant coach Pierre's side. Frank, wouldn't it be better to put Lin in for a charge? No. Frank Wycotteren remained serious. His technical level and creativity are not yet sufficient to break through a dense defense in the front line. If we were counterattacking from the back, I would have no hesitation in putting him in. But right now we need a game changer. But Balda's professionalism is really questionable. So this is his last chance. Wycotteren scoffed. If he's still the same as before, then he might as well rot on the bench. I'd rather give the opportunity. All right. It seems we can only hope he can perform as he used to. Pierre silently prayed. Unfortunately, Balda completely disappointed him. As the highest paid player on the team, Balda was utterly ineffective once he stepped onto the field, even having a negative effect. He had the highest ball possession. As long as he raised his hand for the ball, everyone would pass it to him. However, once the ball was passed to him, it was impossible to get it back. He always tried to dribble through, often attempting 1v2 or 1v3, thinking he could save the team with his skills. On the other side, De Bruyne was open but did not pass, insisting on breaking through with the ball only to have the possession intercepted. If he had Messi's skills it would be acceptable, but Balda's skills, though good, were not abundant. He was better at making off-the-ball runs to receive the ball rather than charging forward with it. Opportunities were wasted time and again, and ultimately the match ended 11. Henk missed the best chance to score points, only earning 1 point, and remaining in 10th place, or squandering the momentum from 3 consecutive victories. Moreover, the most important thing was that in the next match, the last game before the winter break, Henk would face the team ranked first in the league, last season's champions, the true tyrant of the Belgian league, Anderlecht. It seemed that Henk would lose points again and be kicked back down below 10th place. The disappointing draw at home cooled the emotions of Henk's fans, who had just started to warm up. There were cries of despair with a hint of hopelessness. Back in the dressing room, the Henk players fell silent. So much so that for the following week the atmosphere in the team seemed to revert back to before the last 3 matches, returning to those days of consecutive losses. It's over, it's completely over. Everyone seems off. Courtois shrugged helplessly. He remained unable to make the roster, only anxious on the sidelines. De Bruyne was as silent as ever, sitting on the field without saying a word. It was such a pity that last match Balda had passed to him, and he had the chance to deliver a perfect cross. Seeing the situation, Lin Sheng was about to tell a joke to uplift his teammates' spirits. Suddenly a voice came from behind, startling the 3 of them. "What are you doing?" It was the head coach, Frank Wijkhouderen. Courtois and De Bruyne both fell silent, somewhat intimidated by this fierce coach. "Nothing, we were just preparing to practice a bit more later." Lin Sheng was not afraid of him. "Oh, be mindful of your training volume, don't overdo it." "Understood." Unexpectedly, Wijkhouderen walked a short distance with a straight face, suddenly turned back. "Hey Lin, what? Perform well in training this week, and if you meet the standards you'll start in the next match." After saying that, he left coolly, leaving behind 3 stunned youngsters. "No way. Holy shit. Lin, I can't believe my ears." "You heard correctly." Lin Sheng confidently lay on the grass, one hand shading his eyes from the sun, then clenched his fist as if to grasp his opportunity. "I'm going to start. Let's warmly celebrate our Xiao Lin's debut." "Yeah. No, Uncle Derong, this is too much fanfare. I haven't even won the championship yet." No, a debut is a big deal and worth celebrating." "Exactly, Lin, your Uncle Derong got up early to buy chocolate and low gluten flour. He is even happier than you thinking of making this cake. The last time I saw him bake was back when he was pursuing me." Reflecting on the past, Aunt Derong lightly chastised her husband, but it was clear she was pleased deep down. "Nonsense. It was clearly you who pursued me. Oh, when I was young there were plenty of girls around me." "Oh, is that so?" No, it was still you who stood out. I picked you at first glance." Faced with the fierce gaze of his aunt, Uncle Derong laughed nervously and conceded. Lin Sheng watched this couple in their 50s bickering, as usual, filled with envy. "I wonder where my parents are, and if they were as happy back then." After taking a bite of the Belgian caramel cake made by Uncle Derong, "Wow, it's so sweet. Perfect for Westerners, but perhaps a bit too rich for Easterners." Nevertheless, Lin Sheng ate with great seriousness. If not for his discipline as a professional athlete, he would have wanted another piece. The elderly couple looked at Lin Sheng, their eyes filled with admiration. With a good character, a serious approach to football, and immeasurable talent, he would surely become a football star. Unlike their daughter at home, who after leaving for the Netherlands has never come back despite being close by. Although they were landlords and tenants, the Derong couple had already regarded Lin Sheng as their own child. Today Uncle Derong was so happy that he couldn't help but drink a couple more beers and began to boast. "Lin, don't fear Anderlecht, let's beat them 30. Let's crush them. Watch the quality." Aunt Derong sighed in exasperation. Half of Lin Sheng's Dutch curse words were learned from Uncle Derong. As for beating Anderlecht by a large margin, Lin Sheng just took it as a joke. The more he was a professional player, the more he understood the disparity in strength between the two sides. Any minor weakness could become the opponent's breakthrough point, not to mention full suppression. The match in 2 days was bound to be a tough battle. But Lin Sheng was not afraid. Just go for it. Facing this ordinary Jupiler Pro League match, Anderlecht was filled with grievances. Of course, this grievance was not directed at Genk, but at the recent Champions League group stage. Last season they defeated Standard Liège to win the championship, advancing to the group stage of the Champions League group with Arsenal, Olympiacos, and AZ Alkmaar. Theoretically, apart from the strong opponent Arsenal, the other 2 teams were not strong. Anderlecht drew a favorable lot. Olympiacos from the Greek league was about on par with Anderlecht, presenting an opportunity to score points. AZ Alkmaar from the Eredivisie was even more of a weak team. They only needed to lose slightly or draw against Arsenal, aim for a victory against Olympiacos, and win both matches against AZ Alkmaar. This way they could qualify for the Champions League knockout stage as the second in their group. In the end, they only won 1 match, with the rest either draws or losses, accumulating only 4 points and finishing at the bottom, tragically bidding farewell to their Champions League journey for the new season. After the Champions League ended last week, the morale of the whole team was quite low, and the fans were not in a good mood either. Fortunately, their league opponent was Genk, who was easy to handle. Anderlecht from top to bottom held a strong determination to thoroughly thrash Genk to boost the team's morale. There's no choice. Ooh, I have no grudge against you, but you're the target. Who told poor Cenk to run into the league's dominant team after a loss? Before the match, Anderlecht forward Argentinian Nicolas Frutos boldly declared to the camera, "That's right, we haven't played well in the Champions League. But we will take the league seriously, aiming to return to the Champions League next season and start anew. Facing Cenk next, we will aim for a big win, scoring more than 3 goals to adjust our form." This is not just my opinion. The entire Anderlecht team shares a similar attitude. Czech midfielder Jan Polak also stated, "If I were to predict the score, I estimate we'll win by more than 2 goals. We are stronger than them. As long as we play seriously, a big win is easy." Even Anderlecht's coach, 55-year-old Ariel Jacobs, did not hold back. At the press conference, he almost boldly declared in front of Cenk's coach and the media, "Our only goal in this match is 3 points. We will repay our fans with a big victory at home. Let's forget the unpleasantness from the Champions League and aim to dominate the league again." In the face of Anderlecht's provocation, no one from Cenk dared to respond. After being humiliated for several years, if they were to talk back, now they would surely be ridiculed by the opposing fans. As for winning, laughable, how could they defeat Anderlecht? Outside the training base, a group of Cenk players remained tight-lipped. The Belgian TV reporters were frustrated, unable to gather any material. It was so boring. At that moment, Lin Sheng happened to walk out of the training base. He still hadn't bought a car, running home every day, and was caught by the reporters. The beautiful female reporter dressed rather revealingly in the winter, deliberately accentuating her curves, hoping to tempt the young man into speaking out of impulse. "Lin, you performed excellently in the previous rounds and have made the squad for the next match. What do you think about Anderlecht?" Lin Sheng did not hide his glances, causing the female reporter to beam with pride as she puffed out her chest. Sure enough, the young man couldn't hold back. "I think the Anderlecht players are arrogant. The match hasn't even started and they think they can win. Then there's no need to play. Oh, just give them 3 points to save trouble. In my opinion, football is roundo. Anything can happen." They have confidence in beating Cenk by a large margin. I also have confidence in defeating Anderlecht and letting them taste the consequences of arrogance. After saying that, Lin Sheng walked away gracefully. The Belgian TV female reporter nodded in satisfaction. "I told you this trick always works. Bullying a kid, how wicked of you." The cameraman chuckled helplessly. Meanwhile, De Bruyne had already noticed the commotion and hurried over. "Lin, what did you just say to the reporter?" "I just said we could take down Anderlecht. Those people are a bit arrogant." "Wait, did you really say that? You weren't charmed by the female reporter, were you?" "Her. At most she has a good figure, but her looks are pretty average. I'm not interested in that kind of female reporter." He preferred women who matched Eastern aesthetics. "I genuinely believe that Anderlecht is not scary. In the entire Jupiler Pro League, everyone is on par. The real opponents are in the Champions League." Hiss. Kevin De Bruyne knew Lin Sheng's character, but he still underestimated Lin Sheng's vision. He didn't consider Belgian teams at all, always aiming for the Champions League giants. He was nearly 3 years younger than himself. On the other hand, De Bruyne was still feeling down from the previous match's draw, doubting himself. At this moment, influenced by Lin Sheng, Kevin De Bruyne also felt a surge of bravado. "That's right. Why can't we? Let's crush Anderlecht. I'm here to dominate." The year 2009 was coming to an end on December 28th, during the Christmas holiday. Match day 20, Anderlecht vs. Cenk. Before the match, when the Belgian television aired Lin Sheng's interview, the first reaction from all Anderlecht fans was not anger, but laughter. "I am confident that I can defeat Anderlecht and make them taste the consequences of their arrogance." Lin Sheng, handsome, yet slightly immature in appearance, had a rather serious expression on the television. In a bar next to the Anderlecht stadium, a group of home team fans burst into laughter, filling the entire bar with a joyful atmosphere. "This kid is too cute, it cracks me up. Don't underestimate him. He was the best player of the match in the previous 18 rounds, the secret weapon of Cenk. Ha ha. Oh dear, are we doomed today then? What if he starts? That's really terrifying. Ha ha, enough already." Some young female fans with attractive figures couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up to stop these sarcastic guys. "He has a name, it's Lin. Moreover, he is a player that Ferguson has taken notice of, performing well every time he plays. Yeah, and he's really handsome. It's a pity he's too young. If he were 18, I would definitely wait for him at the training ground and give him everything. Stop being infatuated. You're not deserving of someone so good looking. I think the club should consider signing this young man. For this match, I feel he is right. We really can't take it lightly." Suddenly, someone blurted this out, and the bar fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into even louder laughter. "That's a good joke. Genius. You should try stand-up comedy. If Cenk wins, he'll treat everyone. Ha ha ha, you never planned it." With the battle imminent, no home team fan was worried about their team losing to Cenk. Meanwhile, the away fans of Cenk entered the stadium quietly, tails between their legs. There had been no grudges between the two teams for the past 2 years, and the atmosphere was relatively friendly. An hour before the match, more than 2,000 fans at Lotto Park were already singing the team's anthem, looking forward to a great victory to enjoy this beautiful Christmas holiday. It's so noisy. In the away team's locker room at Lotto Park, the soundproofing was quite poor. Lin Sheng could clearly hear the singing from inside the stadium. The away team's shower room was also terrible, Turning on the faucet, the water that dripped from above was icy cold with no hot water at all. Additionally, the wooden benches in the player locker room were moldy, giving off a faint, strange smell. Anderlecht's home ground was originally called Constant van den Stock Stadium, a rather awkward name. It was built in 1917 and later rebuilt at the original site in the 1980s. Recently, the gambling giant Lotto has been negotiating sponsorship with the club, and according to custom, some people also refer to the stadium as Lotto Stadium. It was not until 2019 that it was officially renamed Lotto Park. Due to being a stadium from the 1980s, the facilities were indeed quite outdated. The home team must have renovated their side, replacing it with modern equipment. But what about the away team's locker room? Who cares? It was probably left as is, intentionally making it uncomfortable for the visiting team. Many clubs employ this tactic, keeping the away team's locker room conditions poor to deliberately undermine their opponent's mentality. The players on site had become accustomed to it, but Lin Sheng, with his shorter professional experience, was quite indignant. How does it feel to make your first start? De Bruyne felt a sense of superiority. In the team, he was the senior, while Lin Sheng was the junior. Not much feeling. Starting and being a substitute are just about playing. At most, the starters play a bit longer. Aren't you nervous? De Bruyne felt a sense of imbalance again. A bit nervous, I suppose. That's more like it. No, rather than being nervous, it's more about excitement. Lin Sheng's eyes sparkled with fiery determination. This time De Bruyne was truly impressed. He had never seen a player so full of fighting spirit. Making his first start, yet he wasn't flustered at all. Head coach Frank Vercauteren entered the locker room and calmly emphasized the tactical arrangements on the tactical board, like a teacher, highlighting key points before students take an exam. Before stepping onto the field, there could be no complex tactical arrangements. The content for the match was all things the players had practiced hundreds of times before. From this point on, the head coach's task was complete, and everything was left to the players to perform. I will say one thing. Frank Vercauteren had a serious expression. Forget the opponent's ranking, forget your own ranking. This is just an ordinary league match. Regardless of who the opponent is, you need to bring your best form, and that's enough. Alright, go blue and white. The morale of Genk was quite good, and they did not give up on themselves because of the In his first start, Lin Sheng eagerly followed his teammates towards the players' tunnel. Meanwhile, the core player number 10, Elianif Balda, who had been highly anticipated in the last round, could only wear a substitute training kit and head to the bench. He looked at Lin Sheng's youthful and energetic back, his gaze already dim. Hello, it's me. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Balda pulled out his phone and called his agent. The club you mentioned before, we can discuss it now. Yes, I want to leave. Anywhere is fine. Lin, don't be nervous, relax. Oh, we will help you. Standing in the players' tunnel, Lin Sheng was warming up his limbs when the central midfielder Balish Toth suddenly spoke to him. The 27-year-old Hungarian was a solid midfield barrier for the team, good at defense and aggressive in tackles. Unfortunately, his attacking ability was not particularly outstanding, otherwise he would have had more space to develop. Lin Sheng usually paired with him when he came on. This time, because the main defensive midfielder, the Brazilian Edson, was out for 2 months due to injury, Lin Sheng finally had the opportunity to earn a starting position. Balish Toth assumed the younger brother was nervous and wanted to help him out. Unexpectedly, Lin Sheng smiled easily. Balish, please pass the ball to me more later, and let's score one against them. Oh, Balish Toth realized he had worried unnecessarily. The state of the young man was still quite good. Lin Sheng was indeed talented, and Balish Toth could consider giving him more ball privileges. Lin Sheng spoke to him in English, which was overheard by the opposing home team players. They scoffed derisively. A little brat being so arrogant, they would let him experience the strength of a champion team later. Unfortunately, this was an away game, and Lin Sheng's first start did not welcome a good atmosphere. When the home DJ introduced the away players, it was barely mentioned, with no applause at all, and even some scattered boos. When introducing the home team players, they received a unified cheer from over 2,000 fans. If only I could start at home too. Lin Sheng longed for the grand stage. Whether it was boos or cheers from his own fans, the more people there were, the better he performed. Finally, a series of pre-match rituals came to an end. Lin Sheng stood on the field waiting for the opposing player to kick off. At that moment, as expected, the golden finger, though late, arrived. Newbie luck aura activated. Triggered extra talent reward. Please select 1 regular talent. Achievement unlocked. First career star. Luck aura triggered for a crit. Randomly upgrade 1 regular talent. Yes, I can draw a rare, common, rare, uncommon, epic, legendary. Is there a chance for a higher level talent to appear? It was rather exasperating. The talent granted this time left Lin Sheng both amused and bewildered. Choose 1 standard talent. 1. Wing Cavalier, common, speed increased by 50 near the touchline. 2. In-cut Dragon, common, during an in-cut from the wing toward the penalty area, shooting accuracy is temporarily boosted by 20 points, while passing accuracy is temporarily reduced by 20 points, effective for 5 seconds. 3. Causal Logic shot, rare, growth oriented. A shot has a faint chance to trigger causal logic, guaranteeing a goal. If none of the first 4 shots find the net, the 5th is guaranteed to score. Wait, all 3 options are offensive talents. This match is against Anderlecht, the strongest team in the Belgian Pro League. It is foreseeable that Anderlecht will dominate across all key metrics: possession percentage, shot count, and pass volume, outpacing Genk comprehensively. Compounded by the away fixture, Genk's coaching staff set their primary tactical objective as securing a single point on the road, relying heavily on disciplined defensive organization and lethal counterattacks. Over the past week, and indeed throughout the entire season, their tactical drills have centered exclusively on this defensive counter philosophy. Lin Sheng's designated role mirrored this strategy, anchoring the midfield as a defensive shield and serving as an unobtrusive pivot for transitions, leveraging his exceptional spatial awareness, pinpoint long-range distribution, and high interception efficiency. For the vast majority of the match, Lin Sheng would remain deep, dueling for loose balls in his own half or circulating possession with short controlled passes. Where then would he possibly find himself in the final third, let alone take a shot? Even a speculative long-range strike from outside the box would likely occur only 2 or 3 times across 90 minutes. 5 shots. Preposterous. Yet there was no choice among the 3 options. This was undeniably the most formidable. 2 white, 1 blue. The blue talent had to be selected. To hesitate even a second would be an affront to the very word rare. As for the term growth-oriented, Lin Sheng had no immediate grasp of its meaning. The match had already begun. He had no time to ponder. He swiftly confirmed his selection and sprinted back to his position, ready to face the storm. Cause a logic shot, rare, successfully selected. In an unnoticed corner of his vision, a hidden counter flickered silently. 0-5. He had no inkling, yet, of what this talent would soon unleash upon him. This fixture marks round 20 of the Belgian Pro League, a marquee clash. League leaders Anderlecht host Genk, currently 10th in the table. As reigning champions, Anderlecht's campaign has been nothing short of stellar, topping the regular standings by a commanding. They have all but secured a berth in the playoff stage. Genk, meanwhile, had stood on the cusp of the top 6 after their alas, they squandered a golden opportunity at home and slipped further down the ladder. Now facing the league's mightiest side, their playoff hopes appear to recede with every passing minute. Let us examine the starting lineups. Anderlecht lines up in a 442 formation. Goalkeeper Mike Courtier. Up front, Kanu and Romelu Lukaku. Having concluded Anderlecht's lineup, the commentators singled out their talismanic striker, Romelu Lukaku. Within Belgian football, he is hailed as the Little Beast, a 17-year-old phenomenon blazing brightest among all young stars. Just as Genk boasts elite U18 prospects, so too does Anderlecht. The local powerhouse cultivate prodigies of its own. Standing 186 centimeters tall and weighing nearly 85 kilograms, Lukaku combines precocious height and raw physical power, making him a relentless force on the pitch. With further growth and targeted strength training, he will evolve into an unstoppable tank-like presence. Ambidextrous, blisteringly quick with the ball, technically refined, and equally dangerous with headers, long-range strikes, and explosive close-range finishes. He possesses multiple pathways to goal. His playing style bears a striking resemblance to that of Chelsea legend Didier Drogba. In recent UEFA Champions League group stage matches, he netted 3 goals. In the domestic league, he has already scored 11 in 20 rounds, topping his club's scoring charts and emerging as the clear frontrunner for the Golden Boot. At just 17, Kevin De Bruyne had yet to break into the senior squad, while Lukaku was already a household name, a lethal finisher feared across the league. Together with Eden Hazard, who plies his trade in League One, they formed the luminous core of Belgium's golden generation. Confronted by this towering dark-haired striker, Genk's entire squad bristled with tension. This 17-year-old boy would be their gravest threat. All except Lin Sheng. Oddly, each time he laid eyes on Romelu Lukaku, an inexplicable urge to laugh welled up, like spotting a beloved comedic actor on screen. How strange. I've never met Lukaku before. Utterly baffling. On television, the commentator turned to Genk's starting 11. It is evident Genk's manager fears Anderlecht's attacking prowess, hence the deployment of a triple defensive midfield setup to fortify the backline. Goalkeeper Laszlo Kotless. Defenders Anil Joao Carlos Tobin Jonarite Danny Pudel. Midfielders Balish Toth DM Lin Sheng DM Fabian Camus CMF Usagens LMF Kevin De Bruyne RMF. Striker Musa Koida. Notably, Genk's miraculous young talent, Lin Sheng, starts today. In his last 3 appearances off the bench, he delivered astonishing impact, orchestrating 3 consecutive comebacks and securing 3 straight wins. When he sat out the previous round, Genk failed to win. All eyes now turned to him, and to De Bruyne, for brilliance. The co-commentator also observed the youth-laden narrative of this encounter. 3 teenagers, all under 19, Romelu Lukaku, Kevin De Bruyne, and Lin Sheng, may well define tonight's spectacle. The much-heralded Lukaku nearly breached Genk's goal in the 2nd minute. The ball played centrally. Exclamation marks erupted. So electrified was the commentator, he nearly leapt from his seat, watching helplessly as the ball skimmed past the upright. An inch away. A header from Lukaku just moments after kickoff. Anderlecht's opening salvo. Extremely dangerous. No wonder they reign supreme in the league. Indeed, their relentless pressing and incisive passing left Genk scrambling. Then, without warning, a swift switch to the right flank accelerated the tempo dramatically. As Lukaku surged into the center to meet the cross, not a single Genk defender marked him. Fortunate it wasn't headed in. Cenk's backline committed a glaring oversight. No one tracked Lukaku. Unbeknownst to all, just outside the penalty area, Lin Sheng quietly exhaled in relief. Moments earlier, a few decisive strides had allowed him to activate his deflection field, diverting Lukaku's header just wide. A conceded goal so early would have been disastrous. Deflection field activated, cooldown now engaged. Caution must prevail. True to form, Anderlecht probed deep into the box moments later, only for Lukaku to unleash another thunderous shot barely parried by the goalkeeper, earning a corner kick. Within 3 minutes, Anderlecht had crafted 2 genuine goal-scoring opportunities, intensifying Lin Sheng's pressure exponentially. Formidable. In the grand arc of his career, Anderlecht would one day seem trivial, mere roadside scenery. But here now, it was the strongest adversary he had ever faced. De Bruyne noticed Lin Sheng's legs trembling slightly, surely a sign of mounting stress, and prepared to off. Instead, he found Lin Sheng grinning. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. What's fascinating? Facing a strong opponent. That's when the game truly ignites. A monster. Overwhelmed by Lin Sheng's uncanny resolve, De Bruyne hastily retreated to defend the corner. The ensuing kick yielded only a wild long-range effort, wide of target. Cenk escaped, barely. When Cenk advanced, Anderlecht's defense held firm, not underestimating their visitors for a moment, denying them in. De Bruyne's dribbling assault came to naught. He hurriedly passed off, only for his teammate to fire a tame, inconsequential shot, ending the attack. Just as everyone anticipated an inevitable Anderlecht triumph, suddenly the unthinkable unfolded, leaving spectators utterly dumbfounded. Oh. Unbelievable. That goal. Can you believe it? In just the 4th minute, away side Cenk has struck first. The scoreboard reads 0-1. Cenk leads. The scorer, Moussa Koita, Cenk striker. The architect of this magical assist, Cenk's miracle boy, Lin Sheng. Whoa. Thibaut Courtois, watching from home, could scarcely believe his eyes. Lin Sheng had just engineered a pivotal goal against Anderlecht. In that instant, Thibaut Courtois realized the heights Lin Sheng might someday reach could eclipse even the combined legacies of himself and De Bruyne. Anderlecht underestimated Lin Sheng's abilities. As their formation pressed forward, intending to launch a fierce attack, Lin Sheng naturally became the focal point of their attention. Before the match, Anderlecht players boasted, and Lin Sheng responded with a counterattack. This ensured that he was remembered. As a result, the Anderlecht players intentionally aimed to break through Lin Sheng's area. In previous rounds, other teams that tried to breach Lin Sheng's defense had all suffered setbacks, yet Anderlecht was undeterred. They were determined to take down this kid. Thus it played right into Lin Sheng's hands. The opponent executed a long pass to Lukaku, who headed the ball down to his teammate Kanu. If Kanu opted for a direct pass into the penalty area, Lukaku would have a chance for a clear shot. But he deliberately took an extra step, seeking to challenge Lin Sheng unknown. Facing the fast and strong Kanu, Lin Sheng did not rashly extend his leg. Instead, he calmly observed Kanu's movements and lowered his center of gravity. As Kanu charged in, intending to change direction and accelerate, Lin Sheng decisively extended his leg. His professional talent counterattack heart was triggered, with a 100 chance to intercept in a 1v1 situation. A concept-level ability. No matter if you are Messi or Maradona, as long as it is triggered, interception is certain. Not even the King of Heaven could get past. Moreover, Lin Sheng realized that this trigger probability was related to his attention, observation, and reflexes. If he failed to react and got bypassed, it would be hard to trigger. If he concentrated and carefully observed the opponent's dribbling moves, successfully predicting them, the trigger probability would greatly increase. Indeed, this time Lin Sheng kept a close watch on Kanu's movements and judged the direction correctly. 100 interception. What? WTF. Kanu was utterly flabbergasted. His ball control was excellent, and typically defenders wouldn't manage to intercept, risking a foul. If he just charged through, he would certainly reach the penalty area. Could this yellow-skinned Eastern kid possibly have some sorcery? His timing was as precise as a computer. Here it comes. Lin's signature long pass. All the Cenk fans widened their eyes, eagerly anticipating the scene. The home team's defenders were also wary of this move. The moment Lin Sheng passed the ball, almost everyone rushed towards Kevin De Bruyne, whose connection with Lin had already gained fame throughout Belgium. However, to everyone's surprise, including De Bruyne himself, Lin Sheng's pass was not aimed at De Bruyne, but rather Moussa Koita. In the announcer's furious shout, Lin Sheng's long pass of over 70 meters accurately found the black forward Moussa Koita. This big guy with his strong impact excelled at heading. He surprisingly jumped before the penalty area, withstanding the interference of the opposing defender, and before the goalkeeper could react, he executed a header from outside the box. In that moment, the Anderlecht home fans could hardly believe it, completely unprepared. Meanwhile, the away fans were already raising their hands in celebration. As the football arced and fell into the net, the Lotto Park Stadium was collectively stunned. Anderlecht 0-1 Cenk. The formidable defending champions, the top team, unexpectedly conceded a goal just 4 minutes in. An unexpected start. It turns out Cenk scored first. The announcer chuckled. If it were one-sided for Anderlecht, the match would be rather dull. Now that the weak team Cenk had scored, the upcoming match would surely be interesting. The analyst pondered. Cenk appears to be lacking in offensive prowess, yet their counterattacks are the sharpest in the league. Indeed, I mean in the recent rounds, specifically the data since Lin Sheng joined. As long as he is on the field, Cenk's counterattack success rate exceeds 53. Lin Sheng's every 2 counterattacks resulted in at least 1 goal. Across Europe, this efficiency is unparalleled. Chelsea, Real Madrid, Manchester United, Bayern would not dare guarantee such high efficiency. Of course, Lin Sheng has not played many times, so the statistics are not yet authoritative. But it is already enough to illustrate the issue. The commentator increasingly felt that this 15-year-old boy was simply a genius. He rarely makes long passes. To be precise, he seldom passes forward. Whenever the opportunity is unfavorable, he typically plays sideways or backwards, appearing conservative, lacking offensive attributes. However, whenever he does pass forward, it poses a lethal threat. Not only can he connect with De Bruyne, but he can also work with other teammates. I believe this is the reason the coach arranged for him to start. Initially, everyone only acknowledged this kid's magic, but felt he was merely lucky, a good luck charm. Or perhaps he was adept at observation from the substitute bench, having a remarkable effect when coming on. After the analysts' breakdown, everyone realized he was not merely a substitute. He could also become the core of Cenk's midfield when starting. Indeed, he is quite extraordinary. The conceding Anderlecht was undoubtedly infuriated. No one should be able to humiliate them like this. Such a simple counterattack, and it resulted in a goal. What incredible luck. After the restart, Anderlecht unleashed wave after wave of frenzied attacks. Both fullbacks transformed into wingers, and even the central defenders played as defensive midfielders, with the goalkeeper almost standing in the midfield. Under such immense pressure, Cenk had no energy left to launch counterattacks, and the ball remained in the opponent's possession. They could only defend in front of their penalty area, doing their utmost to hold on to this hard-won goal. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The score remained unchanged. RSC Anderlecht 0-1 KRC Cenk. Unbelievably, Cenk was so resilient. At Lotto Park, the homestands fell into temporary silence. The fans were quite unaccustomed, having never seen a league powerhouse so helpless against a bottom team. Romelu Lukaku stood in the penalty area surrounded by players completely submerged. Unfortunately, he is not Drogba. Being inexperienced, he fell into invisibility after 30 minutes. Others became increasingly anxious, losing patience with their passes. Everyone wanted to score, and the coordination fell apart. Conversely, Lin Sheng's superb assist helped the team achieve a dream start and greatly boosted his teammates' confidence. The entire Cenk squad united, all pulling together as one, gritting their teeth to withstand the home team's assault. Cenk beautiful. A clean tackle blocking Anderlecht's shot. In the penalty area, Captain Carlos heads it clear, not letting Lukaku get ahead on it. Successfully blocked. The ball went out of play. Cenk has thwarted another attack from the opponent. Their spirit is simply incredible. In fact, a reversal occurred on the field. The 500 away fans sang the Cenk team song in unison, racing, Cenk blue and white. Listen to our champion song. We continue forward in any weather. Racing, Cenk blue and white. There is pure gold over there. Talents under the stadium lights. Especially Lin Sheng, who ran the entire match constantly, using his counterattack heart and deflection field to obstruct the opponent's key threats. In the first half, he nearly contributed 7 key interceptions, leading the entire league. When the referee blew the whistle, the score still maintained the lead. Cenk could return to the locker room with a 1-point advantage. Everyone's face was beaming with smiles. It was simply exhilarating to be leading Anderlecht. However, Lin Sheng himself did not let his guard down. He noticed that his teammates were relying solely on sheer willpower driven by mental strength. In reality, his teammates' stamina was nearly depleted, and even Lin Sheng himself was experiencing severe fatigue. It was his first start, which consumed too much energy for Lin Sheng, far beyond what a 15-year-old player could bear in terms of running distance. If it weren't for his talent boost and the efficiency of the Sage Mask for stamina recovery, Lin Sheng might have only lasted 50 minutes before needing to be substituted. The second half, with everyone low on stamina, would be the real test. Oh, what a nightmare. On December 28, 2009, at night under the floodlights of Lotto Park Stadium, the focus match of this round has escalated to a boiling point. The defending champions Anderlecht are facing off against the lower-ranked team KRC Cenk. The commentator's voice is quite excited. This is undoubtedly the most interesting duel he has ever witnessed. As for the nightmare, it naturally refers to the visiting team KRC Cenk. The scoreboard is rather brutal. The home team Royal Anderlecht conceded a goal in the first half. However, in the second half, they scored 2 goals within 4 minutes at the 65th and 69th minutes, completing a stunning comeback. The once library-like Lotto Park erupted into a cacophony of cheers, bustling with excitement. Anderlecht finally regained their form in the second half, launching a series of frenzied attacks and scoring 2 goals within just 5 minutes. 17-year-old Romelu Lukaku contributed with 1 assist and 1 goal. In a state of brilliance. Truly the little beast, the future star forward of Belgium. It is reported that several Premier League teams, including Chelsea, Manchester United, and Manchester City, are already scouting Lukaku, who is very likely to move to the Premier League next season, succeeding Drogba. As a leading contender for the league's top scorer, Lukaku has scored his 12th league goal of the season. The commentator did not hold back on his praises of Lukaku, is indeed dazzling. Typically, teams that play a passive defensive game expend more energy. Genk had relied on sheer willpower to maintain their one-goal lead in the first half. However, after playing for 15 minutes in the second half, their stamina severely declined, which provided Lukaku with it. At this point, the young Lukaku was not yet the pillar king he would later become. Whether dribbling through defenders or making crucial runs in the box, he posed a significant threat. His first goal came when he suddenly pulled wide, catching the Genk defense off guard. Lin Sheng had just thwarted a threatening long shot using the deflection field. Lukaku exploded down the wing, crossing into the box. Anderlecht's forward Kanu surged in with great speed and netted a delicate volley. Within less than 5 minutes, in the 69th minute, Anderlecht earned a corner kick opportunity. Lukaku found a chance at the back post, using his physical advantage to secure his position and leaping high to execute a shot. The distance was too close, the goalkeeper simply couldn't react. Moreover, he headed the ball right in front of the goal, and even Lin Sheng's deflection field was useless, watching helplessly as the soccer ball crashed into the net. The home team, Anderlecht, completed the turnaround. Henk took the lead in the first half, achieving a dream start, but ultimately could not hold on. Watching the home team players embrace each other in celebration, Henk's players stood dejected, hands on hips on the field. Everyone was exhausted, losing confidence, and the atmosphere suddenly became quite dull. Only Lin Sheng hurried into the goal to retrieve the soccer ball. "Hey, guys, let's put in some effort." Hearing Lin Sheng's shout, his teammates looked at him in confusion. Next, with the team's physical disadvantage, tactical disadvantage, and morale disadvantage, it was already very difficult to hold this score, let alone equalize. If we can score one against them, we can score a second. Let's just do it. The others remained unmoved, still feeling. Only Kevin De Bruyne on site could empathize with Lin Sheng's feelings. He too was a young man, with unrealistic. The chance of winning was indeed very low, but not non-existent. Even if it was only one, it was worth a shot. "Lin, do you have any ideas?" "I do, but you need to help me." "No problem. Leave it to me. What do you want me to pass the ball to you?" "I'm like this." Lin Sheng whispered a few words beside De Bruyne, then took the soccer ball toward the center circle. Time had already surpassed 70 minutes, and the time left for Henk to equalize or even take the lead was only 20 minutes. After the kickoff, Anderlecht actively slowed down their offensive pace, no longer aggressive. Not only Henk was tired, they were also fatigued. The turnaround and score relied entirely on a burst of energy, and now with the chance to win, they planned to slowly adjust their condition, aiming to score 12 goals in the last 20 minutes. If they won 31 in the end, it wouldn't look too bad for Anderlecht. Thus, they slightly withdrew their formation, passing the ball in the midfield and slowly advancing. If they lost possession, Anderlecht would quickly recover and counterattack against Henk. The more impatient Henk became, the more opportunities the home team would have. As expected, as the game progressed, the Henk players found the pressure dissipating, and they even had chances to advance with the ball. Unbeknownst to them, this was the trap set by their opponents. "I bet you can't break through my goal." Undoubtedly, with Henk's attacking level, it was indeed very difficult to break through Anderlecht's defense. 5 minutes passed, and it was about the 76th minute, the game suddenly came to a standstill. Henk's coach Frank Vercauteren made 2 consecutive substitutions, one left back and one midfielder, Fabian Camus, both exhausted and taken off the field. Lin Sheng remained on the field. "I think we should consider substituting this 15-year-old Lin." The commentator suggested Henk Lin's advantage lies in his tireless running and his excellent positioning and interception. But now Anderlecht was no longer aggressively attacking, and the defense did not require 3 defensive midfielders. If they wanted to equalize, Henk needed to substitute a core player from the front line to facilitate passing and penetration. Their number 10, Abarta, would be very suitable to come on at this time. Unexpectedly, coach Vercauteren substituted a defensive midfielder. Still playing with 3 defensive midfielders. Isn't that too conservative? The commentator's doubt was also shared by many Henk fans. Why not put on Barta? We need to attack. There is no threat at all right now. The coach really has some issues. In the small town of Henk, many fans were shouting, expressing dissatisfaction with the situation. They forgot that their opponents were Anderlecht. They scored a goal in the first half. No one expected Henk to score before the match. Vercauteren really trusts Lin Sheng unusually. The commentator sighed, feeling that this miraculous young man from the East might have more surprises. Because the camera zoomed in on his face, he was actually smiling. Not the kind of smile that says "I don't care about losing," but a confident smile that says "I believe we can win." As the game progressed to the 83rd minute, Henk's attack pushed past the halfway line. Anderlecht was already prepared, ready to intercept and counterattack to completely seal the game. The opposing number 23 kid is getting the ball more and more. We can double team him. No problem. The defensive players of Anderlecht were already prepared, with the target being Lin Sheng. In this final period, Lin Sheng, due to the effects of Sage's mask and professional talent, had a rapid recovery speed and surprisingly maintained good stamina. Thus, Lin Sheng gradually became active, constantly linking in the midfield and defense. The ball protection bonus from "Hey, it's out" ensured Lin Sheng wouldn't lose the ball, while he was also wildly increasing his passing count, aiming to reach 25 passes and deliver a decisive assist for Xavi moment. At the same time, Lin Sheng seized an opportunity and took 2 long shots. Causal shooting 25 Xavi moment 1925. At this moment Henk advanced into the midfield looking for opportunities around the center circle, but the home team's positioning was dense, making it difficult to strike directly. Ballish pass to Lin. Lin returns to the defender. Then back to Lin. Lin is still passing sideways, giving it to the left. After all, he is a defensive midfielder. Aside from long passes from the back, short penetrating passes in the front are not his forte. 2125. The left side is hard to break through. The wide midfielder is caught in a 1v2 duel, so for safety, he passes back to the left back, who then passes to Lin Sheng. Lin facing pressure passes back to the center back. 2225. This kind of passing is not a solution and is very likely to lose the ball like that previous one, which was quite dangerous. Lin was near the center circle, almost being double-teamed by two opponents, losing the ball in the front. If he lost this ball, he would be the primary culprit. The commentator was still commenting on Lin Sheng's playing style, while Lin Sheng continued passing as he did before. There was no way. The front players were all tightly marked with at least 3 people vigilant near De Bruyne and 1 closely defending him, leaving no opportunity to pass. The left side was also not good at breaking through. It was hard to penetrate, and there was no organizing core in the front, so only Lin Sheng could try to pass back. 2325. 2425. Finally, at the 85th minute, Lin Sheng found an opportunity, suddenly sprinting forward with the ball. Lin, charging forward with the ball, was quite rare. Lin Sheng's sudden acceleration surprised Anderlecht, but they quickly surrounded him. He found himself encircled by 4 opponents, unable to move. Fortunately, with his ball protection concept-level talent, when facing enemy pressure, each opposing player could enhance their ball-controlled 15, with 4 players boosting 60. Lin Sheng, surprisingly, was not robbed by 4 players, instead noticing his teammates and passing the ball out. 100 successful cross, passing to De Bruyne, and Lin Sheng immediately turned and pushed forward. Anderlecht surprisingly had no one marking him, all rushing towards De Bruyne. This was currently the biggest threat. The next second, De Bruyne's lob pass caught everyone by surprise. He didn't even carry the ball, just flicking it with his toes over the top of the penalty area. Lin Sheng happened to run into position. Just as everyone was preparing to pounce on Lin Sheng, he gently lifted the ball with the instep of his foot. 2525. Xavi moment triggered. The pass couldn't be intercepted. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Lin Sheng sent a brilliant lob pass from the edge of the penalty area, tracing a beautiful arc straight for the back post. At least 3 players in the middle intercepted it, yet no one touched the ball. More despairing was a figure in a blue and white jersey already in position to pounce. Moussa Koita. This goal is in. A divine assist from Lin Sheng. Moussa Koita tapped it in from the back post into the empty net. An extremely spectacular goal. Henk actually managed to equalize the score. What the hell? Damn it. On the sidelines, the head coach Ariel Jacobs, seeing the play, kicked a water bottle in anger. The team had clearly taken the lead and had a chance to seal the game, yet they fell victim to a trick from the opponents. It was like leading a game by 20 kills with an economic advantage of 1-0, and being on the verge of breaking down the opponent's 3 lanes. Victory seemed inevitable. Yet the opponent's least economically advantaged player managed to steal their 3-lane towers. Both sides returned to a level playing field. How infuriating. Mind your words and actions, or you'll be sent off. The 4th official came to warn him, and only then did the head coach temper his demeanor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Coach Vikatrin stood calmly with his arms crossed, unwavering on the sidelines. It seemed as though the outcome had nothing to do with him. Assistant coach Pierre Denier was puzzled. He noticed their head coach was never flustered, and he truly didn't know what it would take to rattle Vikatrin. Should we make a substitution? I feel like Lin's stamina has reached its limit. No, take Moussa off. Vikatrin replied coolly. Soon substitutions were made on the sidelines. The commentators were astonished. Henk used their last substitution after equalizing. The goal scorer Moussa Koita was taken off, and they brought on a substitute center back. Were they planning to completely abandon the offense and focus solely on defending for a point? That seems to be the case. Given Henk's strength, managing a draw against Anderlecht away is already a victory. The one who should reflect is Anderlecht. However, there were only 5 minutes left plus 8 minutes of injury time, and Henk had to withstand the home team's frantic assault. The commentator's analysis was spot on. Vikatrin indeed believed that with the team's current state, it would be difficult to launch another offensive. The previous goal was purely due to Lin Sheng's sudden foray that disrupted the opponents, and then Lin Sheng, with his individual skill, delivered a world-class assist. His timing of the pass, the trajectory, and its precision were comparable to midfield maestros like Xavi, Iniesta, Scholes, and Sneijder. Can he still develop further? Vikatrin had gradually realized that Lin Sheng, besides being effective in defense, seemed to possess hidden talents in the attack as well. This kid was inherently focused on offense. Amidst the chaos on the field, he unexpectedly took a long-range shot. The tactical arrangement hadn't allowed him to do that. How many shots has he taken today? 3 or 4. That brat. They could consider giving Lin Sheng more offensive responsibilities later. Of course, first they had to survive this match. With 5 defenders and 3 defensive midfielders, they aimed to secure a draw and grab a precious point away from home. After all, it wasn't realistic to push the team forward. Everyone was too exhausted. Sure enough, after the restart, all the players from the home team Anderlecht went crazy, launching another brutal counterattack. This is intolerable. So frustrating. Being a strong team conceding a goal to a weaker opponent and being held to a draw at home, they would surely face harsh criticism. They might as well charge forward and seek a last-minute winner. Winning, no matter how ugly, still counts as a victory. In the final minutes of the match, the exhausted Henk players were almost all confined to their own half, forming a dense defense. They continuously blocked the shooting angles, fending off Anderlecht's repeated threatening attacks. Despite Lin Sheng running until his throat felt dry with a mouthful of a metallic taste, he still pushed himself to run, relying on the stamina recovered from the Sage's mask to hold on. No way, it can't end so easily. While teammates and the coach could accept a draw, Lin Sheng would not. He had boldly declared before the match that he would defeat Anderlecht away. How could a man of honor easily go back on his word? However, with his own team unable to advance past the halfway line with no one ahead except for Kevin De Bruyne, how could they score? Kevin. What? It was evident that Kevin De Bruyne's stamina was nearly depleted. He spoke while gasping for breath, on the verge of collapsing. If it weren't for Lin Sheng practicing with him during training, De Bruyne would have collapsed a long time ago. Do me a favor, when I pass to you, try to hold the ball up for a few seconds in the front and pass it back to me. Are you kidding me? De Bruyne laughed in disbelief. In today's match, as long as he got the ball, at least two defenders would. All his energy had been expended in the clashes. Over the course of 90 minutes, he had no stamina left to sprint with the ball. Holding the ball. No way. You're overestimating me. I believe in you, Ding Ding. Why do you always call me that? The Chinese pronunciation of Ding Ding perplexed De Bruyne. Lin Sheng normally called him Kevin, but whenever he was particularly serious, he would call him Ding Ding. Initially, De Bruyne protested, but eventually he got used to it and let Lin Sheng call him that. Lin Sheng himself didn't know what Ding Ding meant. In his mind, De Bruyne's Chinese nickname was simply Ding Ding. Could it be from the adventures of Tintin? Back to the point. Trust me, and you can definitely do it, remember. There was no time to explain. As Anderlecht took a corner kick, Lin Sheng returned to defend, leaving De Bruyne speechless on the field. Even if he managed to hold the ball in the front, there would be no chance to pass it forward. We are now in stoppage time. Due to the smooth flow of the match, there haven't been too many fouls, and the stoppage time is 3 minutes. For the home team, this isn't good news. They don't have much opportunity to clinch a last-minute victory. Yes, Henk has performed excellently in today's match, successfully holding Anderlecht to a draw. Perhaps they have a chance to challenge for the playoffs this season. The commentator had already begun praising Henk. With a score of 22, it should hold until the end. In fact, many journalists in the press box were already drafting news articles. KRC Henk forces Anderlecht to a draw away. A 15-year-old boy's 2 counterattacks shocked the entire defending champions, held to a draw by a weak team. Anderlecht underestimated and dropped points. A thrilling 22 draw. Reviewing this round's exciting highlight match. Henk is not a weak team. However, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is about to occur. Just as all the Anderlecht players pushed forward, launching a frenzied attack, Lin Sheng had already positioned himself in the penalty area. Anderlecht passing outside the penalty area. The personnel are too dense. It's hard to get the ball to Lukaku inside. A horizontal pass into the middle, trying to switch to the weak side. The cross from there is very dangerous. Wait. The ball was intercepted. While the Anderlecht midfielder was looking up to observe, suddenly a blue figure burst out from within and kicked the ball away. Damn, Henk has a counterattack opportunity, and De Bruyne is ahead. The commentator instinctively noticed the crucial moment. Almost all the home team players were forward, leaving only 2 in the back. The defense was weak. Sure enough, taking advantage of Anderlecht's lack of cover, Lin Sheng quickly sent the ball on a long pass to the right. This pass was incredibly decisive, like a guided missile accurately flying to De Bruyne's feet. A masterful pass. Professional talent triggered a perfect assist. All of Belgium's attention was focused on De Bruyne. What the hell, are they really letting me go? Kevin De Bruyne could only grit his teeth and charge forward. He had promised Lin Sheng. He pushed himself to the limit, biting down hard as he sprinted forward, while 2 defenders were continuously closing in. His teammates were almost too exhausted to move, and no one was there to support him. He was fighting a lone battle up front. Hold on. De Bruyne's vision had become dim, and he felt as if he might collapse at any moment. He could no longer think mechanically, pushing the ball past the halfway line. Facing the advancing defenders, De Bruyne did not attempt to dribble past them easily. He could only slow down and use his body to block their path. This attack poses no threat. The commentator sighed upon seeing this. The opponent's counterpress was swift, with almost 4 players charging at De Bruyne. Meanwhile, Henk's players were a bit slow and severely fatigued, unable to rush up for support in time. De Bruyne, outnumbered, was bound to lose the ball. Of course, buying some time is also a good strategy. After all, there is only 1 minute left before the match ends. Anderlecht was almost in a frenzy surrounding De Bruyne. His vision was filled with purple Anderlecht jerseys. There were no white-away jerseys in sight. I'm sorry, Lin, but I fear I'm going to lose the ball. Just 1 more second, and the 4 would surely complete the encirclement and intercept the ball. Just as he felt despair, while deeply infiltrating the opponent's backline, a blue and white figure rushed in from a distance. De Bruyne instinctively, before the ball could be taken past it at the very first moment. Whoever it is, I'm counting on you. De Bruyne has passed. To the middle. De Bruyne's passing skills were still on point. Under everyone's gaze, a Henk player received the ball in the midfield 40 meters away from the goal. Stop him. The Anderlecht players rushed in, and it looked like they were about to encircle him. At that moment, that player suddenly took a shot from 40 meters. Lin Sheng. A super long-range shot. It was unexpected. The fate of both sides was concentrated in that final kick. Lin Sheng almost bore the pressure of the whole team on his shoulders. He decisively pulled the trigger, without a hint of hesitation. Because this shot was a concept-level talent. Causality shot 55 talent triggered. 100 guaranteed to score. Oh! At the Lido Park Stadium, everyone clutched their heads in disbelief. Goal! The Belgian broadcaster took a deep breath, fully expressing the excitement swelling within him. It was absolutely fantastic. It was undoubtedly the most stunning goal he had seen all season bar none. A last-minute winner. No one could have predicted this scene before the match. KRC Genk, a team underestimated by everyone, saw these indomitable blue and white warriors laugh last. In the final minute of stoppage time, the focal point of the match, the young Lin Sheng became the true hero. With a stunning long-range shot from 40 yards out, he pierced the Anderlecht goal for the third time, completing the comeback. The commentator's voice was already hoarse, yet such an exciting and dramatic last-minute goal made him continue to roar with exhilaration. Anderlecht paid the price for their arrogance, but the applause should go to the youngest player in Belgian league history. Having made significant contributions as a substitute in the previous 3 rounds today, he started and performed flawlessly, with all 3 goals linked to him. Just 4 minutes into the match, a brilliant long pass counterattack opened the scoring for the team. Although they fell behind in the second half, he still showcased a terrifying mindset and extraordinary footwork. The lob before the penalty area in the 85th minute was nothing short of masterful. The last-minute winner in stoppage time perfectly capped off the day. Without a doubt, he was the best player of the match. Congratulations to Lin for scoring his first career goal. As the commentator excitedly rambled on, Lin Sheng had already dashed over to the away fan stand. Over there, the ecstatic blue and white supporters were in a frenzy, nearly tearing the entire stadium down. Lin Sheng was simply KRC Genk's lucky star, the biggest surprise of the season. The kid on loan from Manchester United had unexpectedly become the savior of the entire team. Seeing Lin Sheng running towards the stands, everyone wanted to celebrate with him. The Genk players were also racing towards Lin Sheng, filled with excitement and disbelief. However, he was slightly held back by Kevin De Bruyne. Wait a moment, I think he's going to use that move. De Bruyne was quite familiar with Lin Sheng, who had been practicing his celebration move for the past few days. De Bruyne had mocked him for practicing it in vain, saying it would never come in handy. Little did he expect it to actually be used. The camera followed Lin Sheng as he approached the away fan stand, taking a few steps back before leaping high off the ground. He then spun midair, landing perfectly with his back to the stands. With both arms thrusting back powerfully, it exuded a sense of speed and strength. Just like his goal, it was filled with the vigor and vitality of youth. Wait, this isn't. The die-hard fans in the stands had already recognized that this was the move Lin Sheng had used during the last training session. As a result, the fans echoed Lin Sheng's actions, all shouting together "Shoo." The scene was remarkably spectacular. The over 2,000 fans in Lido Park watched helplessly as the 500 away fans put on a performance. Goodness, our home ground has turned into a backdrop. Ha ha, what an interesting celebration. The commentator was delighted to see Lin Sheng's unique celebration. It seems he is introducing himself through the television camera. The new star you are seeing now is named Lin Sheng. The number on his back was clearly visible, leaving a deep impression on everyone watching the match of this charismatic young man. Lin, was your celebration after scoring a goal premeditated? After the match ended, Lin Sheng, who completed the last-minute goal, was unsurprisingly named the best player of the game. According to the tradition of various leagues, Lin Sheng also received a bottle of champagne as the award for the man of the match. Having played little in the previous appearances, this time, he played the full match without reservation. Yes, I want the whole world to see my name. I was very happy after scoring. I am glad to help the team complete the comeback. What Lin Sheng did not know was that in another timeline, world superstar Cristiano Ronaldo only established this exclusive celebration in 2013. Thus, in 2009, he had already preempted Cristiano Ronaldo's celebration. So did you anticipate before the match that you would win? The journalist interviewing him, a charming lady, was the one who had tricked Lin Sheng at the gate that day. She had a deep impression of Lin Sheng's words. At that time, after the show aired, everyone thought this little brat was just talking big and had no idea about the horror of Anderlecht. Now it seems he really did it. It was Anderlecht that failed to realize Lin Sheng's strength. No. Surprisingly, Lin Sheng shook his head. I did not anticipate winning against Anderlecht, rather I know that I will win every match from now on. That is my goal, just one word. Win. Hiss. The media reporters and cameramen could not help but be astonished. They thought this kid was already arrogant enough, but he turned out to be even more so than they imagined. Win every match. Truly worthy of his name, Vitor Victory. After the interview, Lin Sheng specially approached the fourth official. Can I keep this ball as a souvenir? Of course, you performed perfectly today. The fourth official kindly handed the ball to Lin Sheng. A regular ball used in the Belgian Pro League, yet Lin Sheng treasured it dearly. Today's match created many firsts: first starting match, first full match, first goal, first time being named man of the match, and first last-minute goal. Moreover, the opponent was not a weak team, but a formidable intellect. Thus, after returning to the hotel, Lin Sheng cleaned the football until it shone spotless, and then hugged the ball into a dream. His roommate Kevin De Bruyne could not sleep now. Damn, this kid stole all the spotlight, and he loves to show off so much. In reality, De Bruyne was quite envious of Lin Sheng. His energy surpassed his own, or perhaps he would truly grow into a superstar rapidly. I cannot allow myself to fall behind. Come on. Last-minute goal against Anderlecht. The biggest upset of the season. The defending champions suffer a 23 comeback. 15-year-old star shines with last-minute goal. 1 assist and 1 goal earn him man of the match. Did Ferguson really miss out? The next day, when the entire team of Genk took the bus back to the small town, Lin Sheng's large close-up photo unsurprisingly appeared on every newspaper at the newsstand. Many elderly folks lined up to buy fresh newspapers, eager to see how the media praised Lin Sheng. Since the previous rounds, everyone had already taken a liking to this kid. Now it was no longer a matter of liking or disliking. Lin Sheng was the savior of Genk. The concern everyone had was that after the season ended, when the loan contract expired, what would happen if Lin Sheng returned to Manchester United? If Manchester United wanted him in the first team, Lin Sheng could not possibly refuse such a prestigious club. In this way, the brief half-season felt like a dream. So nice. At the corner newsstand, Uncle De Jong was generous, buying every type of newspaper, planning to collect this issue. Simon, you should buy Lin's newspaper too. Yeah, hurry up, or they will be sold out. He is truly a hero. If I had known, I would have gone to see it live. Me too, but due to health reasons, I couldn't go to the away game. Uncle De Jong was quite regretful. The most exciting match he only watched on television. I believe Lin will definitely perform brilliantly again. His neighbor comforted him, but sighed again. What if he goes back to Manchester United next season? Don't worry. Lin will stay. Did Lin tell you? He really won't leave. He didn't say, but Uncle De Jong was quite confident Lin Sheng would at least stay for another season. Next season's Champions League would still. I really envy you all. Why don't I have the chance? Don't lose focus. Keep going. Damn. What the hell? Due to the previous highlight match, De Bruyne and Lin Sheng both delivered outstanding performances. De Bruyne provided 3 assists, achieving a hat-trick of assists. Lin Sheng orchestrated 3 attacks, single-handedly helping the team turn the game around, ultimately scoring the winning goal. The two of them have truly become the media-recognized KRC Genk twin stars. As a result, in this small group of 3, Thibaut Courtois became the clown. It's not that he isn't strong, but it's just that he's a goalkeeper. Distracted by his gloom, he didn't notice Lin Sheng's shot. When Lin Sheng's ball came, it struck Courtois right in a sensitive area. What the hell? The pain made him roll on the ground. Damn. Are you okay? Lin Sheng hurried over to check. It's fine, he'll just feel a little pain. Serves him right, who told him to mess around and flirt with girls. Karma. Kevin De Bruyne was not worried about Courtois' reaction in front of the goal. Was the fastest he had ever seen, at least for the time being. Even if he was distracted when facing Lin Sheng's shot, he could instinctively turn his body to slightly protect his sensitive area. Therefore, the ball slightly missed, only hitting his thigh. Moreover, Courtois recently started dating a girl, but after sweet-talking her into a relationship, he abandoned her. Brothers are brothers, and Kevin De Bruyne disapproved of such behavior. Why do I feel like you're taking revenge? I have no grudge against him, I just can't stand it. De Bruyne was a bit confused. I don't know. I have a strange premonition. Lin Sheng wasn't quite sure either. After all, if it was too unrelated to football, his prophetic ability would be greatly weakened. If it's somewhat related to football, it's fine. For example, Lin Sheng can accurately predict that the champion of next year's World Cup in South Africa will be the Bullfighters, Spain. He doesn't even need to think. Inspiration just strikes him automatically, which is quite strange. As for why he has prophetic abilities, who knows? Without any other information to ponder, he simply decided not to think about it. Right now, there are 2 things that are most important to Lin Sheng. Oh no, 3 things. 1. Unknown parents. Once he becomes a world-class superstar, Lin Sheng plans to hire a private detective to investigate the whereabouts of his parents from over a decade ago. 2. Education issues. During his time in Portugal's compulsory education, he only completed middle school. Originally, Manchester United planned to arrange for him to attend a high school in Manchester. Lin Sheng had already enrolled there and even met a 12-year-old black boy, Marcus Rashford. However, after leaving Manchester United, Lin Sheng came to Genk, where the club arranged for him to attend a local secondary school. Training days were from Monday to Saturday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Sundays were off unless there were matches. After training, Lin Sheng would attend extra classes at the local Genk Zonhoven High School in the afternoon. Strangely enough, just like his prophetic abilities, Lin Sheng was exceptionally gifted since childhood. Regardless of the language or subject, he could achieve full marks just by reading the textbook once. Simply a prodigy. Of course, Lin Sheng is not a research talent. He doesn't understand overly complex questions. However, relying on this ability, it's quite easy for him to quickly earn a university diploma. So in his spare time from training, Lin Sheng only needs to attend high school classes. In just 2 years after passing the exams, he can obtain the European equivalent of a high school diploma. 3. The issue Lin Xing cares about the most is of course football itself. Next, his primary focus will be to improve his skills and experience through diligent training, and accumulate various conceptual talents through each match. The premise is not to lose stamina. Otherwise, he would have to start over, reselect his career talents, and rebuild a new style. What is my current style? Lin Xing pondered for a while. His current talents are primarily defensive, while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Let's call it the shield counter style. Unfortunately, talents are all random, and there's no guarantee that suitable talents will emerge to build around the shield counter style. For now, let's take it one step at a time. After checking his ability values, it seems that his overall abilities have slightly improved during his time in Jink. It seems that hard work and extra practice do have some benefits. Player ID Lin Xing Viter Lin. 18,175 kilograms height has slightly increased, and strength training has also added some weight. Age 15, 1994. 7. 31. Overall rating C. Basic abilities speed C, shooting D, passing C, technique D, defense B, physical C, mental attribute unknown. Preferred foot right. Contract status loan Jink, weekly salary 800, market value unknown, note. New contract offer. National team none. Profession DM, click to change profession. Career talent counter defense, heart defense 30, a stamina cap 30, a stamina recovery 30, 1v1 defense has a chance to achieve 100 interception. If the interception is successful, triggers a perfect pass effect within 3 seconds. Regular talents, hey. It's out, Chavi moment deflection, field rare, causality shot uncommon. Items, lucky 4-leaf, clover sage's mask. Health points 1. Unfortunately, health points are still 1. If he loses a match, all of these regular talents and items will be cleared. Keep it up, win every match. After defeating Anderlecht, Belgian football went crazy for a while. Every television station, every newspaper, and every football forum on the internet was discussing Lin Xing. At 15 years old, the youngest player in the Belgian league, leading a weak team to come back and score the winner against Anderlecht. It's truly big news in Belgian football recently. Not just in Belgium, the news even reached Fleet Street in England. British media also began reporting on Lin Xing, but their attitude wasn't as serious. Arrogant Englishmen barely pay attention to League One. Who cares about a small Belgian league? Manchester United's lone young player's phenomenal performance, last-minute winner against Belgian champions. Ferguson might have made a mistake. The key is that this news really caught the attention of Manchester United players. Brazilian Anderson noticed Lin Xing's photo while reading the news. Lin, he's really impressive. Should Sir Alex bring him back? Are you kidding me? Even if he comes back, there's no position. The difference in level between the Belgian league and the Premier League is too great. Do you want to give up your starting position? The player known as Nanny scoffed. I dare not. Anderson backed down. He was close to not making the starting lineup himself. How could he give up his position? On the other hand, Captain Rooney did notice this news. Hey, this is interesting. Not only in England, but also near Brussels in Belgium, in the city of Leuven. At the campus of Leuven University, ranked 80th in the world, a pair of obviously East Asian faces were walking through the campus. Bro, take a picture of me. Why would there be anything worth taking pictures of at this lousy school? Wait, aren't you guys on winter break already? It's not even New Year yet. There's an international competition, and I just came to bring you some lao gan ma. I'll be going back tomorrow. The delicate high school girl was a bit upset. She flew all the way from Shanghai to Belgium, and her brother was still impatient. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll take your picture. Chao Gang smiled as he accepted the lao gan ma and snacks from his sister, seriously taking her photo. At that moment, several local Belgian classmates passed by and greeted him. Suddenly, one of the classmates gave him a thumbs up. You guys from Huaxiao are amazing. What? Huaxiao players are amazing. Chao Gang thought he heard wrong. Dong Fangjua has long since stopped playing in Belgium. Who else is still playing abroad? No one. Did you not watch the match? Yesterday's game against Anderlecht, that 15-year-old kid, isn't he from Huaxia? He's really strong. Hiss. As a fan, Chao Gang suddenly realized something was off and hurried back to his dormitory to check on the computer. His sister Chao Yuan was equally curious. Huaxiao player. She was puzzled too, until the two opened the news and saw the youthful-looking boy scoring a long-range thunderbolt from 40 meters to secure the win. The crowd erupted. Everyone was shouting one Huaxiao name, Lin Xing. The two were completely stunned. Who is this mysterious Huaxiao player abroad? Shocking. A Chinese overseas player has emerged in the Belgian First Division. A Chinese player scored the decisive goal against the Belgian First Division champion and was named man of the match. A 15-year-old prodigy has broken the record for the youngest appearance in Belgian top-flight history. A rising star of the future is taking shape. Lin Xing's stir in Belgium caught the attention of local Chinese students and some sports journalists. Moreover, many domestic sports media outlets habitually translate foreign online reports, often without even paraphrasing, simply republishing them as original content. As a result, scattered reports began appearing across Chinese internet platforms. A 15-year-old ethnic Chinese youth was making waves in the Belgian First Division. The last Chinese player to compete in Belgium was Dong Fangjua. The last one, hailed as a prodigy who swiftly faded into obscurity, was also Dong Fangjua. Xiao Jiai, who played in the German Bundesliga, vanished from mainstream visibility after his club Energy Cottbus suffered relegation to the 2. Bundesliga. Zheng Jitizi and Sun Jihai had all left Europe, while Wu Lei Zhang Shizha Zhang Yuning Zhang Qingdong and Su Xian had yet to venture abroad. Hao Junmin had just signed with FC Schalke 04, with his official transfer scheduled for February 2010. This year, another Chinese player, Mei Fong of Wuhan Guanggu Football Club, had been expected to make the leap. He had successfully completed a trial with Club Brugge in the Belgian First Division, yet Guanggu refused to release him, blocking his overseas move entirely. Thus, at the close of 2009, not a single Chinese player was competing in any top-tier European league. Compounded by the national team's humiliating exit from the 2008 Beijing Olympics, Chinese football, once soaring at its zenith in 2002, had plunged into an abyss over the past 2 years. Chinese fans adrift in confusion found themselves enveloped in endless night, devoid of even a glimmer of light, steeped only in despair. Yet precisely at this moment in the Belgian First Division, a young man of probable Chinese descent burst onto the scene like a comet. Though only 15, though playing merely in the Belgian First Division, though having appeared in just 4 matches, this alone was enough to ignite fervent excitement among Chinese fans. Quickly, netizens on Tieba launched spontaneous investigations, while Chinese students studying in Europe supplied first-hand information. Through heated online discussion, they gradually pieced together the truth. This Lin Sheng was none other than the teenager signed by Sir Alex Ferguson for $7.5 million, and almost instantly loaned out, the so-called biggest flop in Manchester United's history. I thought we'd discovered a prodigy. Turns out he couldn't cut it in the Premier League. So what if he's in Belgium? King Dong dominated the Belgian second division, but flopped utterly in the Premier League. King Dong played in the second tier, whereas Lin Sheng competes in the top flight, scoring the match-winning goal against the Belgian First Division champion, a club that regularly contests the UEFA Champions League. Anything outside the Big Five leagues is mere fodder. You've debated for ages, yet he may well be Portuguese, possibly even a banana person who doesn't speak Chinese at all. Indeed, he may have no familiarity whatsoever with Chinese culture. Let's disperse. No need to get worked up. Domestic sports news gave him only a passing mention, and netizens' unfamiliarity with Lin Sheng meant that after brief attention, he quickly faded back into obscurity. It was perfectly understandable unless a player belongs to a marquee club, even one scrapping in the lower reaches of the Premier League, he attracts scant notice. Many self-proclaimed fans in China would struggle to name even a single club or player from the lower tiers of the Premier League or La Liga. Most follow only Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, and only the elite clubs. Vast numbers are world couponly fans appearing every 4 years, unable even to distinguish between the UEFA Champions League and the UEFA European Championship. Lin Sheng's impact back home was negligible. This is infuriating. After returning from Belgium, Chao Yuan closely followed Lin Sheng's developments. Having watched his match footage, she was immediately captivated, not only by his extraordinary skill and indomitable spirit on the pitch, but above all, by his looks. As a high school girl, Chao Yuan usually idolized K-pop and pop boy bands. With Lin Sheng's ethereal good looks, she could no longer bear to look at those idols. He alone eclipsed their entire ensemble. Alas, coverage of him online was scarce, and most opinions remained skeptical. Already passionate about football and sports, she resolved to build her career in this field, eventually becoming a renowned sports journalist, uncovering stories invisible to the ordinary eye. Chao Yuan could never have imagined that her eventual breakthrough would come as a warzone reporter, propelled overnight by a single phrase: "Geneva, refund my money," making her and the refund brother instant sensations. Back in Belgium, after KRC Genk defeated RSC Anderlecht, the team officially entered its winter break. Training would resume only in mid to late January following the end of the holiday recess. During the Christmas and New Year holidays, Kevin De Bruyne planned to spend time with his girlfriend, Thibaut Courtois vacation with his family. Even the De Jong couple traveled to the Netherlands to visit their daughter. They invited Lin Sheng to join them, but he politely declined. Instead, he intended to return to Lisbon, Portugal, to visit the orphanage director and Joe, the owner of the local Chinese restaurant. "You're doing well in Belgium. Keep pushing and play with full dedication." The director, a 65-year-old Portuguese man named Pedro, had devoted most of his life to running the orphanage. Lisbon's municipal subsidies were meager, and the orphanage generated virtually no revenue, relying almost entirely on charitable donations. Thus, director Pedro often dipped into his own pocket to keep it afloat. Over the 15 years Lin Sheng grew up there, he watched the director's hair turn from black to white, and his face deepen with it. "Once I earn big money, I'll donate generously to the orphanage." First, establish yourself firmly in a top-tier league. Become a true professional footballer. Ha ha ha, I already have. Remember, strive relentlessly, no matter what. Portugal boasts not only Cristiano Ronaldo, but also you. You will surpass him. I understand. Lin Sheng knew full well that the director feared he might grow complacent, puffed up by early success, blinded by arrogance, and doomed to fade. Fortunately, Lin Sheng was not that kind of person. Armed with his system, he would never rest on his laurels. He would continually challenge himself until his legs could carry him no more. The orphanage's crumbling, weathered walls remained unchanged since 15 years ago. Childhood friends were long unrecognizable. Only Bei Bei, still remembered, was likely now playing in Portugal's lower divisions. Originally, it should have been Bay, whom Ferguson signed. Yet in this altered timeline, Mendes and Queiroz chose Lin Sheng instead, history veering onto a new path. Leaving the orphanage, Lin Sheng headed to the nearby Chinese restaurant. Owner Zhou welcomed him with unrestrained joy. He had watched Lin Sheng grow up and long regarded him as half his own son. All right, after the winter break, we have finally welcomed the second half of the season. To be precise, only 10 rounds of. Currently, the top 6 teams on the points table are Anderlecht, Brugge, Gent, Kortrijk, Sint-Truiden, and Walwijk. If the rankings remain unchanged, these 6 teams will advance to the playoffs, vying for next season's UEFA Champions League qualification and the championship of this season's Belgian Pro League. Now let's take a look at the first match of round 21. The teams facing off are KRC Genk. They will host Sint-Truiden, who is currently ranked 5th. After the winter break, the Belgian TV commentator was quite excited as his appearance on screen meant more bonuses. The last match before the winter break left a deep impression on us as Genk staged a comeback victory against the top team Anderlecht, delivering the biggest upset of the season. The player who shone on the field at that time was Lin Sheng alongside Kevin De Bruyne. Lin Sheng's incredible long-range strike from 40 meters out was stunning, and that goal was even awarded the best goal of the previous round. After their victory, Genk climbed to 8th place, now just 4 points behind Sint-Truiden in 5th. If they can win this match, Genk will have the opportunity to break into the top 6. However, the commentator remained skeptical about Genk. During the winter break, Genk traded 2 main goalkeepers. They were quite bold. Now the starting goalkeeper is just 17-year-old Courtois. This young goalkeeper has no experience as this is his first match representing the first team this season. It's important to note that the goalkeeper position requires not just flashes of brilliance, but the ability to maintain stability for 90 minutes. It seems Genk will face a real test in this match. The goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois appears overly excited. He jumps high in front of the goal, managing to hook the ball with his hands using the crossbar to pull himself up. He looks just like a playful child. That guy Thibaut just loves to show off at most 3 years old. Aren't you also one? De Bruyne teased. I'm different, Lin Sheng replied with a smile. I show off through my performance on the field. All right, our Lin King, we're counting on you today. No, Kevin, when did you become so sarcastic? Did I? I'm serious, De Bruyne said with a straight face. Lin Sheng knew that Kevin, though appearing to be a straightforward kid, had a cunning side. Just look at the angles of his passes. They often defy expectation and are quite sneaky. Hey guys, today I'll handle the defense. You all just charge ahead. Fisk, Lin Sheng, and De Bruyne. Then the 3 of them linked arms and hugged together. F.A. Lombi. F.A. Racing. The blue and white youth trio is ready. Today Sint-Truiden is taking the initiative, launching a fierce attack on Genk in the first half. The commentator could tell that Sint-Truiden wanted to test Genk's strength by using their status as a strong team. If Genk shows weakness, they will be pressed down and beaten. If Genk resists strongly, Sint-Truiden will stabilize and slow down the pace. After defeating Anderlecht, no team dares to underestimate this squad. Genk is practically the unpredictable knife of the Belgian league, capable of biting anyone. Northern Expedition, upward all the way. The 23000 fans in the stands of Genk shouted in unison, cheering for their team. They are undoubtedly the happiest fans during this period, as their last-minute victory over Anderlecht made them smile throughout the Christmas holiday. This season they fought their way up from the relegation zone to 8th place. It's truly a northern expedition. However, soon they would no longer be able to smile, all nervously watching the field. Beautiful. A long-range shot from Sint-Truiden. The ball narrowly misses the goal, grazing the post. Sint-Truiden comes back again. A series of coordinated attacks in the front. A cut inside, another curling shot. This ball just barely goes over the crossbar. Sint-Truiden. A header in the penalty area. A flying save in front of the goal. From Thibaut Courtois. He completes his first successful save in his career. As the team faced continuous attacks, the one under the most pressure was Courtois, who was making his first start. After making that save, he couldn't control his emotions and let out a roar. The pressure had to be released, otherwise it would be unbearable to endure the full 90 minutes. The opponents clearly targeted the young goalkeeper, deliberately bullying him, taking shots whenever they could. Was it too risky to start him? What's there to worry about? Worst case, we prove he's not up to the task and sign another free goalkeeper before the winter window closes. Frank Vercauteren remained cold. This made Pierre shake his head with a bitter smile. He hoped Courtois could prove himself, but what if he couldn't handle the pressure? The head coach truly exemplified pragmatism, showing no sense of compassion. In a certain sense, it was precisely he who gave 3 young players the opportunity to prove themselves. Perhaps this is his way of nurturing young talent. Kevin, that kid may be cocky, but we need to help him out. How to help? There was no way to assist him in goalkeeping. He could only wish him good luck. Of course we attack, Lin Sheng said with a smile. As long as we keep the opponents busy with defense, the pressure in front of our goal will certainly ease. While you're talking about relative theory on the field, De Bruyne understood that Lin Sheng might be correct, but the question was how to attack. When the time comes, remember, I'll pass to you, you find a way to pass it back. We'll do a wall pass on the side. Wait, are you trying to break through? Is that feasible? There's no time to explain. The opponent took a free kick, launching another sharply spinning curling ball directly towards the goal. As it seemed to be heading for the dead corner, Courtois, too nervous, failed to exhibit his usually exceptional reflexes. Damn it, this guy. Lin Sheng, frustrated, quickly took a few steps forward, nearly using all his strength to cover the goal area. Deflection field. Under the influence of the field, the ball slightly veered towards the goal, hardly noticeable. At the critical moment, Courtois' dive was perfectly timed as he punched the ball out of bounds. Wow, a world-class save. The young Courtois, with exceptional reflexes, flew to make the save. Quite spectacular. Lin Sheng finally sighed in relief, grateful for my role as the unsung hero. Courtois, after making the save, felt greatly encouraged. He excitedly pumped his fist. Feeling the cheers from the crowd, he finally returned to his usual calm, no longer nervous. Lin, look how amazing I am a genius. Yes, you are the most genius goalkeeper, the #1 goalkeeper in the world. Is that enough? Lin Sheng replied dismissively. See, you admitted it, I am the #1 goalkeeper. Courtois said confidently. Though Lin Sheng was younger than him, it felt like he was soothing a child. The good news is that Courtois has regained his form. With his talent, it would be difficult for the opponents to breach his goal. He is truly a future world-class player for a short while. Now what we should consider is how to attack. Lin Sheng took advantage of the dead ball to quickly check the talent he drew today. When he first entered the starting lineup, Lin Sheng drew a new regular talent. This time it's still an attacking attribute. Gained a random item, a normal shin guard, negates 1 major injury, cooldown 4 weeks. Although there are no reward crits in this match, which is a bit regrettable for not being able to level up regular talents with this item, Lin Sheng's tackling will be more secure in the future. Sometimes what crushes a young genius is not failure, nor is it a fall from grace, but rather injuries. If Ronaldo had not been injured back, then would he have been even more terrifying, completely dominating the football world? Putting those thoughts aside, Lin Sheng quickly looked at his talents for this match. 1. He'll assist you. Rare if a successful pass is made within 1 second, the next pass to a teammate will have a 100 accuracy rate. 2. Corner king. Rare if the main corner taker takes 2 corners in a match, the next corner kick's landing point will be unpredicted by opponents. 3. Brutal charge. Normal, after charging 3 meters, the intensity of confrontation increases by 300. Hiss. 2 rare talents in a row. Unfortunately, only one can be selected each time. Option 3 is a defensive talent that fits Lin Sheng's characteristics well, but it is just a normal talent, and the high intensity of confrontation increases the likelihood of fouls. Option 2 seems weak, but if used well, and if there is synergy with teammates, it can easily create scoring opportunity. In a match, stabilizing 1 goal from every 3 corners would be terrifying, making corner kicks a primary tactic. However, Lin Sheng still did not consider this option. Every team's set-piece strategy requires systematic arrangements by the coach. Different players have different responsibilities, and everyone needs to practice hundreds of times to achieve results in actual matches. Unless the head coach can devise a tactic specifically around Lin Sheng's corner kicks and involve the entire team in coordination, relying solely on Lin Sheng would greatly diminish the effectiveness. It seems like the first one is the best choice, which will inevitably create a threatening attack after a wall pass. This will be very helpful for Lin Sheng's positioning. Now every team knows that after Lin Sheng completes a tackle, he will immediately deliver a lethal long pass from the back. Thus, starting with intellect, opposing coaches will deploy corresponding protective measures. The moment the goal is conceded, they will surround Lin Sheng or closely interfere with him to prevent him from completing the pass. This way they can undermine Cenk's most powerful weapon. In this match, the opponent Sint-Truiden did just that. At the start of the match, there was a great opportunity. Lin Sheng completed a tackle in the backfield and noticed De Bruyne had already made his run. If he passes accurately, it will surely create an unknown chance. Just as Lin Sheng was about to pass, 2 opponents closed in from both sides. Relying on the talent, hey, I got it. Lin Sheng instantly increased his ball control precision, protecting the football from being stolen. However, he lost the best window, causing the effect of critical pass to vanish by the time he tried to turn and pass again. This shows how wary Sint-Truiden is of Lin Sheng. Fame not only brings glory and cheers, but also leads to in-depth research by opponents. Every professional team almost always hires analysts to meticulously study Lin Sheng's match footage frame by. This also led to the home team being completely suppressed by Sint-Truiden in this match, with Courtois becoming the busiest player. The match continues, and Sint-Truiden maintains an aggressive stance in the front. Without the threat of Lin Sheng turning defense into attack, they confidently pushed forward. Another round of fierce attacks ensued. Sint-Truiden attacks from the right, crossing from the bottom. A feint. Pull back to deliver a reverse triangle. A follow-up charge at the goal. Sebastian Zidane. What a world-class save. Thibaut Courtois. He is simply another surprise for Cenk. Kevin De Bruyne, Lin Sheng, and Courtois make KRC Cenk an absolute cradle for nurturing talents. The commentator was stunned. How does Cenk keep producing geniuses? In fact, this is true. Even without Lin Sheng, players like Carrasco, De Bruyne, and Koulibaly continuously emerge, making it a star-producing factory in Belgium. While the commentator was boasting about Cenk's youth training level, Lin Sheng had already noticed an opportunity on the field. Sint-Truiden's winger Alex took the corner kick, and the opposing defensive midfielder approached, planning to execute a tactical corner. Additionally, there was a tall midfielder standing in the penalty area ready to make a run, which led to the opposing midfield losing protection, requiring the left back to come over. Lin Sheng quickly signaled to De Bruyne indicating for him to be ready, then waved to Courtois, silently completing communication between the two. Hey, throw the ball to me later. What do you want to do? Don't be reckless. Just give it to me. Alright, if something goes wrong, it's your fault. Courtois smirked. If he threw the ball to Lin Sheng and it got intercepted, it would waste an opportunity. Moreover, his position was quite forward, almost at the center circle. Throwing the ball over would inherently lack reliability. While Lin is crafty, he can take the blame if anything goes wrong. The corner kick from Sint-Truiden was taken. Indeed, it was a tactical corner. Winger Alex received a wall pass from a teammate and cut inside to shoot, taking advantage of the blockade. He flicked his ankle and delivered a bizarre through ball. This ball. The commentator was deceived by his feint, and the Genk fans on site gasped in astonishment. The opponent executed beautifully, penetrating straight into the penalty area. Danger. Thankfully, both forwards from Sint-Truiden are African players, one from Senegal and one from Cameroon. The Senegalese player shot straightforwardly, directly targeting the near post from a tight angle in the penalty area, easily blocked by Courtois, who securely caught it on the ground. What a pity. This shot was blocked by the goalkeeper. A quite threatening opportunity. The Sint-Truiden players were still holding their heads in regret, completely unaware of the impending danger. Courtois lay on the ground holding the ball, breathing heavily, suddenly recalling what Lin Sheng had instructed. He quickly stood up and, taking advantage of the opponent's inattention, he dashed to the edge of the penalty area with the ball. Only then did the Sint-Truiden players realize what was happening. Quick, stop him. Fall back. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Courtois used all his strength to hurl the ball out. Go. The throw-in was executed with a strong spin, swiftly flying across half the field, heading straight for Lin Sheng. Hey, wait. The commentator was still elaborating on the opposing player's handling, suddenly realizing something was off. Genk's quick throw-in. Lin Sheng has received the ball, but the defenders are closing in. 3 defenders rushed at him frantically, with the left back even going for a flying tackle, determined to take Lin Sheng down. Genk fans couldn't bear to watch. Oh, would this young man be okay? In a critical moment, Lin Sheng remained terrified. He immediately tapped the ball to the wide-open De Bruyne, then just barely dodged the opponent's tackle, leaping over the defender's head. This sudden change allowed him to shake off 3 players with a clear path ahead. The opposing center-back was thrown into chaos. Some rushed towards De Bruyne, while others came to block Lin Sheng's path. De Bruyne didn't act recklessly. He quickly passed the ball back just before the tackle, as Lin Sheng had instructed. Beautiful. The wall pass between Genk's stars. After receiving the ball, Lin Sheng took a step forward, then just before the opponent's center-back could intercept, he executed an unexpected diagonal pass that soared over the entire defensive line. And on the other side was the completely unmarked striker Moussa Koita. Moussa Koita. Lin's pass is simply exquisite, avoiding all the opponents. Koita unknown. A calm shot from the edge of the penalty area. This ball. It's in. Goal. A silky smooth counterattack. It took less than 10 seconds from the backfield throw into the goal. Genk, in a passive situation, took the lead thanks to Lin's miraculous performance. 10. It is truly hard to imagine that this match would end in such a result. The commentator was stunned. The away team Sint-Truiden's players were also taken aback, and even the home crowd of KRC Genk was left in disbelief. According to pre-match predictions, Sint-Truiden, ranked 5th, should not have been at a disadvantage against the struggling KRC Genk. Despite Genk's victory over Anderlecht, their overall performance this season has remained difficult to evaluate. During the winter break, they lost a key forward and 2 main goalkeepers with no significant reinforcements brought in. They were entirely reliant on promoting young players to the starting lineup. With a team like this, even if Sint-Truiden did not win at home, they should at least manage a draw or a narrow loss. From the first 15 minutes of the first half, KRC Genk was completely at a disadvantage, being pressed back and enduring heavy blows. Logically, the away team should have won by a large margin. Yet as the 90-minute match concluded, looking at the numbers on the scoreboard, no one would have believed it before the match. Even the most die-hard fans of KRC Genk wouldn't dare to imagine such a scenario. KRC Royal Antwerp surprisingly defeated the 5th-ranked team by a significant margin of 4 goals. They secured 2 consecutive victories. The first goal was of course assisted by Lin Sheng. Courtois threw the ball to the midfield, where Lin Sheng and De Bruyne executed a wall pass. Following this, Lin Sheng received the ball in the attacking area and delivered an incredibly cunning crossfield pass. Forward Moussa Koita, who was not offside, received the ball and scored with a clean shot. At this moment, Sint-Truiden was still fiercely attacking, hoping to equalize the score. Just before the end of the first half, Lin Sheng executed the same tactic once again. He found an opportunity in the backfield to complete a steal, utilizing his innate abilities for a 100% success rate. Immediately, 2 opponents closed in on him, hoping to regain possession. Fortunately, De Bruyne was nearby. Lin Sheng quickly passed the ball to De Bruyne, then surged forward to evade the encirclement. De Bruyne returned the ball with a wall pass, and Lin Sheng executed another 100% successful crossfield ball. The football flew to the left side, where the Dutch winger backs charged forward, the front line completely open. As he approached the penalty area and prepared to cut inside, he suddenly saw Lin Sheng rapidly advancing with his hand raised for the ball. However, the intent of the pass was too obvious, and the opposing defensive midfielder completed the interception. Sint-Truidense originally planned to counterattack quickly, but unexpectedly Lin Sheng extended his foot and reclaimed the ball. Counterattack triggered. Key pass activated. Lin Sheng, having completed the steal, immediately delivered a penetrating through ball. The football passed between the two opposing center backs and was received by Musa Koita. He lifted his foot and shot within the penalty area. Lin Sheng furiously assisted twice, helping his teammates score twice. After 2 goals, the confidence of Sint-Truiden was thoroughly shattered. They did not know how to restrict Lin Sheng. He always managed to deliver a crucial strike from unexpected places. In the second half, Sint-Truiden's formation was somewhat torn apart, eager to attack and equalize in the front. While wary of Lin Sheng's counterattacks, they dared not push forward too much. This led to a complete disconnection between their midfield and defense, making them vulnerable. In the 62nd minute, Lin Sheng prepared to execute a wall pass with De Bruyne, and with hesitation from the opponent, Lin Sheng suddenly changed direction to break through. His breakthrough surprised everyone, or wasn't it said that his ball control was lacking? Only after Lin Sheng dribbled past half the field did anyone come forward to challenge him. At this moment, Lin Sheng seized the opportunity to complete the wall pass, receiving the ball and then returning it to De Bruyne, continuing the wall pass. De Bruyne completely shook off the defense, passing to the back post where the opponent finished the goal. The 4th goal was utterly inscrutable. In the 77th minute of the match, Lin Sheng had already completed 25 passes, activating the Xavi moment. A mesmerizing ground pass sliced through 3 defensive lines in succession. He navigated past nearly 6 defenders without any of them making contact. De Bruyne received the ball in the penalty area and easily slotted it into the net. Lin Sheng completed a hat-trick of assists. Every one of his 4 goals was connected to him. Unsurprisingly, Lin Sheng was awarded the man of the match for the 2nd consecutive round. "Damn it, my man of the match award was stolen by you," Courtois protested indignantly. Originally, his performance was the most outstanding, the most eye-catching. If he could secure the man of the match in his debut, Courtois would surely be ecstatic. But as it turned out, he was left out of the action, as Lin Sheng's continuous assists caused the opponents to lose their composure and their attack became disordered. Courtois felt a bit bored in the second half. "Don't blame me, blame the other side for being so easy to defeat. You are such a pain in the neck." Courtois clicked his tongue. If the other side heard this, they would definitely come over to fight. "I think you're more of a pain than I am. What's wrong with me?" Courtois wanted an explanation, but Lin Sheng had already been taken away by reporters for an interview. Watching Lin Sheng surrounded by cameras confidently speaking in front of the lens, Courtois couldn't help but feel envious. He's destined to be a superstar, isn't he? "Sigh, although I have to admit that Lin does have that kind of talent," Courtois conceded helplessly. "What kind of 15-year-old can dominate a match in a top league? Usually it's already rare for an 18-year-old to secure a foothold in a first team. 15 years old. What kind of prodigy is this guy? We can't fall behind, let's go for it." De Bruyne patted Courtois on the back. He had to tiptoe just to reach Courtois' shoulder. Courtois knew very well that although De Bruyne appeared easygoing, he had a strong competitive spirit. With Lin Sheng shining so brightly, Kevin certainly wouldn't back down. He was quietly competing with him. Yeah, we can't let that guy Lin get too proud. The boy who excels at creating miracles dominated the match today as well. At the start of the game, it was clear that Sint-Truiden posed a greater threat, with their attacks being very systematic, continuously threatening the Genk goal. If it weren't for the performance of the 17-year-old rookie goalkeeper, Courtois, Genk would have probably conceded a goal long ago. Perhaps because of the continuous threats, Sint-Truiden overlooked the dangers posed by Genk, leading to a quick throw-in that resulted in a counterattack from the opponent. The entire process took only 9.6 seconds, as efficient as ever. Courtois, Lin Sheng, and De Bruyne, the connection of these 3 young talents formed a youthful storm in the Belgian league. Compared to a few rounds ago when he made a substitute debut, Lin Sheng seemed much more mature. His growth was visibly remarkable. This is truly terrifying. Currently, the KRC Genk team, with 2 consecutive wins, has quietly climbed to 6th place. They are tied on points with Standard Liège slightly ahead due to goal difference. If they can maintain this form, we might witness the greatest comeback of the season, with Genk rising from the relegation zone to the final playoffs. We have every reason to look forward to the final rounds of the league. The local Limburg Daily in Genk practically dedicated a large section to boasting about Genk's performance, particularly Lin Sheng. In just 2 months, he rapidly became the hottest new star in the small town of Genk, to the extent that crazed female fans on the street sought his autograph. He couldn't help it. With his good looks and the exotic charm of his eastern features, he was extremely appealing to Belgian girls. This also made Lin Sheng start to consider, should I buy a car? Now that he had secured his place as a starter, his apprentice contract of €800 per week had officially transformed into a young player contract worth €2,000. Although he couldn't buy a supercar, getting a second-hand car for transportation wasn't a problem. Don't think about it, you still don't have a driver's license. Alright. Lin Sheng finally realized that he was only 15 years old and wouldn't be able to take the driving test until next year. Damn it. Sometimes being young is also a disadvantage. Genk's recent 2 consecutive wins only indicate that their form is quite good. The real test lies in the upcoming few rounds of the league. They will face strong teams like Standard Liège Bruges and Mechelen one after another. If they can overcome this challenge, they will surely qualify for the playoffs with hopes of stepping onto the Champions League stage. Otherwise, Genk will fall back into the abyss, returning to the relegation zone. As Genk rejoices, the authoritative Belgian media Football magazine also analyzed Genk's real test. Whether they can play in the Champions League next season depends on the upcoming grueling schedule. I bet 200 that Henk won't survive the next 3 rounds of this brutal fixture schedule. And then he'll take that bet. I guarantee Henk will earn at least 6 points over those 3 matches. Impossible. They'll manage no more than 4 points, perhaps not even 1. 3 straight losses. And on what grounds? Have they been underperforming? They've played well, yes, but these young players are inherently unpredictable. Consecutive victories may inflate their confidence. And, fine then, we'll see how it unfolds. A dramatic moment unfolded on Belgian television during the program Today's Match. Live on air, the host watched in disbelief as 2 guest analysts descended into a genuine, unscripted argument, broadcast nationwide. One was Luc Nielies, a legendary former Belgian national team player. The other was Predrag Mijatovic, a 2-time Belgian Footballer of the Year who had lifted trophies with Standard Liège and Mechelen. Coincidentally, Henk's upcoming opponents included both Standard Liège and Mechelen, so Mijatovic naturally backed his former clubs. Luc Nielies, having previously commentated on Linsheng's matches, was deeply aware of the teenager's extraordinary potential and firmly believed he would continue to defy expectations. Thus, the 2 Belgian legends gradually clashed, arguing passionately live on camera. The wager stood at 200, with Mijatovic publicly declaring Henk would win no more than 1 match. The televised debate ignited widespread discussion across Belgium, prompting fans from rival clubs to pick sides. Those hostile toward Henk insisted victory was out of the question. Yet many neutral fans grew enamored with Henk and placed their faith squarely in the trio of young talents. And these 3 are Belgium's brightest hopes. Though Lin isn't Belgian, the FA should consider calling him up to the national squad. And you're jumping to conclusions far too soon. A season hasn't even concluded yet. First, Henk must endure this grueling fixture stretch. Only then can anything else be discussed. In KRC, Henk found itself unexpectedly thrust into the Belgian spotlight, not necessarily as heroes, but as the subject of nationwide chatter. Inside the club, however, uncertainty reigned. Pierre Denayer stared glumly at the fixture list, sighing repeatedly. Pierre, this room is about to drown in your carbon dioxide. Coach Frank Vercauteren delivered the quip with stone-faced deadpan. And aren't you worried? Standard Liège Club, Brugge Mechelen. 3 consecutive fixtures. Worried? We'd have faced them anyway in the second half. Sooner or later makes no difference, Vercauteren replied coolly, utterly unruffled. Pierre fell silent. And no wonder, he was the head coach. His expression never wavered regardless of circumstance. To secure results, Denayer doubled down on monitoring every player's training load. Anyone caught slacking off would be benched, no exceptions. And the only source of consistent satisfaction remained the 3 young stars, De Bruyne, Courtois, and Linsheng. He was, after all, an ordinary high school student, typically inclined toward leisure, eager to shirk responsibility. And Linsheng, by contrast, trained with unmatched intensity, the most dedicated in the entire squad. So much so that Denayer occasionally had to urge him to ease up, lest his body break down. Yet Linsheng consistently pushed himself to the precise physical thresholds prescribed by the team's fitness coaches and medical staff. Inspired by the trio's relentless drive, others began joining them in extra sessions, including forward moves. Recent matches saw Linsheng and De Bruyne feeding Coita chances so frequently he was nearly crowned top scorer, and he now trailed league leader Romelu Lukaku by just 3 goals. Perhaps this season he truly could contend for the Golden Boot. And meanwhile, both De Bruyne and Linsheng were quietly climbing the assist charts. De Bruyne currently led Linsheng by 2 assists. And remarkably, most names near the top of Belgium's domestic rankings belong to players under 19. It was a vibrant, flourishing scene, youthful energy surging in every direction. In January 25, 2010, Belgian First Division Matchday 22, KRC Henk traveled to face 7th-placed Standard Liège. Standard Liège clung tightly to their position. Any dropped points would eject Henk from the playoff race. And accordingly, Henk adopted a cautious counterattacking approach early in the away fixture. Unsurprisingly, Linsheng, De Bruyne, and Courtois all earned starting berths following their recent stellar performances. KRC Henk had become the youngest squad in the entire Belgian First Division, average age 23. 5 years. A true youth revolution. A surge of fresh vitality coursed through the team. Select 1 standard talent and 1 penalty area disruptor common in the opponent's penalty area. You may trigger misjudgments by the goalkeeper. And 2. Crossfield distributor common long diagonal passes from the flank succeed with 100 accuracy every second attempt. And 3. Clean tackler rare 75 chance your slide tackles avoid fouls. If successful, your next slide tackle guarantees ball retention. This time no critical success occurred. No item or talent upgrade was granted. And still, the chosen talent held genuine utility. Talent 1 suited only a static center forward stationed inside the box, not fitting for a defensive midfielder like himself. And Talent 2 was irrelevant. He didn't operate on the flanks. And Talent 3 aligned perfectly with his rebound style. Leveraging his professional talent, each successful interception triggered a critical through-ball effect. On the pitch, he couldn't guarantee 100 interception success. Sometimes he was dribbled past. And that made this tackling ability invaluable, dramatically enhancing Lin Sheng's capacity to intercept. Indeed, against standard Liege, Lin Sheng's slide tackles surged, disrupting the host's rhythm entirely. In standard Liège presses forward, exploiting home advantage. Lin. Brilliant slide tackle, ball sent out of bounds. In home supporters protest to the referee. The challenge appears borderline given Lin's forceful execution. In no call. After consulting the assistant referee, the official awarded a throw-in, deeming Lin's tackle entirely legal. In slow-motion replay confirmed Lin struck the ball first with no reckless lifting of the leg, clean, decisive, and fully within the rules. The commentator couldn't resist praising Lin Sheng's intervention. In that challenge had been perilous. Standard Liège executed a fluid, incisive move down the flank. Lin Sheng rushed to cover the near post, committing a decisive slide tackle to dismantle the attack, preventing a direct entry into the penalty area. And Henk fans rose to applaud. A true warrior of Henk. Absolutely magnificent. Standard Liège takes the throw-in, delivered into the box. Danger, and again Lin. A vital clean tackle inside the area. He wins the ball, springs up, and unleashes a perfect long pass. In Kevin De Bruyne, through on goal. In stunning, lightning-fast counterattack. Henk's very first shot on target found the back of the net, assisted by the outstanding Lin Sheng. Nawai's side leads 10. And even Denayer stood stunned by such an exquisite opening. Frank, did you drill him on slide tackles? He's suddenly unstoppable today. And no, he figured it out himself, Coach Frank Vercauteren admitted, quietly astonished. What other surprises did this young man hold in store? Standard Liège 0-2 KRC Genk. The match has concluded and Genk's performance has once again shaken the entire Belgium. What? Are they really mounting a counteroffensive in the Northern Expedition? The young musketeers of Genk shine, helping the team secure 3 consecutive victories. The miraculous youngster from the East continues the miracle as steel barrier in midfield. With 11 tackles and only 1 foul, let's review the key players in Genk's victory. It comes as no surprise that Lin Sheng's counterattack style has once again proven incredibly effective, and his talent as a civilized tackler made a significant impact from start. Lin Sheng formed an insurmountable barrier in defense, consistently saving the team in critical moments. The key is that for every 2 tackles he made, he could deliver an extremely lethal pass, causing Standard Liège to hesitate in their offensive attempts, significantly reducing their threat. Alongside Courtois guarding the goal, Genk once again kept a clean sheet, winning by 2 goals. Lin Sheng contributed with 1 assist and 1 crucial pass, helping De Bruyne and Moussa Koy to score. De Bruyne was left bewildered by him. Shouldn't I be feeding you? How did it turn into you feeding me? And you complain about the food, the next match you feed me instead. Sure, just charge up and I'll pass to you. Due to Lin Sheng's catchphrase, De Bruyne even learned the Chinese terms for feeding and eating the food. At this time, there was no such saying in the Chinese internet, and Lin Sheng didn't know where he picked it up. Only Courtois silently shed tears beside them. I want to eat too. Go away. What does a goalkeeper do with food? Stay in your lane. Damn it. You guys are bullying me. With an unstoppable momentum, KRC Genk achieved 3 consecutive victories, driving the entire city's fans into a frenzy, making every day feel like a festival. By the 23rd round of the league, Genk faced the strong opponent Bruges at home, and nearly the entire city turned out. The Sajika Arena was packed and tickets were priceless. Even outside the stadium, tens of thousands of fans gathered cheering for the team by the big screen. The visiting Bruges fans entered the stadium cautiously, fearing being surrounded and beaten by Genk's blue and white supporters. In reality, the blue and white fans were too busy singing team songs and waiting for the match to start, hardly paying any attention to them. Bruges is currently ranked 2nd in the league, 7 points behind the leader Anderlecht. This team is also a regular in the Champions League, having the chance to face many of Europe's top clubs each year. Fans from Huaxia who do not follow Belgian football can always spot Bruges' name. Theoretically, they are the strongest team Genk has faced aside from Anderlecht. However, Genk's blue and white fans showed no fear. If we could defeat Anderlecht, how could we fear Bruges? Of course, some fans were quite nervous, feeling a lot of pressure. Beginner's luck aura activated. Please choose a regular talent 1. Corner rocket rare. When a corner is taken from outside the opponent's penalty area, the shot accuracy within 1 second of receiving the ball is 100, shot power 302. By blocking common, when an opponent attempts a long shot within 2 meters, there is a chance to intercept the ball at a teammate's feet. 3. The Spirit of Con rare. After completing a save, a roar generates a morale aura, increasing the team's morale by 100. All attributes 15. 10 minutes. Did I get a blue talent without a critical hit this time? Moreover, 1 is blue and 1 is green. What a waste. One of the talents is for goalkeepers, which is useless to him. Talent 2 isn't very useful, When the opponent shoots, there's already a high probability of blocking it, and a perfect interception is just the icing on the cake. Relatively speaking, talent 1 is the most cost-effective. Choose blue for blue and later choose purple for purple, who would deliberately lower their standards and not select an epic talent. Indeed, this rare talent came into play just after acquiring it. The match began and Bruges took the initiative, launching a relentless attack against Genk. They planned to score first within 15 minutes, and then comfortably focus on defense and counterattacks. However, with Lin Sheng on the field, he continuously disrupted their tackles, preventing Bruges from mounting any real offensive pressure and almost leading a counterattack from Genk. Bruges quickly adjusted, pulling everyone back, denying Lin Sheng the chance for a long pass. Genk pressed forward and Lin Sheng attempted a shot from outside the penalty area, which was blocked out for a corner. Genk's attack seems a bit hasty. Although Lin Sheng's shot was beautiful, they could have organized better. I don't think it's necessary. Genk lacks a central organizing core in the front line. Kevin De Bruyne is good, but he mainly plays on the wing. Lin's shooting choice is fine. The commentator was discussing, while Lin Sheng quickly found De Bruyne the main corner taker. Kevin, give me the ball, I'll find you later. You? De Bruyne knew he was up to something again. If it were anyone else, De Bruyne might hesitate, but Lin Sheng was sure to succeed. This guy always plans before acting. He then saw Lin Sheng sneakily pulling out of the penalty area temporarily unmarked. Fine, just pass it outside the penalty area and see what he can do. Although there were tall teammates in the penalty area, De Bruyne decisively kicked the corner kick to the edge of the arc. The corner kick taken by Genk. Curving out, who's out there? The commentator hadn't reacted, yet when Lin Sheng had already sprinted into position, taking advantage of the opponent's players not yet arriving, and without stopping the ball he shot. Bang! Corner rocket fired. The football, powered by a 300 boost, soared towards the goal like a cannonball. The Bruges goalkeeper didn't have time to react, feeling only a gust of wind passing by, and in a flash the ball had crashed into the net. Silence. Goal. Lin. A spectacular volley from outside the penalty area, scoring first. Genk leads 10. This is Lin Sheng's second goal of the season. It's crucial and spectacular. The entire stadium erupted. We scored. Awesome. Well done. Everyone was surprised that they could score first against such a strong opponent. Moreover, the hero of the goal is still their miraculous young star, the savior of the team, Lin Sheng. After scoring, Lin Sheng unsurprisingly rushed towards the loyal fans in the north stand, then leapt high, performing his signature celebration. Now the fans are already familiar with this routine. Shoo, the atmosphere is electrifying. Damn it, this guy. De Bruyne excitedly rushed over to celebrate with Lin Sheng. How about that? My pass was accurate. Just okay, I still kicked it beautifully. You. Alright, both of you are heroes, well done. Captain Carlos quickly mediated. The visiting Bruges team was left bewildered. Wasn't it said before the match that Genk was the weak team? How did we end up as the weak team? On one hand, they were wary of Genk's counterattacks, and on the other, they feared their set pieces, causing Bruges to play timidly, retreating into their half. Ultimately, thanks to Lin Sheng's lone goal, KRC Genk defeated Bruges 10, securing their fourth consecutive victory. After the match, Belgian legend Luc Nilliford specifically tweeted Predham, "So they won 2 matches already? I said they could get 6 points. Predham stubbornly replied, "There's still 1 match left. If they win the next one, it'll admit defeat." Previously, the Belgian television program Today's Matches had decent viewership, but it had never reached such high popularity. What could it be? It must be that Predham publicly apologized. It's disgusting. But the audience loves the gossip, and the live viewership skyrocketed. Predham had previously wagered with Luc Nillifort that if KRC Genk could earn more than 4 points in the devilish schedule, he would lose €200. The bet between two washed-up Belgian footballers was not very interesting. It would only spark some debate in the football community at the time. As it turned out, KRC Genk unleashed its dark horse nature, defeating Standard Liège and Club Brugge, completing for consecutive victories. These recent matches were of high quality, including the defending champion, the top team, the 5th ranked team, last season's runner-up, and the 2nd ranked team this season. All of them are strong teams in the upper tier of the Belgian league. Looking across Belgium, no team could guarantee not to drop points in such a devilish schedule. But KRC Genk managed to do it. This team, which was nearly mired in the relegation zone in the first half of the season and was bullied by everyone, achieved this. Their 4 consecutive victories were overwhelming. At this point, Predham was willing to admit defeat and pay the €200. Yet he stubbornly insisted, stating on Twitter, "If KRC Genk can win against Mechelen in the next match, I will perform a dance live in the studio." The former Belgian national team star was actually going to do this live. As the news spread, everyone began to pay attention to the Belgian Pro League matchday 24, a Mechelen vs. Genk. Even without this incident, the entire Genk team took this match seriously. As long as they defeated Mechelen, they would instantly overtake Sint-Truiden and climb to 4th place in the league. With 6 matches remaining, Genk could pull ahead of the 6th place by 7 points. This means they could successfully secure a spot in the playoffs this season. There is hope to compete for next season's Champions League and the league title. Remember when Lin Sheng just joined the team? He said his goal was to win the championship, and everyone laughed at him for being too young. Now this goal is getting closer, almost like a dream. Therefore, in the away match against Mechelen, Genk trained vigorously and everyone brought their best form to the match. Unsurprisingly, Lin Sheng, De Bruyne, and Courtois, the youth trio, secured starting positions. The three of them were simply the secret to the team's consecutive victories, a youthful storm sweeping through Belgium. As he stepped onto the field, Lin Sheng held his head high, showing no concern for the tough away match. Because he had the newbie luck aura is in effect. Please choose one. Regular talent 1. Fast counterattack rare, each time you break through 10 meters while transitioning from defense to offense. Speed 20. Additionally triggers counterattack aura team speed 20 for 10 seconds. 2. Golden left foot, common left foot ball control accuracy 150, right foot ball control accuracy 33. Penalty area firefighter rare, speed in own penalty area 30, defense 15, with a certain chance of committing a foul without being called. Lin Sheng chose the first option without hesitation. Fast counterattack perfectly fits his countering style, allowing him not only to pass, but also to use his speed advantage to accelerate and join the attack. This speed includes not just off-the-ball running speed, but also acceleration and ball-carrying speed. Assuming Lin Sheng's current speed is 68, if he can break through a distance of over 50 meters, his speed will increase by 100, reaching 136. According to EA Sports FC 25 data, Mbappe's speed is only 97. In peak condition, Lin Sheng can accelerate and outpace Mbappe by 2 body lengths. Wait, who is Mbappe? Never mind, Lin Sheng didn't care at all, decisively selecting fast counterattack. He didn't even look at the last 2 options. Option 2 is suitable for left-footed players and option 3 is suitable for center backs, neither of which fits Lin Sheng's talents. At least for now. Who knows if he loses and restarts, refreshing his profession and talents, what kind of completely new style Lin Sheng. I have to say the 15-second speed boost of 75 combined with the speed aura that allows teammates to enjoy a 20 boost. It's just too insane. After the start of the match, Michelin initially intended to launch an offensive, but after being intercepted by Lin Sheng, they surrounded him, blocking the passing route. According to his previous playing style, Lin Sheng would have passed the ball back to a teammate for a safe play. Now he simply made a powerful dribble and surged down the middle. Michelin was caught off guard. Lin Sheng's breakthrough was completely unanticipated. The 3 opponents who came to intercept were simply outrun by Lin Sheng's speed. He transformed into Zhao Zilong, charging 60 meters straight into the opponent's half. This ignited a frenzy among the away fans. Michelin was in complete disarray, preparing to surround him, while De Bruyne's side was completely open. With no pressure, Lin Sheng's passing didn't require any external help. He could deliver a comfortable through ball himself. De Bruyne received the ball smoothly, had time to aim in the penalty area, and completed a shot through the legs into the net. An unbelievable goal. Lin sprinting 60 meters with the ball assisted De Bruyne in scoring. His speed, I never noticed this when I was busy defending in the back. Today, he finally showed his skills. This young player always manages to surprise people. The commentator was stunned. Lin Sheng's explosive charge on the field was reminiscent of Mbappe's powerful run against Argentina in the 2018 World Cup. After Lin Sheng's spectacular play, how could Michelin dare to attack? They obediently stayed back, not daring to cross the line. Breaking through a dense defense is not Cenk's forte. Both sides remained locked in a stalemate until the final stages of the second half, when Lin Sheng seized an opportunity from a corner and took a long shot from outside the penalty area. Lin, scoring in consecutive matches. Today he shines brightly with 1 assist and 1 goal, helping the team secure a 20 victory. Cenk is about to achieve 5 consecutive wins. During the live broadcast of this match, Prudhomme's face was completely darkened. After Cenk's away victory, achieving 5 consecutive wins, Prudhomme could only helplessly admit defeat. Thus there was that scene in the live broadcast room where almost all the Belgian viewers flocked in just to see the spectacle. Oh my god, this is so ugly. So disgusting, don't jump. Why not jump? Who told him to be stubborn? As a Cenk fan, I must say, although the scene is disgusting, enjoying the victory is quite pleasant. Due to the pressure from Cenk's northern expedition, other teams were affected during this round of matches. Standard Liège encountered a draw, Brugge lost, Sint-Truiden was held to a draw at home, and Gent suffered a reversal. Thus among the top 6 in the standings, only Anderlecht and Cenk earned 3 points, while the other teams fell in rank. With a 7-point advantage, Cenk firmly stabilized at 4th place in the league, just 6 points behind 2nd place Brugge, and 1 point behind 3rd place Gent. Terrifying. Could they really succeed in their northern expedition? The player loan from Manchester United is really useful, don't ever send him back. Specializing in defeating strong teams, 5 consecutive wins. The playoffs are secured. The Belgian Pro League is about to enter its final sprint phase concerning the Champions League, and the league title Lin Sheng is ready. In front of the television reporters, Lin Sheng once again made a shocking statement. As for the championship, let's put that aside for now. OR Cenk will definitely appear in the Champions League next season. The resurgence of KRC Cenk in the league has made everyone take notice. The remaining opponents are exhausting all means to study Cenk and attempt to counter their rapid counterattacks. According to an analysis in a football magazine article, Cenk is actually not that strong. Their offensive tactics and positional play are limited, lacking a traditional ball control core in the front line, with De Bruyne often operating on the flanks, while Lin Sheng excels more in transitioning from defense to attack. The forwards are average, and the abilities of players in other positions are quite mediocre. Their 5 consecutive victories rely solely on the unexpectedly outstanding performances of young players like Lin Sheng and De Bruyne. Once they are thoroughly studied, they will naturally lose their luster and become ordinary young players. Thus, the key to the problem lies in addressing critical issues. Are they able to fully analyze Lin Sheng? Terrifying 6 consecutive victories. KRC Genk cannot be stopped. Lin Sheng's 2 assists helped the team defeat Roeselare 31, achieving 6 consecutive wins. Strange passing angles break through the Roeselare defense. Lin Sheng once again becomes the miracle worker. In the 25th round of the league, Genk won 31 against Roeselare. Lin Sheng recorded 2 assists while De Bruyne had 1 goal and 1 assist, but unfortunately Courtois was left wounded in spirit. His streak of 4 consecutive clean sheets came to an end. Lin Sheng drew the ordinary talent passing trick this match. Passing trick ordinary. After passing, there is a chance for the ball to return to a random teammate within 5 meters of the target. This means that regardless of how Lin Sheng passes targeting De Bruyne, there is a chance for interference at the moment the ball reaches him, leading to other teammates retrieving the ball. In this way, Lin Sheng's passing suddenly becomes unpredictable. He intended to assist De Bruyne, but the ball unexpectedly reached the feet of a forward in the penalty area. Moussa Kone successfully capitalized on the opportunity. Lin Sheng then attempted to pass to Moussa, but the ball took an odd curve and ended up at the back post where De Bruyne was unmarked and blasted it into the net. Roeselare's dense defense effectively stifled Lin Sheng's counterattacks, yet they never anticipated Lin Sheng possessing such a bizarre passing ability. In the 26th round of the league, Genk secured a 10 victory against Charleroi. With KRC Genk achieving 6 consecutive wins and defeating strong opponents, they have become the fiercest team in the league. Charleroi chose to fortify their defense, refusing to venture out, considering a draw away with 1 point of victory. Genk indeed launched an assault, but did not create significant threats. Lin Sheng's rebound style had no chance to defend, making quick counterattacks impossible. The penalty area was filled with opposing players, and their defensive formation was remarkably solid, leaving Genk feeling anxious. Charleroi also executed their set-piece protection excellently, with Lin Sheng outside the penalty area being double-teamed, preventing him from taking long-range shots. As a result, Lin Sheng couldn't unleash a single shot with his powerful talent causality shot. Fortunately, he chose a new talent for this match. Feeding Master Rare. After successfully passing to a teammate inside the penalty area, their shooting accuracy increases by 100 for 1 second. A reliable assist-generating artifact. Originally, Lin Sheng had Xavi moment where after 25 consecutive passes the next pass cannot be intercepted. Combining these 2 talents creates an unbeatable synergy. As expected in the second half, Lin Sheng found an opportunity, finally completed 25 passes, and then suddenly delivered a lethal through ball into the penalty area. Amidst the crowd, not a single person touched the ball. De Bruyne received it easily in an onside position surrounded by players. His first instinct was to shoot, and he took a shot. To his surprise, he scored. The ball went straight into the corner, and the goalkeeper had no chance to save it. Thanks to the connection between the 2 young players, Genk achieved 7 consecutive victories. With just 4 rounds left in the regular season of the league, KRC Genk has climbed to 3rd place, only 3 points behind Club Brugge. Who could have imagined that just half a year ago they were close to relegation? After changing coaches, head coach Frank Vercauteren skillfully utilized young talents, ultimately helping the team secure a playoff spot. With 7 consecutive victories, Genk is on a roll, and everyone is looking forward to their 8th victory, but unfortunately the winning streak was interrupted. Lin Sheng received a yellow card for tactical fouling in the last match, accumulating 5 yellow cards and earning a 1-match suspension. In reality, Lin Sheng sometimes does not wish to solve problems through fouls, but as a midfield barrier and primary defensive midfielder, he often has to confront opponents. His physical conditions are still developing. While his muscle strength appears strong, it is insufficient to collide with muscle-bound opponents. This leads him to rely on fouls to stop the opposing team's attacks when his talents do not trigger during defense. Accumulating 5 yellow cards without a red card, Lin Sheng has played quite civilized. With Lin Sheng absent from the midfield, Genk has started Edson, the Brazilian defensive midfielder who has just recovered from injury. This former starting defensive midfielder found that after 2 months of recuperation, he had lost his position in the team. The 15-year-old Lin Sheng firmly occupied the starting spot, only giving Edson a chance once he was suspended. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, Edson was unable to generate threats for the team. After playing for 90 minutes, Genk ended in a 0-0 draw, with Lokeren halting the 7-game winning streak. Moreover, Genk was unable to catch up with second-place Club Brugge, trailing by 5 points, making it challenging to overtake in the final 3 rounds. Edson has come to terms with his fate. Without Lin Sheng on the field, the team cannot win. As a newcomer, he has become the focal point of both the team's offense and defense, acting as the engine of the team. In the 28th round of the league, Genk played at home against Sering, a mid-table team ranked 10th. Previously Genk and they were on par, but now Genk has reached a different level. Due to not winning in the last round, Genk fans were quite worried. Would the team's morale be affected? Thankfully, the highly anticipated Lin Sheng was in the starting lineup. As Lin Sheng walked out from the players' tunnel, the Sajika arena erupted in thunderous applause. F.A. Lin, F.A. Racing. Welcomed by the fans, Lin Sheng felt a surge of confidence. Watch me lead you. Get lost. The last match was just a stroke of bad luck. Exactly, even if you weren't here, we still had a chance to win. De Bruyne and Courtois rarely formed a united front. Otherwise, let Lin Sheng run wild. He wins when he plays, and he doesn't when he doesn't. It's just not scientific. So you still didn't win. Lin Sheng's words left the two in stunned silence. Frustrating. They wanted to retort, but there was no way to argue. Once on the pitch, Lin Sheng indeed unlocked a new talent, and it was purple. An epic talent. Lin Sheng saw purple for the first time. In his eyes, the other two white options vanished. Even if the purple talent belonged to a goalkeeper, he had to take a closer look. 1v1 dual ground epic triggered in a 1v1 situation with an opponent. An 8d20 die is rolled to determine outcomes based on both players' attributes. If successful, defenders have a 100 steal chance and attackers have a 100 dribbling success. If unsuccessful, 5 stamina is returned. What is this? Lin Sheng suddenly felt like when playing a card game, and everyone else was a hero like Guan Yu Zhangfei or Zhao Yun, while he drew a lesser character and had to study its abilities for 3 minutes before the match. Is this what an epic talent looks like? What would a legendary talent be like? This match was truly one-sided, utterly devoid of suspense. Indeed, many had expected Sering Brugge, a mid-table team in the league, to pose some challenge to Genk, yet it soon became evident they were completely outmatched. Having failed to secure a win in their previous fixture, Genk reclaimed dominance the moment Lin Sheng returned to the starting lineup. Though he did not score, his rock-solid defensive presence enabled the team to fully control the midfield. At just 15 years old, the young prodigy had quietly emerged as Genk's midfield linchpin, a development no one could have foreseen at the season's outset. At the post-match analysis, the commentator underscored Lin Sheng's pivotal role. On-screen, KRC Genk defeated Sering Brugge 30, clean, clinical, and decisive, securing third place in the league table while drawing ever closer to second-placed Club Brugge. The television broadcast replayed the match's highlights repeatedly. For the first goal, Lin Sheng launched a textbook long ball counterattack from deep. Kevin De Bruyne received it and assisted Moussa Koita to score. For the second, Genk converted a corner kick, Captain Carlos heading home, after Lin Sheng's seemingly casual long-range shot forced the set piece. For the third, after completing 25 precise passes, Lin Sheng delivered a scalpel-like through ball that sent left-winger Daniel Pudel through on goal for a clean finish. Though credited with only 1 assist, all 3 goals bore his unmistakable imprint. His name was repeatedly invoked by commentators and pundits alike. 6 tackles, 3 crucial slide interceptions, 3 key passes, 1 assist, and a staggering 98 pass completion rate. This youth is rapidly evolving from a purely defensive operator into a true midfield polymath. What makes this especially remarkable is Genk's bold decision to entrust such responsibility to a teenager, granting him the platform to prove himself. Were it not for certain physical limitations, his relative lack of strength in duels, and limited forward driving capability, Lin Sheng would undoubtedly be ready for a far grander stage. Perhaps even a Premier League giant. The commentator smiled wryly. Quite possible, if he sustains this form and refuses to squander his extraordinary talent. In the pundits' view, the Belgian Pro League's intensity is already insufficient to contain Lin Sheng. Consider Romelu Lukaku at 17. He claimed the league's golden boot, scoring at will. This starkly illustrates the gulf in competitive caliber. Had Lukaku joined the Premier League or La Liga at that age, he might well have struggled to secure a regular starting berth. Lin Sheng, however, possesses distinctive attributes that may allow him to carve out opportunity, even thrive, on elite stages. One can only say all of Europe misjudged Sir Alex Ferguson back then. His vision was impeccable. In the final 2 rounds of the Belgian Pro League, Genk swept both matches, unquestionably victorious, with Lin Sheng anchoring the starting 11. Genk 20 Kortrijk, Mouscron 0-4 Genk. Genk capped off the regular season with 3 consecutive wins, flawless. Buoyed by those 9 points, Genk surged past second-placed Club Brugge in the final stretch, claiming second. From second to last at the halfway mark, Genk stormed northward to finish second. Undoubtedly the most astonishing underdog campaign in decades of Belgian football history. Since Lin Sheng's debut as a substitute, Genk won 13 of their final 15 matches, remaining undefeated with merely 2 draws. Alone, Lin Sheng secured 39 points for his club, lifting a team teetering on relegation into the playoff contention. Had their first-half deficit not been so profound, even Anderlecht's summit position might have been jeopardized. Anderlecht watched helplessly as Genk closed the gap, ultimately trailing by just 6 points. Given a few more rounds, a full reversal might well have occurred. Terrifying. Fortunately, the regular season has now concluded, ushering in the championship playoff phase. The top 6 teams entering the playoffs: Anderlecht, KRC Genk, Club Brugge, Gent Sint-Truiden, and Waasland Beveren. Standard Liège, the perennial Champions League contender, failed to break into the top 6. Their defeat by Genk plunged them into profound self-doubt and shattered morale. That a 15-year-old rookie could dismantle an entire team's confidence with nothing but well-timed slide tackles stunned the entire Belgian football world. The following week, immediately after the regular season, the playoff fixtures commenced. Across Belgium, Genk dominated headlines, and this miraculous team captivated national discourse. At Genk's training facility, the dressing room buzzed with joyous energy. Lin Sheng had effortlessly become the most beloved player in the squad. Everyone delighted in chatting and joking with him. His extraordinary performances and the coaching staff's unwavering faith had rendered any lingering condescension obsolete. Lin Sheng had earned the entire team's respect, not through privilege, but through sheer undeniable merit. When exactly did he become the team's star? Thibaut Courtois asked, genuinely perplexed. Before you envy him, consider how much he sacrificed to reach this point. Kevin De Bruyne replied coolly. It was undeniable. Lin Sheng trained harder than anyone, relentlessly raising the bar, leaving no room for complacency among his peers. De Bruyne followed suit, training extra hours daily. Exhausting, yes, but his tangible improvement was real. For that, Kevin De Bruyne felt deeply grateful to Lin Sheng. After training, players lingered in the dressing room, bantering and laughing, before dispersing to enjoy their evenings. It was precisely 3 p.m. De Bruyne watched bemused as Lin Sheng bypassed changing into street clothes and instead strode directly toward the gym, still clad in his training kit. Wait, you're training again today? Why not? I've no classes this afternoon. I'll add an hour of strength work. Fine, you go ahead. I'm heading home. With no match scheduled that Saturday, De Bruyne was utterly spent, eager to spend the weekend with his girlfriend. Are you two going out for dinner? Count me in. Courtois chimed in, joining De Bruyne as they departed. Lin Sheng remained alone, walking toward the gym. Finally, peace and quiet. Savoring the solitude of the vast gymnasium, Lin Sheng found the stillness refreshing, perfect for reflecting on recent matches and refining his tactical insights. Ahead lay the playoffs, and he harbored not a trace of complacency. The playoffs, akin to what many call the postseason, are where elite teams collide. Not a single one of the top 6 sides is easily dismissed. To underestimate them invites swift retribution. Having fought so arduously to ascend to second place in the regular season, a playoff collapse, sliding to third or lower, would extinguish all hope of the title and cost Genk their Champions League qualification. Such a loss would be catastrophic. At this juncture, every player must commit absolutely. Since acquiring the legendary talent 1v1 duel arena, Genk had indeed witnessed its formidable impact during matches. Its baseline effect is modest, merely replenishing stamina or generating localized advantages, seemingly inconsequential to the broader flow of the game. Yet deployed at the decisive moment, this ability becomes transcendent, capable of reversing fate itself. Its ceiling is extraordinarily high. Defensively, during a 1v1 duel, Lin Sheng's defense stat is pitted against the opponent's offense. The greater Lin Sheng's advantage, the higher his probability of success on a D20 roll. For instance, if Lin Sheng's defense stands at 70 and the attacker's offense is also 70, rolling at 10 or higher guarantees a successful tackle, 100 interception. Offensively, the same logic applies if Lin Sheng's speed and dribbling stats exceed 70, while the defender's defensive rating falls below 60, a roll of 8 or higher suffices for success, offering exceptional odds. Crucially, Lin Sheng possesses the permanent artifact Lucky Clover, which further boosts his success probability. Unless fortune turns fiercely against him, he can triumph, even against opponents whose raw stats surpass his own. Even Wayne Rooney or Sergio Aguero might find themselves powerless before him. Only a prime Lionel Messi, whose overwhelming statistical superiority could drastically suppress Lin Sheng's odds, might pose a genuine threat. Yet even then, Lin Sheng retains a chance to dispossess him, or to take on and beat peak-era defenders like Fabio Cannavaro or Virgil van Dijk in direct duels. Leveraging this legendary talent, Lin Sheng grew markedly more assured in the final 3 regular season matches, executing multiple critical tackles and breakthroughs. In 1v1 situations, he no longer defaults to safe sideways or backward passes. He chooses confidently to beat his man. Lin Sheng is now terrifyingly strong. He can scarcely wait for the playoffs to begin. As for the talents awarded after those final 3 matches, Lin Sheng could only smile wryly. While these are better than nothing, though hardly transformative, the 3 talents, although not immediately impactful, can enhance his style of counterattack and stabilize his core position in the midfield and defense. The talent Picantuan also played on a joke about peak, which Lin Sheng didn't quite understand at first until a few years later. After the 2012-2013 season, he gradually realized the origin of Picantuan. The probability of triggering foresight is not high, but occasionally, he can accurately anticipate the opponent's moves. After a week of preparation and rest, the entire KRC Genk team is ready for the playoffs. The Championship Group playoffs are a home and away double round-robin points ranking system with the scoring rules consistent with other competitions. The final points plus half of the regular season points determine the top 2 teams eligible for the Champions League, with the team scoring the most points being the champion. The 6-2 matches are quite brutal. The Belgian Football Association quickly announced the playoff schedule, and Genk's upcoming opponents are 1. Gent 2. Brugge 3. St. Truden 4. Waasland Beveren 5. Anderlecht. Especially in the 5th and 10th rounds, Genk will face the strongest team in the league, Anderlecht, first as guests and then as hosts. Linsheng originally thought the upcoming championship group playoffs would be a breeze, but when he stood on the pitch, he suddenly felt a bit dazed. In the first round of the playoffs, Gent versus Genk, at the moment he stepped onto the field, there were no new notifications. It wasn't until Linsheng checked the message page that he saw a system notification in the corner of his field of vision: random challenge task triggered when the championship. The talent refresh reward is paused during the playoff phase. If successful in winning the league championship, a champion gift pack will be awarded. If the challenge fails, 1 point of life will be deducted. Wait, what? Deducting life points? You didn't tell me this before the match. Linsheng was almost in tears while the other systems seemed eager to keep dinging and chat with the protagonist. His system was particularly quiet, and for such a significant matter it didn't even provide a prompt. Genk's regular season points were already lower than Anderlecht's. If the final points aren't better than theirs, even if they beat them twice, they can't win the championship. Where can one find justification for this? Without the championship with life points deducted, Linsheng would completely lose the accumulated talents and start anew from zero. It must be said that winning the championship is still quite difficult, and there is a significant degree of suspense. For Linsheng, rather than being a setback, it provided him with even more motivation. The higher the challenge, the greater the sense of achievement. Come on, it's just the championship of the Belgian league. Linsheng participate in this competition to win the championship. On the pitch, Kevin De Bruyne suddenly noticed Linsheng's inexplicable, shining eyes and fighting spirit. What has this guy been stimulated by? The championship group playoffs have reached a fever pitch. After 4 rounds, let's take a look at the current standings. The 2 strongest teams remain Anderlecht and KRC Genk, the top 2 from the regular season. Both teams have won all 4 matches each with 12 points, currently leading the playoffs. Genk is at the top of the playoff rankings by virtue of a 3-goal advantage. The upcoming direct confrontation between the 2 sides may determine the ranking for the entire playoffs. The commentator reported the playoff situation in a monotonous tone. A month has passed, and the dark horse team of the regular season, Genk, has become the most dominant team in the league. Their 4 consecutive victories in the playoffs have left no fans or media surprised. 4 wins in a row. Oh, Genk, that's nothing to worry about. Genk 20, Gent Brugge 13, Genk 10, St. Truden, Waasland Beveren 0-3, Genk. In these 4 matches, Genk scored a total of 9 goals, averaging over 2 goals per match. Among them, Linsheng directly participated in 5 goals with 4 assists and 1 goal. At least half of the credit for the remaining 4 goals should also go to Linsheng. Thanks to his transition from defense to attack, Genk has been able to execute high-quality counterattacks continuously. Of the 2 goals they conceded, one was due to the opponent's forward forcing a breakthrough resulting in a penalty that Courtois could not save. The other was an own goal where the opponent's low cross was deflected into their own net by Captain Carlos, surprising Courtois. At other times, Courtois contributed an astonishing average of 6.25 saves per game, leading the entire league by a wide margin. 17-year-old Courtois is becoming increasingly adept at the goalkeeper position, gradually showcasing the aura of a future goalkeeping legend. Linsheng, De Bruyne, and Courtois, the young trio, can no longer be viewed merely as young players. They have become the backbone of Genk and the absolute contributors to the 4 consecutive wins in the playoffs. So before the first leg of the decisive battle against Anderlecht, Genk's coach, Frank Vercauteren, unusually made a bold statement to the media. I don't think Anderlecht is invincible in the league. We have defeated them before. They have Lukaku, who is very strong, but we also have outstanding young talents, and there are 3 of us more than them laughs, so we are confident in the playoffs to defeat Anderlecht and take control of the championship race. That's right, Genk's goal is not the Champions League, but that damned league championship. Oh, the coach's statement instantly caused a stir in Belgian football before the match. Finally, a team openly challenged Anderlecht, daring to make such bold statements. Moreover, it was the coach himself. The spectators now had a show to watch. If Genk ultimately fails to win the championship, they would be ridiculed and nailed to the pillar of shame. Anderlecht has been the Belgian powerhouse for many years for a reason. The playoffs are not about dark horses, but last time at home, we were reversed by them with 2 stolen goals. This time we will definitely take revenge. I don't believe that Anderlecht with their strength can lose at home twice. Even Romelu Lukaku stated, I think Genk's team is a bit too arrogant, and their pride will backfire. I will personally prove that Anderlecht is the true king. I am the strongest player in Belgium. Facing the pre-match verbal battle, Linsheng was never one to back down. Oh, the strongest player in Belgium. Then let's use practical action to prove that Genk will win the championship. And I am the strongest in Belgium. The atmosphere was instantly brought to a peak before the showdown between Anderlecht and KRC Genk. To be honest, before facing Anderlecht, Linsheng indeed underestimated the opponent. The morale of the KRC Genk team was at its peak due to their consecutive victories in both the regular and playoff seasons. They were confident in conquering any team. The clubs in the Belgian league were not even worthy of carrying their shoes. The players of Genk even began to fantasize about the Champions League. What if we draw a giant next year? Chelsea, Manchester United, Real Madrid. Surely we won't face Barcelona. So what if it's Barcelona? It would be a chance to face Messi. Hedon. You're too cocky. Dare to challenge Barcelona. If we meet them we might get beaten badly. Not necessarily, oh we're good at counterattacks, and our speed in counterattacking is among the fastest in Europe. We might create some trouble for Barcelona. Similar conversations often happened in the locker room as if Cenk had already started participating in the Champions League. Lin Sheng initially joined his teammates in boasting, discussing Barcelona's weaknesses and Manchester United's shortcomings, pointing out flaws. However, as the conversation progressed, he began to feel something was off. I haven't even won a Belgian championship. How can I be talking about facing the last Champions League champion, the cosmic team Barcelona? Where does this confidence come from? Unless we win the championship this season and qualify for the Champions League, everything else is just premature celebration. Look at AC Milan from a few years ago. Their champagne celebration at halftime is likely to remain a joke even 20 years later. Lin Sheng consciously reduced his bragging and the behavior of borrowing glory from a championship. Since he couldn't acquire new talents during the playoff phase, he could only enhance his attributes through continuous effort. Even if his skill level of D wouldn't immediately rise to B, at least it could gradually increase, striving to reach a C level. On match day, as it was an away game, Cenk would face an even greater challenge. Last time here, Cenk turned the tide and beat Anderlecht 32, snatching 3 points on their opponent's home turf, with Lin Sheng landing the decisive blow. Coming back to Lotto Park, he was sure to receive a warm welcome from the opposing fans. Indeed, as Cenk's players walked out of the tunnel and the DJ announced the away team roster, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Midfielder number 23, Ovieter Lin. Boo, get lost. Go back to your own country. Get back to Asia. Last time at Cenk's home ground, De Bruyne was ruthlessly heckled by fans. This time at Anderlecht's home ground, the target of the ire became Lin Sheng. He attracted 99 of Cenk's firepower. With over 2,000 people present, almost everyone was furiously cursing Lin Sheng. Some even made remarks about his skin color. The problem with professional football fields is that the front row spectators are too close to the players. Their curses are incredibly clear, making it impossible to ignore. Yellow monkey. Ching Chiong. Go FK yourself. Even Courtois frowned. Damn it, this group of people is disgusting. Those bastards from Anderlecht. Exactly, they are simply racist. They should be reported. Anderlecht fans have been notorious for a long time. Their home ground is simply disgusting. We'll have the club file a complaint later. Teammates comforted Lin Sheng, acknowledging that encountering such a scene was indeed frustrating and they didn't know what to do. Should they directly attack the fans? Back then, Manchester United's King Cantona kicked a fan and ended up with a 7-month ban. Upon his return, his career basically went downhill. Teammates genuinely worried that Lin Sheng, this hot-blooded youth, might impulsively confront the fans, leading to a suspension that would not be worth the loss. The team at this crucial stage of the playoffs would indeed have a hard time without Lin Sheng. Should we report this to the fourth official? The home side has gone too far. The usually unfazed coach Frank Vercauteren could no longer stand by it. It was truly unacceptable for them to bully his players. He approached the fourth official to raise the issue, but the fourth official merely nodded slightly. Okay, we'll handle it. After the match, I will report to the Belgian Football Association. There will definitely be a fair ruling. But what about this match? I am powerless here. Understood. Frank Vercauteren did not confront the referee's team impulsively, but calmly returned to his coaching seat. What do you say? Anderlecht's methods are quite crafty. Vercauteren crossed his arms and sneered. If the opposing club does not step in to stop it, they could only allow the fans to engage in despicable discriminatory behavior. Their goal was to completely shatter the confidence of Cenk's young player at home, or provoke him into an impulsive act that would lead to a red card and suspension. In that case, Anderlecht would achieve their goal. Despicable, yet highly effective. Lin, what will you choose? If Lin Sheng acted impulsively and got suspended, he would certainly appeal to the association with the club. But in this match, there was another option, a more enduring and rational choice. Lin Sheng on the field seemed to be deaf to it all. He was not affected. Guys, let's hold our ground against their early assault. F.A. With Lin Sheng's encouragement, his teammates responded in unison. He was gradually becoming the core figure of the team. After the match started, Anderlecht, taking advantage of their home ground and powerful capabilities, focused on a possession-based strategy. They were not in a hurry to attack, but kept passing outside, attempting to disrupt Cenk's defense and exhaust their stamina. Once their stamina was sufficiently drained, Anderlecht would suddenly accelerate the pace, utilizing Lukaku's strengths to assault the opponent's penalty area. This was the secret behind Anderlecht's overwhelming lead in the regular season this year. However, today they were met with the furious Lin Sheng. Although I was born in Portugal and never met my parents, I am undoubtedly from the great Eastern nation. I am a descendant of Yin and Huang, a descendant of the dragon. You are so rampant you will pay the price. Lin Sheng, still resenting the last decisive goal that was remembered by the opposing fans, had found the best counterattack method to keep scoring. Thus, just 5 minutes into the game, Lin Sheng suddenly dashed forward, executing a clean and swift slide tackle, instantly reclaiming the ball. Civilized sliding tackle. The moment he intercepted the ball, Lin Sheng immediately got up and passed it to De Bruyne ahead. De Bruyne advanced along the wing, but was entangled before the penalty area, slowing down. Lin Sheng was almost the first to run forward for support. Rapid counterattack rare after transitioning from defense to offense speed 75. Within 15 seconds, team speed 20 De Bruyne saw his ally and quickly passed back to Lin Sheng just as the opponents were closing in. An unexpected handling method. The opponents hastily turned to rush De Bruyne, but little did they know De Bruyne passed back to Lin Sheng for the second time. The two kept passing and left the Anderlecht players bewildered. This time Lin Sheng did not return the pass, but lofted the ball into the penalty area. "I'm here to assist you." After a wall pass within 1 second, the next pass had a 100 success rate. Inside the penalty area, De Bruyne easily received Lin Sheng's lob. The home fans were too anxious to boo, their hearts were in their throats. All the players rushed towards De Bruyne to prevent him from crossing, blocking his shooting angle. Unexpectedly, De Bruyne at the critical moment made a backward pass to the edge of the penalty area. "It's open, Lin Sheng." Amidst the astonishment of the commentator, Lin Sheng unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area. Causal shot rare growth. The shot has a slight chance to trigger causality, guaranteed to score. If all 4 shots fail to score, the 5th shot is guaranteed to score. This was Lin Sheng's first shot, with only a minuscule chance of triggering his talent. But the talent did not inform him that in an extremely angry state, the triggering probability might increase. "Damn you. Let you discriminate again. This will make you silent. Hold this." Bang! A loud explosion echoed throughout Lotto Park. The football roared like a battleship's cannon in front of the penalty area. The Anderlecht goalkeeper didn't even see the ball clearly and was dumbfounded, only seeing the net shaking violently. The entire stadium fell silent. Goal. An incredibly spectacular, powerful shot. Lin Sheng, along with De Bruyne, executed a series of passes, ultimately leading to Lin Sheng's decisive goal. Just 5 minutes into the match, the away team Genk took the lead. Lin Sheng is taking action to combat discrimination in the arena. Well done. After scoring, Lin Sheng did not approach the away team's fans, but sprinted 50 meters towards the home team's stands where the loudest taunts had just come from. "Take off back to the enemy. I am your nightmare. Remember this, my name is Lin Sheng." Before the winter break, Lin Sheng's decisive strike turned the Lotto Park Stadium into a library. Who would have thought that after just half a year, Lin Sheng's goal would once again turn Lotto Park Stadium into a library? He is simply the nemesis of Anderlecht. Twice facing Anderlecht, he has breached their defenses twice. Especially Lin Sheng's celebration, which was a face-to-face grand gesture. Those who once booed and insulted him were now openly mocked by Lin Sheng. Even if Lin Sheng charged into the stands to confront fans, the home supporters would not be as furious. Instead, he brutally humiliated the home fans in the way they least wanted to see. Hey, his celebration was against the rules. He should be booked. Yes, a red card should be issued. The Anderlecht players were losing their composure, quickly pressuring the referee. Lin Sheng's celebration was clearly provocative and worthy of a yellow card. The referee hesitated, preparing to approach Lin Sheng to issue a card. At that moment, head coach Frank Vercauteren found the 4th official. "If he can be booked for a legitimate response, our club will definitely appeal to the Belgian Football Association and submit all evidence of racial discrimination. The unfair decisions of the referees will also be reported." The 4th official remained silent. He quickly communicated with the main referee via radio. After a brief discussion, the referee put the card back in his pocket, signaling that the away team Genk's goal was valid and the home team would restart from the half. "Lin, your counterattack was brilliant. That's how it should be done." De Bruyne was quite excited. The pressure from the home team was significant, and he had struggled to find good opportunities. It was Lin Sheng who suddenly made a breakthrough, causing chaos for the home team and disrupting their defensive formation. The continuous wall passes were simply a genius idea. He noticed that Lin Sheng was increasingly exuding the aura of a football master. His calmness and decision-making on the pitch were far beyond that of a player not yet 18 years old. Many players in their 20s and nearly 30 often play without thinking like children. But Lin Sheng was far more. Little did he know that Lin Sheng was still not satisfied. "Ding ding, do you know? A score of 10 is the least secure. We must push forward and crush them." Lin Sheng called out De Bruyne's nickname, a cruel smile on his face, his gaze towards the opponent's goal, like that. De Bruyne knew very well that Lin Sheng was completely serious. He was genuinely angry. As a teammate, De Bruyne felt a chill run down his spine, let alone the opponent's. Anderlecht was in for a tough time. "From now on, even if the sky falls, I wouldn't want to face you. It's too terrifying." After the restart, Anderlecht did not pay much attention. After all, it was only a 1-goal difference, and it was easy to reverse if they played well. They maintained a leisurely pace, slowly approaching Genk's territory. Romelu Lukaku stood in the penalty area, surrounded by too many players and unable to find an opportunity, so he decided to try to break through Lin Sheng. It is well known that Lin Sheng's physical confrontation ability is slightly weaker. Lukaku thought he could use his physical advantage to overpower him and disrupt Genk's defense. So he intentionally moved outside the penalty area, raising his hand for the ball. Seeing Lukaku's position, his teammates passed the ball to him at his feet. This was a tactic that Anderlecht had practiced, where the center forward pulls out as a pivot and teammates advance into the penalty area, while Lukaku uses his individual skill to shake off the defense and pass to a teammate in the box or shoot himself. Using such a simple tactic, Anderlecht had succeeded countless times. Young Lukaku was confident he could beat Lin Sheng in a 1v1 duel. Lukaku. He comes to receive the ball outside the penalty area, holding off Lin's pressure from behind. It's somewhat similar to a center backing down in basketball. No wonder he's called the Beast. Lukaku's physique is incredibly strong. Leaning against Lin Sheng, he was almost crushed. The physical qualities of the black players are indeed formidable. For an average player, they would likely be overpowered by Lukaku. But Lin Sheng is no ordinary player. 1v1 dual field epic. In the 1v1 defense state, the judgment is being made. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone around was frozen. Lin Sheng's movements were halted, but his mind remained active. Could his defense against Lukaku's attack be deemed successful? Based on the data, he estimated that he would need at least 14 points to succeed. In the next moment, Lin Sheng saw the judgment result, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. 16 points. Judgment successful. 100 completion of the interception. In an instant, time resumed its flow, and everything began to move. Lukaku was still preparing to lean and turn when suddenly a foot came out. In the blink of an eye, the ball was poked away. Immediately, a figure flashed past, and Lukaku could only see the back of a blue jersey with the number 23. What the hell? Where's the ball? In the moment of transition from defense to attack, Lin Sheng had already found forward Moussa Koita with a long pass amidst the opponent's encirclement. De Bruyne was entangled by his opponent, leaving Moussa completely open. This surprised Anderlecht. Wasn't this kid supposed to be passing to De Bruyne? Moussa Koita stopped the ball with his chest, easily turned to face the opposing defender. Moussa Koita was also an experienced player. He did not force a breakthrough and lose possession, but intentionally dribbled towards the baseline, waiting for his teammates' support. Meanwhile, nearly all the players in blue jerseys advanced together. In an instant, a stampede ensued, with at least 5 players in blue and white Genk jerseys forming a line to launch an attack. The scene was quite spectacular. Genk's counterattack. They are incredibly fast, completely shaking off their opponents with only 2 defenders left in the front. 6 against 2. The home fans' hearts were in their throats. Just over a minute ago, they had just conceded a goal. Oh, were they about to concede a second? It makes no sense. What has happened to the mighty Anderlecht? Unfortunately, the ever-changing pitch gave the fans no chance to think. Quick counterattack with a 20-speed boost for the whole team. They rushed swiftly to the penalty area. Moussa Koita was just being pressured into a corner by the defender, turning to pass to a teammate. There was only one center back and the goalkeeper in front of the goal. Balishtot received the ball and passed to the center, pretending to pass to De Bruyne. The center back moved closer, attempting to knock Lin Sheng down. He could no longer afford to care. But at the crucial moment, Lin Sheng made a feint, dribbled the ball, and swept past the defender. Hey, Lin, he facing the goalkeeper alone. 1v1 dual field, judgment successful. 100 successful in getting past. In the penalty area, Lin Sheng no longer held back. The goal appeared infinitely large before him. The goalkeeper rushing out to block was already too late. As a professional player trained for so long, how could Lin Sheng waste this opportunity? No need for hacks, I can score too. Bang! As the goalkeeper spread his arms to block, Lin Sheng's right foot sent a beautiful arc towards the goal. Although it wasn't perfect or particularly tricky, a goal was enough. All the Anderlecht fans and players could only watch in disbelief as the ball sailed into the net. What a beautiful goal. Lin, this miraculous boy, has scored twice in this match. The opponent is the powerful Anderlecht, but they cannot stop Lin Sheng nor the unstoppable counterattack. Genk has doubled their lead with a score of 20. 2 goals in just 1 minute. Anderlecht was thoroughly bewildered. Thanks to the support of their home fans, Lin Sheng's fighting spirit was infinitely ignited, causing him to run like a madman all over the field. No matter where you look, Lin Sheng's figure can be seen. He ran tirelessly, always appearing at some crucial position. In defense, Lin Sheng utilized his professional defensive skills and sliding tackle techniques to continuously intercept the threats from Anderlecht. In attack, Lin Sheng quickly formed counterattacks or created threats with long-range shots. Even after scoring twice, every shot he took kept Anderlecht on edge. As the game reached the 75th minute, Lin Sheng had already accumulated 4 shots. Therefore, for this 5th attempt, he was not going to hold back. Anderlecht seemed utterly overwhelmed, daring not to retaliate at all in the second half. After a hasty attack, it was yet another counterattack from Genk. The ball was passed to the wing, where De Bruyne carried it. With 2 defenders closing in, he opted for a delicate lob. Beautiful. It accurately found the area just outside the penalty box. Lin Sheng. He surged from the back line and shot directly. What a world-class strike. The ball went in. Goal. In the 76th minute of the match, he completed the first hat trick of his career. He also became the youngest player in the history of the Belgian league to score a hat trick. The law of causality shot is in effect. Unstoppable, 100 guaranteed to score. What does it matter if there are more people in front of Anderlecht's goal? What does it matter if the goalkeeper makes consecutive saves? No one can stop him. Having completed his hat trick, Lin Sheng did not taunt the home fans this time. He was already tired of it, and it felt meaningless when they weren't booing him. Lin Sheng sprinted to the away stands, leaping high for his blue and white fans. Shoo! Having a signature celebration move feels great. No need to think about complicated celebrations. Using this move can ignite the fans' passion every time. A hat trick. A young man single-handedly crushed Anderlecht, and the away fans were happier than ever, even more than on Christmas. Those Genk fans who couldn't attend the match were cheering and jumping at home. Fortunately, the De Jong couple chose to come to the venue to support Lin Sheng, witnessing his first hat-trick in person. The couple in their 50s laughed like children, excitedly embracing each other. Lin is amazing. A hat-trick. He is our child. The De Jong couple had long regarded him as a child they had no blood relation to. After the match, this score left all the media and fans in shock. Anderlecht was unexpectedly swept by Genk with a 4-goal defeat at their home ground. And did they even shave their heads? Before this match, even if someone predicted Genk could win, they would have thought it would be a narrow victory. How could they win by such a large margin? Sometimes reality is indeed more bizarre than fiction. According to Anderlecht's head coach, our performance today was quite poor, or rather the opponent performed exceptionally well. Lin is a typical big game player. He always knows how to step up and dominate when it matters. However, our players were impacted by conceding 2 goals in the first half, which affected their mentality, leading to a poor performance afterward. I believe our coaching staff will help them overcome this defeat and come back stronger for the second leg of the match. Excuse me, will Anderlecht home fans face any consequences for racial discrimination? What does the club plan to do about it? Facing such pointed questions from the reporters, Anderlecht's head coach offered a vague response. This matter was essentially a fan disturbance, and Anderlecht bears some responsibility. He was indeed at fault. Losing the match was already frustrating enough, and now he has to take the blame for the fans. The most infuriating part is that the fans' actions made Lin Sheng angry. They also bear some responsibility for the loss. Regarding this matter, we still need to conduct a thorough investigation. In any case, racial discrimination should not be tolerated, and this phenomenon must be eradicated in any setting. When it was Genk's turn for the press conference, head coach Weghorst was much more assertive. First of all, our players performed excellently today, especially Lin, who showcased the fighting spirit of a young player running tirelessly throughout the match. The hat-trick is the greatest affirmation of his performance. Secondly, we will work together with the club to file a complaint with the Football Association demanding punishment for any discriminatory behavior on the field. Lin Sheng's running distance today truly surprised him. He had never seen Lin so furious. By the 80th minute, he was exhausted and unable to recover, leading to his substitution. Of course, after today's fierce battle, Weghorst also discovered a new role for Lin Sheng. He is not merely a defensive midfielder, nor just a pivot for transition between defense and attack, but rather a versatile box-to-box midfielder. His ability to score a hat-trick clearly demonstrates Lin Sheng's scoring capability. Previously, he was rarely allowed to push forward for shots, but now it seems Lin Sheng can cover a larger area, receiving the ball and taking more shots. For example, he can become a template like Gerard Yaya Touré, Bollock, or Lampard. After the match, the issue of racial discrimination by Anderlecht's home fans prompted a swift response from the Belgian Football Association. This phenomenon truly falls within the realm of prohibition, and both the footage from the scene and the testimonies from those around confirm that discriminatory behavior indeed existed. Ultimately, the association imposed a fine of €5,000 on Anderlecht, and 2 fans for whom evidence of discrimination was irrefutable were banned from entering the stadium for life and subjected to fines. Losing the match was already bad enough, and now Anderlecht has truly suffered a comprehensive defeat. Belgian League rising stars hat-trick, underdogs defeat defending champions. Young Chinese talent sparks controversy, scoring to silence opponents. Manchester United's youngster loans in Belgium makes a hat-trick. Ferguson might recall him. This fierce battle in the Belgian playoffs has caught the attention of the English media. Due to Cristiano Ronaldo's departure from Bernabeu, Manchester United has not brought in any heavyweight reinforcements for the new season, leaving Rooney as the only star in the team. This season, they are almost competing for the title against Chelsea with a mediocre lineup. In defense, they have Van der Sar, Vidic, Ferdinand Evra, and Gary Neville holding the fort. In attack, they have Rooney and Berbatov, and on the flanks, they have the inconsistent Nani and the hard-working but ineffective Valencia, which is barely acceptable. However, the midfield is simply too weak. Veteran Scholes is nearing retirement, yet still has to start. The highly anticipated Anderson and Darren Gibson are not up to the task, while Fletcher is merely a workhorse. The midfield is truly lacking in strength. Currently, Chelsea has overtaken Manchester United to secure the top spot, and the defending champions may have to relinquish their title this season. The English media has reason to believe that with Lin Sheng's impressive form and having just scored a hat-trick, will Ferguson recall him to Manchester United. To this, Ferguson offered no comment. Rooney, however, did share his thoughts in an interview. I think Lin is an excellent young player. His age is not an issue. As long as he can adapt to the pace of the Premier League, he can definitely establish himself in the first team. Is Lin Sheng going to leave next season? As the news from the English media reached Belgium, Genk fans became anxious. After training that day, a group of fans crazily arrived at the base waving banners. Lin, don't go. We need you, our blue and white hero. Lin Sheng was stunned by this scene. What was happening? The season wasn't over yet. Why was he already leaving? During the interview after training, Lin Sheng looked at the fans pleading for him to stay, and he was genuinely touched. He was not from Genk's youth academy, nor was he an official player. He was merely on loan. The fans actually supported him so much. Usually when he jogged through the small town, the neighbors and passers-by would greet him warmly, and the team's atmosphere felt very harmonious. To be honest, Lin Sheng wants to win with Genk to claim the championship and to welcome next season's Champions League. Don't, Lin Sheng earnestly told the Genk media reporters through the microphone. We still want to lead the team to the championship. Our blue and white flag must fly in the Champions League. I will fight alongside Genk next season. FA Racing. Under the sunset, a teenager accompanied by a group of excited fans shouted passionately. Perhaps this is what football is all about. With a stunning victory of 4 goals over Anderlecht, KRC Genk displayed an unstoppable momentum in the playoffs. Winning all 5 matches in the first round, they ranked first in the playoff standings. Other teams are aware that only the top 2 positions will qualify for the UEFA Champions League, while the rest can only vie for the UEFA Europa League. One is Genk and the other is Anderlecht. Can they compete? They cannot compete. If morale slips even slightly, it becomes challenging to regain focus. Thus in the second round, Genk continued to dominate. Gent 0-2 Genk. Genk 10 Brugge. Sint-Truiden 0-3 Genk. Genk 21 Waasland Beveren. A remarkable 9 consecutive victories. Adding to their 3 consecutive wins in the regular season, Genk's terrifying 12-game winning streak once again topped the headlines in Belgian media. However, Genk's numerous comebacks and miracles have left Belgian fans numb. 12 consecutive wins. Oh, Genk, that's nothing to worry about. The final round, which should have been full of suspense, lost its tension due to Genk's overwhelming strength. In the playoffs, Anderlecht lost 0-2 to Brugge and drew 11, with Gent leading to a 5-point gap between Anderlecht and Genk. 5 points. Even if they win the last match, Genk will still be first. Based on the regular season standings, Anderlecht topped with 60 points, while Genk had 54 points in second place. After having the points, they stand at 30 and 27 points respectively. In the playoffs, Genk has 27 points and Anderlecht has 22 points. Summing it up, Genk has 54 points and Anderlecht has 52 points. This means that as long as Genk does not lose in the last match, they will clinch the championship. For Anderlecht, they must win, and by a margin of more than 3 goals to have a chance at the title. On match day, the entire town of Genk was mobilized, with those who bought tickets filling the home stands to capacity. Those without tickets stood outside watching on the big screen, celebrating this moment with the team. Since winning the championship in 2002, it has been nearly 8 years without tasting the sweetness of victory. Everyone is waiting for a miracle to happen. In the locker room before the match, even head coach Frank Vercauteren, usually calm, appeared somewhat excited. Guys, I believe you all understand the significance of today's match. Let's temporarily forget the word champion. On the field, we're not competing for the title. There's no need for all that unnecessary pressure. What we need to do is simple. Just like any other ordinary match, we must give our all to win. Yes, regardless of who we face, our only goal is to win this damned match. Alright, let's go enjoy the football and then win. Vercauteren was right. This was not a title battle. It was just an ordinary. If we are nervous even in such a match, how will we handle the Champions League final in the future? Lin Sheng adjusted his breathing, gradually suppressing his inner distractions, and his eyes regained their usual clarity, calm and terrifying. Alright, today's match is essentially the finale of the 2009-2010 season of the Belgian Pro League, and also a title decider. Both teams have already secured spots in next season's Champions League. They will face each other directly to compete for the league championship this season. The home team, Genk, holds a slight advantage, leading by 2 points, temporarily placing them at the top of the combined standings for both the regular and playoff seasons. Whether they draw or win, they can claim the championship. As for Anderlecht, they should have easily eliminated the suspense. Their regular season performance was excellent, leaving them far ahead. However, since being overturned by Genk, Anderlecht seems to have experienced fluctuations in form. In the playoffs, they were even defeated by Genk by 4 goals. Faced with this situation, Anderlecht has only one way to successfully defend their title: they must win. As the commentator spoke, the situation on the field changed. Lin Sheng made a sliding tackle in the backfield to steal the ball, sending a precise long pass to Kevin De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne did not go to the byline, but suddenly changed direction, breaking free and taking a high-quality shot from outside the box. The ball curved and grazed the post, causing the Anderlecht goalkeeper to break out in a cold sweat. Quite a scare coming from Kevin De Bruyne. This is Genk's most adept attacking tactic, where Lin Sheng's steal directly initiated the offense. Countless Belgian teams have fallen victim to this tactic this season. It seems simple and straightforward, yet it is highly effective. Their aggressive start intimidated Anderlecht, preventing them from pressing forward and leading them to choose a cautious defense. In their opponent's home ground, with the opponents holding the advantage, Anderlecht dared not take risks. Fortunately, KRC Genk's positional offensive capabilities are average, and they do not have much ability to break through a dense defense, allowing both sides to maneuver. However, time was on Genk's side, as every second pass Genk could clinch the championship without doing anything, while Anderlecht had to consider many factors. Genk remained steady and did not rush. Lin Sheng controlled the ball in midfield continuously, making horizontal and backward passes to waste time, while also wearing down the opponent's morale. As 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes passed, the first half went without a goal, and the Anderlecht players began to grow anxious. Lin Sheng, he hardly seems like an under-18 rookie, he looks more like an experienced midfield commander. He chooses to pass back and forth, calmly reminiscent of Barcelona's championship hero Sergio Busquets. Oh, a foul. While the commentator was still speaking, an Anderlecht player unable to bear it flew in from behind and brought Lin Sheng down. Lin Sheng was tackled from behind, hitting his ankle, which usually leads to serious injuries. As he fell on the pitch, all Genk fans winced at the sight. It's over. Lin has been injured. How despicable. They're really dirty. Anyone can get hurt, just not Lin. Even Genk's head coach couldn't sit still, and Vercauteren anxiously moved to the sidelines to observe Lin Sheng's injury. Where's the team doctor? The team doctor hurriedly brought a stretcher onto the field. This young man is the team's lucky star. He cannot be injured. De Bruyne and Courtois rushed over to check on Lin Sheng's injury. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning, nearly collapsing. Upon seeing Lin Sheng holding his leg, they were shocked to see him slowly getting up. What are you doing? Are you trying to risk your life? What's wrong? We haven't assessed the injury yet. De Bruyne became anxious. If Lin Sheng had a fracture or something similar, getting up would exacerbate the injury. I'm really fine. Lin Sheng responded somewhat helplessly. He didn't expect to be tackled from behind, and he went down directly. Fortunately, he had a pair of ordinary shin guards which could absorb the impact of significant injury. After being tackled, his foot hurt a bit, but it was just a minor issue and didn't cause any major harm. Indeed, the team doctor, after examining for a long time, was puzzled. Really, it's not an injury, just some bruising on the calf, it's nothing. When Lin Sheng stood up and raised his fist toward the stands, the entire Genk home crowd erupted. Lin Sheng, Lin Sheng, Lin Sheng. Everyone shouted his name in unison. They all knew that as long as this young hero was not knocked down, he would lead the team to victory. Today's championship undoubtedly belongs to Genk. The time has reached 90 minutes. There are only 4 minutes left in stoppage time. This championship battle in the Belgian Pro League is extremely intense. In the first half, Lin Sheng's long-range shot outside the penalty area helped the home team Genk take the lead. However, Anderlecht, being a formidable force in the league, did not falter and equalized in the second half. The two sides are currently tied, and they remained locked in this stalemate until the very end. If this score holds until the final whistle, Genk will achieve a legendary comeback and claim the Belgian Pro League championship this season. If Anderlecht can create a miracle, they will lift the Belgian Pro League trophy for the third consecutive time, taking their dominance to another level. This season's Belgian Pro League has also been the most intense, fiercely contested, and dramatic championship showdown in recent years. The suspense over the championship remained until the last moment, until the final minute of the last match. For the spectators, the outcome of this match doesn't matter. Everyone is just here for the thrill. Of course, most fans from other teams support Anderlecht, as it is quite normal and logical for a traditional powerhouse to win the championship. But Genk is different. They were in the relegation zone halfway through the season and have fought their way up, almost eliminating all the teams in their path. If they managed to win the championship, the entire Belgian Pro League would be just a stepping stone. How could two brothers who were once sinking together rise to the championship throne? It's not that one fears the brother's hardship, but rather that one fears the brother driving a Range Rover. All Belgian fans' eyes are focused on this stadium. Genk fans have their hearts racing, and besides those in the stands, the entire Genk has gathered outside the Sajika Arena. Everyone has their hands clasped, anxiously staring at the big screen, praying to the gods. In the final moments of the match, any team could score. Just one goal would completely decide the fate of the entire season. Will it be a glorious rise to the championship, or will they exit in silence as the runners-up? Every second that follows is worth more than gold. After a high-intensity match, Lin Sheng is already gasping for breath, his stamina nearly depleted. With all 3 substitutions used, he must persevere until the end, no matter how exhausted he feels. Anderlecht has begun a frantic offensive, mindlessly launching high balls into the penalty area, allowing Lukaku to utilize his strength and attempt to compete for headers. This type of simplistic yet direct attack is effective, and Genk's goal is frequently threatened. Anderlecht continues to attempt high balls into the goal. This ball, Lukaku heads it towards the goal. The angle is quite straightforward, but it is caught by goalkeeper Courtois. Only 1.5 minutes remain. Time is running out for Anderlecht. They are pressing wildly in the forward area, not giving Courtois a chance to find his teammates. Courtois cannot afford to be careless, and he kicks the ball out of bounds, leading to another Anderlecht attack. The throw-in is taken, shifting to the back, then to the center. A long-range shot. A defender stretches out his leg. When Captain Carlos attempts to block the shot, the ball spins towards the other side of the goal, and Genk's fans are almost suffocating with anxiety. If this ball goes in, the championship within reach would vanish, and that would be too regrettable. The entire season has been filled with effort, winning continuously in the latter half. Can they not win the championship like this? Can they not overcome the dominance of the strong? Fortunately, at a crucial moment, the ball slightly deflected, grazing the crossbar and flying out of the goal. Anderlecht earns a corner. Genk escapes a disaster. Anderlecht's fans are nearly ready to celebrate, only to cover their heads in disappointment shortly after. However, they still have hope. In the final moments, Genk's players are completely drained, and Anderlecht is pressing them hard. This corner kick might just lead to a goal, possibly securing the championship. If there were time travelers present, they would know that Anderlecht should have dominated and won the championship this season. Not even Brugge could threaten their dominance. The championship was meant to belong to Anderlecht. Genk on the brink of relegation standing here is simply unreasonable. This is a situation that should not occur. This shot deflected by the defender should be seen as a historical correction. Even heaven is helping Anderlecht return to the right track of history. But there exists an entity that forcefully alters fate, redirecting this certain goal. Yes, it is Lin Sheng. He nearly crawled into the penalty area using all his strength to lunge forward, influencing the trajectory of the football at the edge of the deflection field, causing the ball to ultimately miss the goal. Genk still retains hope for the championship. As the opponent's corner is about to be taken, Lin Sheng shows no signs of relaxation. Looking around, his teammates are gravely fatigued. Many can barely stand and 4 of them have suffered from cramps. Moreover, a total of 6 players in the midfield and defense have received yellow cards, showcasing the brutal intensity of this championship showdown. The opponents are indeed very strong. Lin Sheng underestimated their determination to claim the title, engaging in a tough battle. At the last moment, he absolutely cannot allow the team to falter here at the final step before the championship trophy. He must come up with a way to strike. He cannot just sit and wait. Forward Musa Koida has already been substituted. Uta Brun has also been substituted due to exhaustion, leaving Genk without any offensive players theoretically. Head coach Weghorst used all 3 substitutions on defense to secure the 11 draw, otherwise they would not withstand the opponent's fierce attack. Now everyone is waiting for Genk to hold on to the draw. No one expects Genk to attack. Lin Sheng decides to take a quick counterattack, rare, transitioning from defense to attack, speed 75, within 15 seconds, team speed 21v1, dual field epic triggers a judgment when in a 1v1 situation with an opponent. If successful, 100 dribble pass causal law shot, rare growth shooting has a slight chance to trigger causal law, guaranteed goal. If 4 shots do not score, the 5th shot is guaranteed to score. Current shot count 35, cannot trigger absolute hit for now. However, these talents are Lin Sheng's highest level abilities with 1 purple and 2 blue. They are his ace skills. At this point, Lin Sheng already has his answer. Beep. The referee blows the whistle and Anderlecht takes the corner. The match time has reached the final minute and Anderlecht has over 60 seconds of attacking time, enough to create a goal. Thus they opt for a tactical corner, not rushing to cross into the penalty area. Lin Sheng gradually positions himself outside the penalty area, waiting for the right moment. Anderlecht executes a series of short passes from the wing. Across. It's delivered to Lukaku. This ball, however, is not headed well. Courtois catches the ball. He has a significant height advantage at 2 meters. Courtois throws the ball. It's given to Lin Sheng. At this critical moment, Lin Sheng stands in the front line without signaling, and through their mutual understanding, Courtois unhesitatingly throws the ball to him. If anyone can secure the victory, it must be Lin. It's your moment. Lin, leave it to me. As Lin Sheng receives the ball at the top of the arc, his opponent rushes in. He stops the ball to the side, and then accelerates explosively to break free. Another Anderlecht player rushes in the 1v1 duel. Lin Sheng swiftly changes direction to the left and accelerates without losing speed. With the opponent exhausted, and in combination with the acceleration boost from quick counterattack, Lin Sheng's success rate in the 1v1 duel skyrockets. Judgment successful. Judgment successful. Judgment successful. Under the gaze of all Belgium, Lin Sheng transforms into a V8 engine supercar, dribbling from his own penalty area and leaving 3 defenders behind. He bravely charges forward single-handedly. At this moment, he hasn't given up on the attack. A draw does not satisfy him. This young man is like Don Quixote, an invincible knight from the east. Perhaps only victory can match Genk's championship this season. Beautiful. He passes one more player. Anderlecht's defensive midfielder is easily left behind. Absolutely unable to stop the Eastern youth. Only 2 center backs remain in front of him. Can they stop Lin? The answer is, unable to block. A beautiful nutmeg. He changes direction and accelerates past the defenders. He's unknown with the goalkeeper. As Lin Sheng bravely penetrates the enemy's territory alone, the entire stadium rises in unison, all holding their breath, witnessing the young man's final charge. In just 8 seconds, he passes 4 players, bringing the entire season to its climax. Only the opposing goalkeeper stands between Lin Sheng and the championship. This upcoming unknown shot will directly determine the champion of this season. Anderlecht's goalkeeper Mike Courtois was the champion goalkeeper of last season, creating numerous clean sheet records and boasting the highest success rate for unknown saves in Belgium. He has saved Lin Sheng's shots 3 times in this match. Now he stretches his body at the edge of the penalty area, putting pressure on Lin Sheng. Lin, facing Courtois unknown. He attempts a calm shot to the far corner. It's blocked. The experienced Courtois anticipated Lin Sheng's intentions. Oh no. Just when everyone is lamenting and covering their heads thinking this unknown chance will end in failure, Lin Sheng, using every last ounce of his strength, stretches his foot to hook the ball just before the goalkeeper can react, facing away from the goal. All the opponents are nearly surrounding him, closing in completely. Lin Sheng has only 1 second left to handle the ball. He barely has the chance to turn and adjust. In front of the entire nation of Belgium, and under the gaze of millions, Lin Sheng chooses the most spectacular way to handle the ball. He gently lifts the ball with his knee. Then, a bicycle kick. Without turning back to check, without any visibility, relying solely on instinct from outside the penalty area. A bicycle kick. Cause a law shot 45. The next shot is guaranteed to score. The boy in blue and white jerseys soars above the green field, stretching his body, executing a stunning bicycle kick. Bang! This earth-shattering shot flies over the penalty area under everyone's gaze, and finds the back of the net. As Lin Sheng lands from the air, he does not look back, confidently raising his right arm and clenching his fist. We won. We are champions. The warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Lin Sheng as he groggily woke up and turned over in bed. His fingers brushed against something cold. It was not the body of a woman, but smooth metal. The trophy for the Belgian Pro League Championship. Lin, why do you sleep with the trophy? Don't damage this treasure. His roommate De Bruyne complained as he lay in bed, playing on his phone, engrossed in conversation with his girlfriend. It won't get damaged. The trophy is quite sturdy. Lin Sheng reached out to tap the trophy, producing a crisp sound. The upper portion of the trophy was hollowed out, crafted from delicate metal strips woven into the shape of a half football. The lower half consisted of a solid body and a hefty base. Due to Lin Sheng's outstanding performance in the latter half of the season and his last-minute bicycle kick goal in the Pro League final, he was granted permission by the club to possess the trophy for one night. De Bruyne had pleaded for a long time, but could only touch it once, watching helplessly as Lin Sheng cradled the trophy and fell asleep. Damn it. Suddenly De Bruyne felt that even his girlfriend wasn't as appealing. If he had to choose something to cuddle while sleeping, he would prefer the trophy. Kevin De Bruyne was not jealous of Lin Sheng. He was merely a bit envious. He wholeheartedly admired the stunning bicycle kick goal from last night. In that moment, he had been so excited on the bench that his blood rushed, joining all the substitutes and storming onto the field to lift Lin Sheng and throw him into the air. Even though there were still about 30 seconds of stoppage time left, it no longer mattered. The Anderlecht players collapsed to the ground at the moment of Lin Sheng's winning goal, completely giving up resistance. The referee also blew the final whistle, allowing the entire Genk team to rush onto the field to celebrate. Eventually, all the fans in the stands rushed onto the field, filling the green grass of the Sajika Arena with a sea of blue and white jerseys. Tens of thousands on the grass, all eager to squeeze into the center to touch Lin Sheng, to lift this miraculous young man and throw him into the air. Looking back at that moment, De Bruyne recalled it as if the believers were paying homage to their deity. A reporter from the Belgian Daily captured a photo that later inspired Hollywood director Zack Snyder, leading to the iconic scene in Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. In De Bruyne's eyes, this season was truly magical. Since Lin Sheng joined the team, everyone had changed, including bicycle kick winning goal. Genk shocks the world by winning the Pro League Championship. KRC Genk emerged as the biggest dark horse this season, overturning all odds to claim victory, breaking Anderlecht's dominance. A stunning battle. A 15-year-old Eastern youth dominates the Pro League. The Belgian media had gone wild. Yesterday's championship showdown was filled with topics of discussion. The rivalries, the suspense of the championship, the ups and downs of the match, the fouls and conflicts, the last-minute goal, personal heroism. If anyone hadn't heard of Lin Sheng before, after this classic battle in Belgium, no one in the country would be unaware of his name. Even fans from other European countries had heard of the miraculous young man who single-handedly helped Genk lift the Pro League Championship. This goal is undoubtedly the best goal of the Pro League season and a testament to Genk's efforts throughout the year. They have succeeded and failed, faced setbacks, but never gave up battling until the last moment to snatch the championship, breaking Anderlecht's championship dominance. This Pro League Championship is well-deserved. Let us congratulate KRC Genk. The Limburg Daily dedicated almost an entire page to report on this match, with a photo of Lin Sheng's bicycle kick dominating the front page. At this moment, Lin Sheng, who was in the spotlight, was in the reception room of the Genk club. Club football director Jos Vessen, head coach Frank Verkaderen, assistant coach Pierre Denier, and even KRC Genk's current chairman Harry Lemons were present. Seated opposite them was Lin Sheng, along with his nominal agent Jorge Mendes. Indeed, the super agent Mendes had personally come to discuss Lin Sheng's loan renewal with Genk. Previously, the loan contract with Manchester United was only for 1 year, and once it expired, Lin Sheng's ownership would automatically return to Manchester United. If not for his subsequent performances, the club would have to reconsider its commitment to securing Lin Sheng. But after his last-minute goal helped the team win the championship, the entire Genk club had already made up its mind to go to great lengths to secure Lin Sheng. Compared to the day Lin Sheng signed with the team, he was almost overlooked. Now he had become the irreplaceable player of the Genk club, and at this moment his age was no longer a disadvantage, but a tremendous advantage. Boss, I think we can spend a bit more money to buy him outright. Huh. Can Manchester United let him go? They signed him for $7.5 million and now want $10 million. Chairman Harry Lemons felt a pinch. After all, the club was owned by the Cruyff family, and it would soon be handed over to the youngest son of the former chairman Peter Cruyff. As the interim chairman, he was hesitant to spend too much money. It should be noted that the most valuable player in Genk didn't exceed 2 million euros. If they really had to spend 10 million euros, the club couldn't afford it. Then let's aim for a longer loan. Manchester United will likely allow it. Our main objective is to increase his salary. A high salary can retain Lynn, and the rest will be easier to negotiate, suggested football director Jos Vesson. Indeed, while the midfielders in Manchester United's first team were poor, the roster was crowded. Players like Darren Gibson and Anderson could at least hold their ground in the Premier League. Lin Sheng was still not yet 16, and it was uncertain if he could maintain a place in the Premier League. Perhaps Ferguson would still choose to loan him. The key was whether Lin Sheng wanted to stay there as long as he wished to remain. He could convince Manchester United through Mendes. Mendes came here today to discuss terms with them. So what has the club decided? Mendes spoke with a significant. Jos Vesson responded quickly, Lin is an important part of Genk. We will definitely prioritize ensuring his position right. Coach Vercauteren and the assistant coach nodded. That's right, he is the absolute core for next season. Then there's no problem. The key is about the salary. It doesn't have to be too high, but it must match Lin's status. Mendes replied slowly. Indeed, Lin Sheng's current weekly salary was still at the hopeful star level, only for players under 16, 2,000 euros was already a high price. However, compared to Lin Sheng's contributions, 2,000 euros was merely a pittance. This is the latest contract we have drafted. Please take a look. The football director presented the contract with both hands. Mendes took it first and glanced over. Wow, Genk Club had really put in a lot of effort. They actually dared to offer a 15-year-old prodigy the highest salary, 8 million euros. This salary was almost on par with the youth main players of mid-tier teams in the Premier League and La Liga. The biggest star player they previously sold, number 10 Balda, had the same salary. They probably couldn't afford a higher salary, they were too poor. Mendes had originally thought they would at most raise it to 1.0 weekly, surpassing De Bruyne and other young players, but it seemed Genk really valued Lin Sheng. What do you think? No problem at all. For Lin Sheng at his age, he didn't have high demands for salary. It was impossible to reach Rooney's level with over 2.0 right. Now the most important thing was the opportunity to play. As long as he got more matches, he could negotiate for whatever he wanted later. Alright, I'll have the legal team look over it. If there are no issues, he'll sign the contract. Then I will talk to Manchester United. I believe Sir Ferguson will let him go. Meanwhile, in Manchester at the Carrington training base, Sir Lin's loan contract is about to expire. Should we recall him for the new season or continue the loan? Who? Old man Ferguson was taken aback for a moment before he realized. It was that kid he had unboxed who had not made any impact in the warm-up matches. How has he been lately? Take a look. This is his play in Belgium. Originally uninterested, Sir Ferguson furrowed his brows after watching a few clips. Is this really a match played by a U16 child? Should we give him a try in Manchester United's first team? KRC Genk has agreed to extend the loan of the championship hero for another year. Ferguson refused to recall Lin Sheng wishing for him to continue gaining experience. In June 2010, KRC Genk had officially entered their holiday. After winning the league championship last month, Genk organized a celebratory parade. Compared to large cities like Madrid and London, the small town of Genk felt noticeably smaller. Fans lined the streets, making it impossible for the bus to pass, yet this did not hinder the entire city from descending into revelry. After 8 years without a championship, it became the most beautiful dream in the hearts of Genk's fans, to the point where many couldn't believe it was real. At the start of the season, there were concerns about relegation, yet suddenly they became champions. The cheers from Lin Sheng and De Bruyne were the loudest, and every time Lin Sheng lifted the trophy in front of the double-decker bus, it would evoke a thunderous uproar of cheers and screams. This day was more exciting than any holiday. Later, the bus made a simple loop, eventually returning to the Sajika Arena, where the entire Genk team held the championship celebration. Everyone changed into the blue and white 2009-2010 championship commemorative t-shirts, from substitute players to coaches taking turns to step on stage to receive the crowd's applause and share their championship speeches. When it was Lin Sheng's turn, the applause lasted nearly a minute. Although my professional contract is not with Genk, I have always regarded Genk as my home, and I am a part of the blue and white. Lin Sheng's words brought tears to the eyes of over 2.0 fans present. He regarded Genk as his home, and everyone in this small town viewed Lin Sheng as one of their own. It was truly a mutual affection. Furthermore, I have only one thing to say about the new season. We will strive to go as far as possible, challenging the world's giants. Whether it's Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, Chelsea, Bayern, no matter who we meet, I will give it my all. Lin Sheng, Lin Sheng. Thousands of fans chanted Lin Sheng's name in imperfect Chinese. Regardless of whether they can compete against the Giants next season, as long as Lin Sheng has this unwavering belief in victory, it will ignite everyone's passion. Isn't the charm of football just that? Regardless of the perceived strength of the teams, giving your all to defeat the opponent and never giving up. On the day of the championship celebration, the few bars in the small town of Genk were filled with drunken revelers. All fans, regardless of whether they knew each other, embraced those beside them, singing the Genk team song together and toasting in celebration. The entire small town was in a state of jubilation. Tonight belongs to the champions, tonight belongs to victory. After the championship celebration, the team officially entered their holiday. Lin Sheng also planned to invite De Bruyne and Courtois to go out, but they had already disappeared. Lin Sheng was left alone in the small town. Having completed his high school studies, Lin Sheng successfully passed his final exams with outstanding performance. Moreover, within a year, he received 6 report cards for his 3 years of high school, all passing with excellent evaluations. This means that Lin Sheng, who is about to turn 16, is already eligible to apply for university. He can apply freely across Europe. His agent Mendez stated that his team is willing to assist Lin Sheng in applying to a good university. For example, top universities like Oxford and Cambridge. Considering his aspirations, Lin Sheng ultimately chose Loughborough University in the UK to study undergraduate sports and exercise psychology. Loughborough University ranks first in sports programs worldwide, making it highly prestigious. This major can complement his professional career. Mendez can arrange for someone to help him complete the admission recommendations and obtain student status. The specific class schedule can be arranged according to Lin Sheng's training schedule. Although applying for university at such a young age seems complicated, with help, Lin Sheng does not need to worry. His agent's team will handle everything. Thus, he can freely go to South Africa before the June summer vacation to watch the 2010 FIFA World Cup matches. During this time, the transfer window had not yet opened, but European clubs had already begun their transfer operations. The most sensational transfer in football was not a player transfer, but a transfer of a coach. In the Champions League final, Inter Milan, who eliminated the invincible Barcelona, successfully defeated Bayern Munich with a score of 2-0, lifting the Champions League trophy. Everyone thought Barcelona would successfully defend their title. However, in a stunning semi-final battle, Mourinho's team, with 1 player sent off, managed to withstand Barcelona's relentless attacks with just 10 men. They perfected the bus parking tactic. This match also gave birth to many memorable moments, such as Busquets' infamous dive, which led him to be dubbed Professor Bus by Eastern fans, and Barcelona became known for La Masia's film school, referred to as lying. As for the final, it was rather uneventful. Bayern was strong, but having defeated Barcelona, Inter Milan was After winning the championship, the triumphant world-renowned coach Mourinho announced that he would coach Real Madrid next season. This was the most sensational news in football throughout May and June. In order to halt Real Madrid's decline, Florentino returned to power and initiated the formation of the second generation of the Galacticos. Last year, they signed Cristiano Ronaldo for a world record fee, and this year, they did not stop acquiring, but rather boldly recruited new players, including Germany's midfield maestro Ozil from Werder Bremen, Stuttgart's midfield core Khedira, and Argentine star Di Maria. Along with previous signings like Ronaldo, Kaká, and Benzema, the second generation of the Galacticos has gradually taken shape, ready to challenge Barcelona's dominance. Barcelona was not to be outdone. After being eliminated in the Champions League semi-finals, they chose to bolster. First, they cleared out the out-of-place forward Ibrahimovic, signed their star striker David Villa from Valencia, and brought in defensive stalwart Mascherano from Liverpool. In the Premier League, prominent teams such as Arsenal, Chelsea, Manchester United, and Liverpool have not made significant. Arsenal only secured the Monaco forward Kama and brought in the French defender Koscielny. Chelsea acquired Ramirez, and Benayoun. Manchester United signed the striker Little P. Hernandez and the defender Smalling. Only Manchester City, bolstered by wealthy investors, showcased their financial prowess by luring Yaya Touré from Barcelona, spending $24 million to sign David Silva, $26 million to contract Milner, and buying Super Mario Balotelli, and the Serie A fullback Kolarov from Inter Milan. They spent over $100 million during the summer transfer window, gradually assembling a powerful squad to compete for the title against Manchester United and Chelsea. This year also marked the beginning of Manchester City's ascent towards future dominance in the Premier League. Meanwhile, Manchester United's Ferguson initially considered recalling Lin Sheng, but after much hesitation decided against enforcing his return. Lin Sheng's performance in the Belgian league was well noted by the Manchester United coaching staff. However, that was merely the Belgian league, which is a far cry from the Premier League. Uncertain of Lin Sheng's ability to establish himself, it was deemed better for him to continue gaining experience elsewhere. After all, Lin Sheng is young, and there would be no issue recalling him at any time. Genk attempted to inquire about his price, to which Manchester United quoted $15 million. Considering Lin Sheng's potential, he was theoretically a bargain, but Genk truly lacked the funds, and simply could not afford him. Thus, they could only continue to pursue a loan deal. Lin Sheng was able to smoothly play for Genk for a year, and his contract was officially negotiated with a weekly wage of €1 plus bonuses for goals and assists, leading to a total weekly income of around €2,500. This amounts to a monthly income of €1,000. While this salary is not enough when compared to world superstars among his peers, Lin Sheng's earnings place him at the pinnacle of the salary pyramid, which 15-year-old player can earn €1 million a year. Lin Sheng's first league championship bonus has already been credited with €1 in hand. He donated some to a welfare institution and transferred some to the owner of a Chinese restaurant, then directly flew to South Africa preparing to watch this World Cup. Unfortunately, professional players are prohibited from gambling on matches. Otherwise, Lin Sheng would have mindlessly bet on Spain. He has a strong feeling that Spain will surely be the champion. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xing spent a delightful month in South Africa. He was completely engrossed, feasting his eyes on every team's tactical play and each player's choices on the field, greatly expanding his knowledge. Even without a cheat, Lin Xing possessed his own core talent and exceptional ability to observe and learn. After winning the championship, he successfully completed the system's challenge tasks. The system rewarded him with a golden fortune bag. Golden fortune bag randomly grants a legendary talent. This was the first time Lin Xing had seen a legendary talent after playing a whole season. The last time he encountered a legend was when he joined Manchester United, but unfortunately he lost that challenge and his talent was reset. What talent would he get this time? Lin Xing had not opened it until he was watching a game in South Africa and, feeling bored, decided to give it a try. At not yet 16, he couldn't go to nightclubs to find young models to hang out with, nor could he drink. He was truly bored. Confirm whether to open the fortune bag. Yes, no confirmation. Opening. With a nervous heart, golden light filled his vision. Talent acquired: Steel Perpetual Motion Machine Legendary Limited. Lin Xing eagerly checked the talent introduction, sensing that this would be quite practical. Steel Perpetual Motion Machine Legendary Limited. Unlimited stamina, injury probability approaching 0. What the heck? Lin Xing could hardly believe his eyes. Could such a talent really exist? At first glance, this legendary talent seemed to lack a complex concept and didn't appear too powerful, especially compared to the concept of guaranteed goals. But this was precisely the most unbeatable talent. On the field, anyone would feel tired if fatigue would lead to awkward movements and inability to maintain positioning. In many matches, a team might perform well in the first half only to concede a goal in the second half. This was often due to a drop in stamina, leading to loss of position or critical mistakes at crucial moments. Frequent viewers of the national team may know that sometimes the team appears competent at the start, but reveals its true form after 30 minutes. In contrast, teams that are physically fit and mentally strong often achieve outstanding results. For example, Croatia in the 2018 World Cup. Unlimited stamina means unlimited possibilities. Who says this talent is bad? This talent is fantastic. Wait, Lin Xing realized that after the word legendary, there was also a limited. Upon carefully checking the introduction, he found a line of small print explaining. Limited talent: if the system resets, limited talents can be retained by spending coins now. That is impressive. In typical roguelike games, one might randomly acquire an extremely overpowered skill or weapon, sweeping through everything in their path. However, if one accidentally dies, that ability might be lost, making it hard to see again. If it could be retained, it would indeed be powerful. Lin Xing glanced at the system and realized that after a season of effort, he had accumulated enough coins and experience. 23 coins, 23 each match, 1 grants him 1 experience and 1 coin. He had played 23 times last season. Coins are temporarily unusable as the shop system has not yet opened, and he is unsure of the conditions required to activate it. Experience, however, can be directly exchanged to permanently enhance his abilities. Currently, he can enhance 6 categories of abilities: speed, passing, shooting, technique, defense, physical. Each experience point can provide a slight boost. Lin Xing calculated based on his position on the field and decided to spend all 23 experience points. Player ID: Lin Xing, Viter Lin, 18,376 kilograms, age 15, 1994. 7. 31 overall rating: C base abilities, speed, C shooting, C passing, B technique, C defense, B physical, B mental. Attribute: unknown, dominant foot, right. Contract status: lone jink, weekly salary 180, value 10. 5 million. National team: none. Profession: DM. Click to change profession. Professional talent: heart of counterattack, defense 30, stamina cap 30, stamina recovery 30, 1v1 defense, has a chance of forming a 100 interception. If successful, triggers a perfect assist effect within 3 seconds. Regular talents: rare and above, causality, shot, corner, cannon, quick, countermaster of assist, steel, perpetual motion machine. Legendary items: lucky 4-leaf, clover, sage, mask, common, shin guards, health 1. About every 5 attribute points can lead to noticeable changes. Lin Xing first allocated points to passing, raising it 2 levels to B, then to technique, increasing it 3 levels from D to C. This way, he could hold onto the ball in midfield without always relying on his talent. Next, he made slight improvements to shooting and defense, enhancing not only his intercepting ability as a defensive midfielder, but also his scoring capability from the back. After learning from watching the World Cup, Lin Xing found himself in agreement with his coach Frank Vercauteren. He believed his role was not limited to just a defensive midfielder, but that he could become a more versatile B2B midfielder. He wanted to participate in both defense and offense. This way, he would not be powerless when the team was in crisis. The unlimited stamina of the Steel Perpetual Motion Machine was just what Lin Xing needed to sprint tirelessly from the back to the front. I may not have Messi's foot talent, but I can run you to exhaustion. Hello, could you please move your back? In the World Cup final venue, Lin Xing was pondering his build when suddenly someone interrupted his thoughts. It was a rather cute blonde girl. She looked like she had just started middle school, probably around 13 or 14. No wonder she's a Western beauty. At this age, she's already somewhat developed, and Lin Xing couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. According to the seat number, this should be my spot. Can you understand English? Lin Sheng showed no reaction, and the girl frowned slightly, yet still politely inquired. On her seat was a backpack belonging to the handsome Oriental boy in front of her who looked nice, but a bit dazed. Lin Sheng quickly moved his backpack, allowing the girl to sit next to him. He was a bit curious. This was a core area with a ticket worth 900 offering an excellent view. A 13-year-old girl could actually afford such an expensive ticket. Are you here alone? I'm with my family. They went to buy beer and hot dogs. I see. By the way, my name is Vitor Lin, and I'm a professional player. Nice to meet you. Faced with such a lovely young lady, Lin Sheng wanted to get closer. Subconsciously, Lin Sheng felt that she would likely become quite famous in the future, perhaps even making a name for herself in Hollywood, having acted in movies or TV shows. Spider-Woman Euphoria, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Sydney Girl. A flood of strange information surged into Lin Sheng's mind, catching him off guard. Lin, I'm also very glad to meet you. I'm Sydney Sweeney. You're a professional player. No way. The little girl looked at him with disbelief. How could this Oriental brother, who was only a few years older than her, possibly be a professional player? Most likely he played in some youth team. Before Lin Sheng could explain, the crowd erupted with a deafening cheer along with the cacophony of the vuvuzelas, which was even more annoying than mosquito buzzing. The unique musical instrument of the South African World Cup filled the summer of 2010. On the field, the stars of the Matador and the Orange Army had already taken the stage. They would compete for this year's World Cup championship. By the way, if Spain wins, shall we add each other on Facebook? Sure. I think the Netherlands will win. The girl's competitive spirit was easily stirred, and she accepted Lin Sheng's wager. Lin Sheng chuckled inwardly. You know nothing about the power of intuition. How could this be? Clearly Robin had a clear shot on goal. The Dutch team she supported clearly had the upper hand, even putting Spain under immense pressure. Unfortunately, St. Casillas saved Robin's certain goal, dragging the match into extra time. The Bullfighters finally lifted the World Cup trophy, becoming the new champions. With the 2008 European Championship, the 2010 World Cup victory, and Barcelona's 2009 Champions League title. Fortunately, the De Jong couple did not come to South Africa due to health reasons, though otherwise the old man's heart might not have been able to handle it. Luckily, Lin Sheng pulled out a blue and white scarf from his bag and handed it to her. Here, don't cry. What is this? It's our team's scarf. KRC Genk. I've never heard of it. Don't worry, you'll know next season. After the match, Spain's team was on stage for the awards ceremony, while other fans gradually left. Sydney Sweeney left with her parents, waving goodbye to Lin Sheng while holding onto the blue and white scarf. Having made a bet, she had already exchanged contact information with Lin Sheng and would add him as a friend on Facebook. Lin Sheng also carried his bag, preparing to head directly to the airport and return to the small town of Genk. Because the Genk preseason training had already begun, the brothers needed to prepare for the new season. We're coming for the champ. A month later, in early August 2010, they played a friendly match against the Red Devils Manchester United. This was suggested by Ferguson, organized specifically by Manchester United as part of their preseason warm-up series. Manchester United did not go on a money-making tour in Asia, but instead faced Belgian teams. Among them were Anderlecht, Gent Bruges, and Genk. Lin Sheng started the match and played for 45 minutes, but unfortunately the score was 3-1, with Manchester United leading by 2 goals. United's new signing Little P. Hernandez performed excellently, finding opportunities twice in front of goal and scoring with headers. He was like a fox in the box, elusive. Genk's defense simply couldn't cope. In addition, with Berbatov's ball control and Nani's sharp breakthroughs from the wings, Genk found it very difficult. Kevin De Bruyne was nearly ineffective in the front line, completely shut down by Evra. Genk's only goal came from Lin Sheng's interception of Anderson in the backfield, with a long pass, finding Musa Koita, who scored. In the second half, at the 70-minute mark, Genk substituted a large number of players, including Lin Sheng. Even if Lin Sheng wanted to stay on the field, he could not go against the coach's orders. In a mere friendly match, it was not worth risking injuries by keeping players on the field. Moreover, friendly matches are primarily for testing tactics and assessing different players. Winning or losing is not important, what matters is the content of the match. As a professional player, Lin Sheng had to maintain a professional attitude and could only follow the arrangements of the coaching staff. He watched helplessly as Manchester United scored 2 more goals, ultimately defeating Genk 51. Match loss. Health points 1. Current health points 0, initiating a new cycle. Please choose your profession. The talents and items accumulated before were thus bid farewell, and Lin Sheng felt it was a pity, to say the least. However, the good news is that most of them were ordinary talents which are not particularly valuable, and new talents can be drawn from future matches to build a new style. Lin Sheng instinctively clicked on the profession selection section to check his options. After the new cycle, Lin Sheng unlocked 3 professions. CB for center back, RMF for right midfielder, CMF for central midfielder, alongside the previous DM for defensive midfielder, giving Lin Sheng a total of 4 professional choices. Center back could be disregarded for now. Lin Sheng was not interested in that position, as his slender physique would struggle against opponents in that role. As for the right midfielder, that position currently belonged to De Bruyne, and Lin Sheng had no need to compete with him. The central midfielder and defensive midfielder are quite similar. The defensive midfielder focuses more on defense, while the central midfielder balances offense and defense, connecting the whole field. Do you wish to spend 10 gold coins to retain the Talent Steel Perpetual Motion Machine Legendary Limited? Yes, retain it. This is the core talent of Lin Sheng's never-tired style. Otherwise, after running 10 kilometers, he would run out of stamina before even starting to exert himself, and that would be quite unreasonable. 10 gold coins have been consumed. Gold coins 13. Glancing at the talent section, both the professional talent Midfield Iron Man and the regular talent Steel Perpetual Motion Machine Legendary Limited are present, allowing Lin Sheng to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Regarding his abilities in the early stages of the match, Lin Sheng currently possesses the following core attributes for a central midfielder: passing B, technique C, defense B, physicality B. This is generally sufficient for the Belgian league, and in certain aspects he is slightly stronger than Anderson Darren Gibson, Cleverly and Flamini. However, his overall abilities may be slightly weaker than Chelsea's Ramirez, Liverpool's Lucas, and Arsenal's Fabregas. He is far behind midfield superstars like Xavi, Xabi Alonso, and Sneijder. But as time progresses, Lin Sheng will gradually become extraordinary. In preparation for the season under Frank Verkotteren's guidance, they smoothly conducted simple sparring sessions with teams such as Manchester United, Anderlecht, Ajax, and Bayer Leverkusen, often losing rather than winning. However, this is not a problem as the overall roster remains relatively stable, maintaining the championship form they had at the end of last season. As Kevin De Bruyne gains experience, his talents become more pronounced, and he has already caught the attention of Chelsea scouts who wish to bring him to the Premier League. Although De Bruyne's dribbling speed is not fast, he primarily relies on technique to evade defenders, and his passing skills are his greatest asset, with a vision that surpasses the entire team. Sometimes teammates are left in awe, wondering how De Bruyne even notices his runs. It's truly miraculous. You might try to develop more into the center, allowing the fullbacks to overlap and assist. Your threat in the middle may be greater. Verkotteren offered some guidance, noting that De Bruyne poses the greatest threat when receiving the ball in the channels. If he simply plays like a winger delivering crosses, it would be a waste of his talents. The passing options in the center are more abundant, and he can also shoot. De Bruyne's shooting accuracy is quite good. Overall, he is more like the core organizer on the flanks. As for Courtois, after half a season of training, he has grown significantly. His line reflexes are naturally his strong suit, making him no less competent than the goalkeepers of top clubs. This summer, he further strengthened his skills in tackling, aerial duels, and defensive organization, becoming increasingly stable and capable of making saves, gradually emerging as a world-class goalkeeper. Henk Club initially intended to spend money on an older goalkeeper, but now it seems unnecessary. Courtois is more than sufficient. They merely need to promote a substitute goalkeeper from the reserves. This saves over 100,000 euros. Other personnel changes have been minimal, and as Henk prepares for the new season, everyone is eager to stay on the team and make the final roster. Leaving at this time is out of the question. Regarding new signings, the club has limited funds and has only acquired 2 forwards to strengthen their attack. One is Swedish forward Kjell Vassen, who has good speed, goal-scoring instincts, technique, and shooting skills, making him a suitable rotation option with Musa Koulibaly. The other is Kenyan left winger Ayub Masika, a quick and explosive little guy with strong acceleration, adept at flanking attacks, and possessing decent shooting skills balanced with both feet. His drawback is that he can be a bit impulsive and his passing level is average. He is somewhat akin to a low-tier version of Sadio Mane. As for Lin Sheng's changes, head coach Frank Verkotteren keenly observed that there was something different. His playing style last season relied entirely on first instincts. After sprinting to win the ball, he would immediately transition to the front without even looking, and during other times he would avoid taking the ball, favoring conservative choices of sideways or backward passes, fearful of losing possession. Although he occasionally had flashes of brilliance, producing miraculous results for the majority of the match, Lin Sheng still played the role of a workhorse or simply linked up play in midfield. Frank Verkotteren has higher expectations for him. He hopes Lin Sheng can become not only a Busquets, but also a player like Xavi, Iniesta, Gerrard, or Lampard. He wants Lin Sheng to take the ball more often, to look up and observe on the field, gradually developing an attacking mindset. This way he can be effective in counterattacks and also contribute in positional play. Otherwise, Henk can only rely on strong counterattacks, and they cannot afford to be ineffective in positional play. Unexpectedly, at the start of the new season, Lin Sheng consciously adjusted his mindset, daring to take the ball and pass it forward. Though he occasionally loses the ball or gets intercepted, and his passing success rate and dribbling are not as high as last season, at least he is trying to grow. After losing the ball, Lin Sheng is still willing to exert himself, tracking back from the opponent's penalty area to his own, sprinting 80 meters to recover the ball. This spirit pleases the head coach greatly. No matter how Lin Sheng changes his playing style, he remains the same Lin Sheng, unyielding and persistent. Most importantly, he seems to always deliver miraculous performances in the final moments of the match. Considering the reasons, it is likely because he has always focused on improving his physical fitness. Lin Sheng's stamina now far exceeds that of his peers. In the later stages of the match, abundant stamina signifies infinite possibilities. Frank Verkotteren has already begun to look forward to this young man's performance in the new season. Lin, may the team achieve a victorious start. Cheers. I can't drink alcohol, I'll use this bowl of soup instead. Before the first round of the Belgian League, the de Jong couple's home sees the three of them rare to gather for a meal. Aunt de Jong prepared a table of traditional Dutch dishes, fried meatballs, pea soup, pancakes, and a pot of stampot. Although it cannot compare to the richness of Chinese cuisine, Lin Sheng still had some simple food. He wasted no time during the holidays maintaining a standard body fat percentage, and even the team's fitness coach couldn't help but praise him. Look at Lin, he has been strict with himself throughout the holidays. Now look at you all, you've started to gain weight, not controlling your diet at all. Lin Sheng's professionalism ranks among the very best in the entire Hank team. For instance, he has earned quite a bit of money, but he chose not to move into a new house still renting from the de Jong couple at the cheapest rate. After celebrating his birthday on July 31st, Lin Sheng swiftly completed his driver's license at 16. Next, he can drive freely in EU member countries. He did not splurge, instead he bought a simple 2010 Chevrolet Camaro, the Bumblebee model. After watching Transformers 2 last year, Lin Sheng had always liked this car. The price is also reasonable, only €38,000. Compared to the supercars of global superstars, Lin Sheng's car is practically a bargain. He plans to reward himself with a supercar once he truly becomes a global superstar and secures a top salary. Soon after a night passed, all members of Hank gathered at the Sajika Arena ready to begin their first match of the new season in the Belgian League. As Lin Sheng takes the field as a starter, the moment he walks out of the players' tunnel, nearly the entire stadium is shouting his name. The DJ on site introduces the club's darling with the most passionate voice. Midfielder, number 23, our championship hero, Vitor Lin. Lin. This is Lin Sheng's favorite green pitch, his most beloved stage. Come on, I am ready to embrace a new round of challenges. The challenge of the new season has begun. Do you accept the challenge? Please choose a regular talent. The new season challenge has begun. Will you accept the challenge? Lin Sheng had never encountered such a challenge before, thinking it would be like other random challenges requiring only a few victories and goals. However, upon opening the challenge task description, Lin Sheng was completely stunned. Season challenge objectives: 1. Defend the league championship. 2. Reach the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Rewards for completing the challenge include legendary talent gift bag, legendary item gift bag, experience points gift bag, and more. Failure in the challenge results in the deduction of all remaining experience and gold and a reset of the cycle. Once again, it's a legendary gift bag. The previous legendary talent Steel Perpetual Motion Machine has become Lin Sheng's core talent, demonstrating the power of the word legendary. The contents of the prize pool are indeed tantalizing, making his heart race. However, the penalties for failing the challenge are quite harsh, as one would lose all experience and gold accumulated over the season, which is at least 40. On the other hand, failing would directly trigger a reset. What if he randomly drew an exceptionally overpowering talent? Wouldn't it vanish instantly, leaving him with nothing? Defending the league championship is one thing. Lin Sheng has been a starter since the beginning of the season, which is not difficult. The key is reaching the Champions League quarterfinals, which means they must advance from a group full of strong opponents and eliminate a team from the round of 16. What if they draw Barcelona? Wouldn't that be disastrous? If he wanted to play it safe, he could simply decline the challenge, but Lin Sheng is not the type to play it safe. Without hesitation, he chose to accept the challenge. The higher the difficulty, the more interesting it becomes. If there's no challenge, why play professional football? What if he encounters Barcelona? I am here to battle the elite. Please choose a regular talent. 1. Balanced on both feet. Common non-dominant foot and dominant foot are equal to. Rainbow Specialist. Common 100 success rate for rainbow dribbles, 0 success rate for any other dribbling methods. 3. Firefighter rare, triggers a crisis warning every 15 seconds, highlighting defensive danger zones in the field of vision. After glancing at the 3 talents, Lin Sheng decisively chose the 3rd talent. The first 2 talents are somewhat abstract, while the 3rd one is quite useful, as it helps Lin Sheng strengthen his defense. After all, as a midfield barrier, he has significant defensive responsibilities. In the first match of the Belgian League, KRC Genk defeated last season's 10th place team Beerschot 21, achieving a winning start. Although Lin Sheng had little impact on the offensive end in the first half, his tireless running helped stabilize the team's defense. Beerschot's offense was actually quite effective, constantly utilizing long passes to threaten the penalty area. Their towering striker, 195 meters tall, posed a significant threat, repeatedly heading the ball toward the goal, startling the fans. Fortunately, Lin Sheng had his new talent Firefighter, which proved to be incredibly useful. It doesn't just warn at the most dangerous moments, it highlights potential hazards in advance, making them visible. In the first half, while defending in the backline, Lin Sheng inexplicably saw a red circle in front of him. Normally, he might have ignored that area, but following the talent's guidance, he hurriedly ran over. Sure enough, just as the red circle was about to disappear, their midfielder suddenly surged forward, and the ball was quickly passed over. Without Lin Sheng's interception, either a shot or a pass from the opponent would have been quite threatening. Lin Sheng appeared at the crucial position, skillfully extending his foot to complete the interception, then organized a quick counterattack, nearly breaking through the goal. Lin, our familiar young man, has returned. He remains the hardest working player on the field. The position he just occupied was perfect, stopping Beerschot's crucial pass. After a summer of improvement, Lin Sheng's defensive positioning sense and experience seem to have grown. This talent is truly terrifying. In the second half, as his running distance increased, Lin Sheng's attributes continued to rise, and he became increasingly proactive, gaining more presence on the field. He could be seen almost everywhere. Lin, what a beautiful interception, a precise ground-through ball. Great play. Found Musa Koita. From Cenk's attacking formation, the ball reached Lin's feet. A long-range shot. Beautiful. It was brilliantly saved by the diving goalkeeper. Remarkable. Once again, Lin. A delicate lob just outside the penalty area. Simply divine. De Bruyne was perfectly positioned at the back post. This goal is in. Cenk has taken the lead 10. Oh no. Beerschot's counterattack has resulted in an unknown opportunity. Courtois couldn't make the save and Beerschot equalized. When the score reached 11, the home fans of Cenk were quite tense. Could it be that the defending champions would be held to a draw by a weaker team in the first round of the new season? As the defending champions, Cenk's fans already regard their team as a strong one. Yet Lin Sheng remained unfazed. The longer time drags on, the more I run, the stronger I become. Finally, at the 90-minute mark, Lin Sheng had run 130 meters, increasing all his attribute points by 26. His passing points had nearly reached over 90. The match has entered stoppage time, and Cenk is likely to be held to a draw at home. Wait, look at this ball. Lin Sheng. A beautiful through ball. To the back post. This goal is in. Musa Koita. Lin Sheng's pass sliced through Beerschot's defense like a scalpel. Absolutely outstanding. All Musa Koita had to do was stretch out his foot, and the ball was nearly at his toes. Beerschot's coach never expected that with 10 players crowded in the penalty area, they still couldn't stop the opponent. Cenk won the first match 21, with Lin Sheng providing 2 assists and De Bruyne scoring a goal. Only Courtois looked rather frustrated, having conceded a goal in his first match of the new season. After the game, Kevin De Bruyne was still comforting him. Thibaut, it's alright, that goal was a unknown, it's normal, you couldn't save it, don't blame yourself. But I wish I had rushed out. Just pay attention, next time the coach won't blame you. By the way, today I'm treating Caroline is coming too, let's go have Chinese. Lin Sheng surprisingly found a Chinese restaurant in the small town of Cenk. It was run by a boss from Fujian province, serving Cantonese and Minnan cuisine with quite good flavors. No wonder the Fujianese are exempt from visas worldwide. From then on, both De Bruyne and Courtois gradually became enamored with Chinese food. Is Caroline coming too? That's great, let's go together. Courtois, who had originally been sulking, suddenly brightened up and became full of energy. De Bruyne teased, you're so excited about Chinese food. Lin Sheng shook his head and smiled bitterly behind him. Ding ding, are you foolish? It seems he's thinking about Caroline. But Lin Sheng had no evidence, he just had a hunch, and now wasn't the right time. Kevin, your girlfriend, is going to be flirted with by Thibaut. Does that make sense? If his hunch is wrong, De Bruyne and Caroline have a close relationship and Thibaut isn't flirting with her. Lin Sheng could only observe further and consider telling De Bruyne when the time is right. Or simply let them be. A girlfriend who can be easily flirted with isn't worth holding on to. After their first victory, Cenk continued to achieve successive wins. The league was no longer exciting for Lin Sheng. His mind was filled with the Champions League. Soon the draw ceremony for the Champions League group stage was about to begin. On the evening of August 26, 2010, the draw ceremony for the UEFA Champions League group stage will take place in Monaco. Prior to this, the local newspaper Limburg's Dagblad and Cenk had published several articles predicting the fate of Cenk in the Champions League. The focus of the entire Belgium is on KRC Cenk. Similarly, Anderlecht, who also qualified for the Champions League, must start from the third round of the qualification rounds as they finished second in the league. As a result, Anderlecht eliminated St. Mirren but ultimately drew 44 with Red Star Belgrade in the final playoff, losing in a penalty shootout. Thus, in the 2010-2011 UEFA Champions League season, there is only one Belgian club, KRC Royal Cenk. They have become the hope of the entire village of Belgium. Belgian soccer magazine. KRC Cenk showed strong performance last season, which offers a certain level of competitiveness in the Champions League group stage. If luck is on their side during the draw, they might have a chance to advance from the group stage or secure a spot in the Europa League. Belgian Daily. It is quite difficult for Cenk to advance from the group stage, with the best outcome being qualification for the Europa League. Flemish Post. Currently, Cenk still has a chance to advance as long as they do not encounter powerhouse teams. Some Cenk fans are frustrated by the media's pessimistic comments about them, but this is an undeniable fact. There is a significant gap between the Belgian league and the traditional 5 major leagues in Europe. Their dominant team, Anderlecht, is merely a minor player in the Champions League, easily subdued. The last time a Belgian team achieved success in the Champions League was in the 1998-1999 season, when Cenk fell in the round of 16 of the European Cup Winners' Cup. Going further back, we must trace back to 1975, when Anderlecht won the European Cup Winners' Cup championship in 2 consecutive seasons. Since the Champions League was restructured, the football world has entered an era of financial power, and Belgian teams have not achieved any notable accomplishments since even finding it difficult to advance from the group stage. However, for smaller clubs, participating in the Champions League does bring benefits, Even if they only play in the group stage, they receive substantial revenue from television broadcasts and corresponding bonuses. Moreover, the visits of powerhouse teams to their home ground can boost ticket sales and the sales of nearby shops. Overall, participating in the Champions League is better than not participating at all. It is all about the experience. On the day of the draw, Lin Sheng and Courtois were guests at De Bruyne's home, watching the draw ceremony together. His girlfriend Caroline was busy preparing sausages and beer for them, showing great thoughtfulness. From time to time, she would kiss De Bruyne, teasing the two single men. "Hey, enough already. You can do whatever you want in the bedroom, just not here." Courtois couldn't take it anymore. "I want a kiss here, or what's it to you?" Caroline, being playful, grabbed De Bruyne's face and gave him another French kiss. This left the shy De Bruyne blushing furiously, almost like a cooked lobster. Speaking of which, we are truly invincible this season. Oh, I really want to compete against the powerhouse teams. Before the draw ceremony, there was a long series of speeches by guests expressing their thoughts. At the same time, awards for the previous season's Champions League top scorer and best lineup were presented. Inter Milan, who won the Big-Eared Cup in the 2009-2010 season, became the biggest winner, sweeping all the best awards. Best forward Diego Milito, a best midfielder Sneijder, best defender Maicon, best goalkeeper Julio Cesar. These four players were indeed the strongest in their respective positions last season, each at their peak, especially Sneijder. He delivered the most perfect performance of 2010. Oh, and it's a pity that the Netherlands did not win the championship, though otherwise Sneijder would surely have been a candidate for the Ballon d'Or. Sneijder is currently the top contender for the Ballon d'Or, with the Champions League title and World Cup runner-up. There's no reason for others to take it away from him. Following him are Messi, Xavi, and Iniesta. Xavi and Iniesta at least have a World Cup title, while Messi only has a La Liga title and a Champions League semi-final, so theoretically, he should rank last. However, Lin Sheng has a premonition that Messi might have a chance to win the Ballon d'Or this time. That would be absurd. Lin Sheng kept pondering about the Ballon d'Or until De Bruyne patted him on the shoulder. "It's starting. The draw is about to begin." Lin Sheng finally reacted and looked at today's draw guest. English legend Lineker served as the draw guest, and after he took the stage, he first drew the top-seeded teams. Group A: Inter Milan Group, B: Lyon Group, C: Manchester United Group, D: Barcelona Group, E: Bayern Munich Group, F: Chelsea Group, G: AC Milan Group, H: Arsenal. The top-seeded teams in each group are either the champions of their respective leagues or teams with higher UEFA rankings. The second and third-seeded teams will determine the formation of the group of death. KRC Genk, as the fourth seed, still has to wait for their turn. Kevin De Bruyne and Courtois are already a bit nervous, resting their chins on their hands while trembling as they watch the television. Courtois kept mumbling, "Please draw a good lot, please draw a good lot, please draw a good lot." "Stop mumbling, it doesn't," Lin Sheng retorted helplessly. "What if we end up in the group of death? I actually like the group of death. Come on, don't let your words come true." Lin Sheng was not joking. He hoped to meet stronger opponents and face more powerhouse. Since it is difficult to reach the finals, it is better to encounter them in the group stage. Soon the group stage draw results began to be revealed, and Genk's turn was still not coming. Group A: Inter Milan, Werder Bremen, Tottenham, 20. Group B: Lyon, Benfica, Schalke, Hapoel Tel Aviv. Damn it, why not Group B? This group would be great. Courtois lamented, as Lyon and Benfica have average strength, and Genk might have a chance to advance. Group C: Manchester United, Valencia, Glasgow Rangers, Bursa Sports. Group D: Barcelona, Panathinaikos, Copenhagen, Kazan Rubies. This time De Bruyne spoke again. "I think this group is nice. We could meet Barcelona, and the other opponents are relatively balanced. Genk might snatch a second place in the group." "What a pity." Lin Sheng nodded. Indeed, apart from Barcelona, he had confidence in defeating the other teams. It's just a pity that Genk's fate is not in this group. The three could only continue watching, feeling increasingly anxious. Group E: Bayern Munich, Roma, Basel, Cluj. Group F: Chelsea, Marseille, Spartak Moscow, Zelina. Only two groups remain, but they include many powerhouses such as Real Madrid, Milan, Arsenal, and Ajax. Courtois was already so nervous, he couldn't speak. "Please don't let it be Group G, please, don't let it be Group." AC Milan is in Group G, and it is very likely to draw Real Madrid, Arsenal, or similar powerhouses, which would truly be the group of death. Lin Sheng also felt a bit excited. Could it be? He saw Lineker smile slightly and reach into the bowl to draw a small ball. Real Madrid. Royal Madrid. Group G: AC Milan, Royal Madrid. The guests at the draw ceremony erupted in cheers and laughter. Finally, there was a group of death in this Champions League. The next draw, however, shocked them even more. Ajax. Group G: AC Milan, Royal Madrid, Ajax. This might be the group with the most Champions League titles in history. Real Madrid with 9, Milan with 7, Ajax with 4. No matter who ends up in their group, they will be the most unfortunate one. He watched as Lineker pulled out the ball from the fourth-seeded bowl and opened it. KRC Genk. During the draw ceremony for the 2010-2011 UEFA Champions League group stage held in Monaco last night, KRC Genk drew a tough lot facing a death group, leaving them with only theoretical hopes of advancing. Among the four teams, the other three all possess the strength to seize points, and only Genk is seen as the target to be robbed of points. The day after the draw results were announced, the entire Belgian media erupted in glee, mocking Genk's misfortune. Due to Cenk's strong comeback last season, which nearly crushed all Belgian league teams, most fans do not hold a good when Cenk faces misfortune. Fans of other teams also mock them. Cenk is in such a dire situation. How can they perform in this group stage? They might as well focus on the league and try for a better draw next season. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Their luck is just too bad. Cenk fans are also lamenting on Twitter, and even the most devoted fans are not optimistic about this season's Champions League performance. What kind of luck is this? After finally making it to the Champions League, we can only stop at the group stage. We don't even have to consider Real Madrid and AC Milan for now. Ajax might be the only team we can compete with. Don't be too pessimistic. What if we win a match? The day after the draw, Lin Sheng drove his newly purchased Ford Mustang to the training base. Upon entering the cafeteria, he found his teammates gathered around the table, silently eating, completely devoid of the lively atmosphere they usually had. Hey guys, what's wrong today? Everyone seems down. Lin, did you watch the draw yesterday? I did. I think it's a good draw. Everyone at the table paused, staring blankly. You think it's a good draw? Midfielder Balish Toth looked bewildered. Yes, our opponents are Real Madrid and Milan. How can this be a good draw? Left back Danny Powdle was almost on the verge of tears. Facing strong teams, we can finally face those world stars. Heaton. Lin Sheng remained excited, spearing a strip of bacon and enjoying it. Sigh. His teammates all facepalmed, exasperated. It's over. This foolish kid is really naive. No wonder at Lin Sheng's age everyone was once passionate. But after experiencing so much on the field, they have come to terms with reality. Currently, Cenk's lineup barely manages to hold its own in the Belgian league, and it is on a completely different level from the other top 5 leagues. During the matches, the disparity is overwhelming with no chance of retaliation. By then, Lin Sheng will understand. At this moment, head coach Frank Vercauteren and assistant coach Pierre Denier also approached the players holding their plates. I think Lin is right, the head coach said with his usual serious expression. No matter who we face, even if it's Real Madrid or Barcelona, we at Cenk still have the strength to fight. We can still do everything we can for victory. The head coach's words plunged the players into deep thought. Really, can we really defeat the Giants? In the 5th round of the Belgian League, 3 days after the Champions League draw, Cenk faced the bottom-ranked team, Lierse, a promoted team from the 2nd division. Last season, Lin Sheng's first opponent, Muskron, unfortunately got relegated. In the previous 4 matches, Cenk predictably maintained a perfect winning record. In the first round, Lin Sheng's 2 assists helped the team defeat Beerschot 21, starting the season with a win. The opponents in the next 3 rounds were not strong, and Cenk easily secured victories. In the second round, Cenk 10 Lokeren Lin Sheng delivered a brilliant pass in stoppage time, assisting De Bruyne to score the winner. In the third round, Charleroi 0-3 Cenk, Lin Sheng again shone in the 80th minute, providing 2 crucial passes that helped secure the victory. In the 4th round, Eupen 0-2 Cenk, against the promoted team Lin Sheng, created multiple threatening passes in the second half and successfully orchestrated 1 goal, providing 1 assist. After 4 matches, Lin Sheng has already accumulated 6 assists, averaging 1.5 assists per game. He currently ranks first in the Belgian League assist chart, and these 4 matches have also earned him 4 relatively useful talents. Firefighter Rare triggers a crisis since every 15 seconds, indicating defensive danger zones. Insight Nitro Boost common speed increases by 300 within 3 seconds for every 100 meters sprinted. Rebirth common, when in 1v1 physical confrontations, has a chance to push away the opposing player. Ball protection expert uncommon, when shielding the ball back to the defender for over 2.5 seconds, the ball cannot be stolen, and there is a chance to turn and evade. Choosing these 4 talents, Lin Sheng consciously strengthened his position. These are all skills that midfielders need for broad coverage, tackling, confrontations, defensive positional awareness, and ball control. This allows Lin Sheng to gain a certain degree of ball possession, defense, and midfield control, even when his stats have not yet grown in the first half. In today's 5th round of the Belgian League, Lin Sheng is about to receive new talent options. Please choose a regular talent 1. Xavi moment common. If 25 successful passes are made, the next forward pass will be controllable and unblockable too. Goal area pillar king common. In physical confrontations in the opponent's penalty area, a certain probability will produce a body effect, jumping 30 within 1 second. 3. Wing racer common speed 30 near the sidelines. The 3 talents seem to have been seen before, indicating that the talent pool is not infinite, but will repeat to a certain extent. This is good news for Lin Sheng. The useful talents he had previously drawn may randomly reappear without spending any coins. Among the 3 options, Lin Sheng decisively chose Xavi moment. Although it's of common quality, it's more useful in critical moments than rare talents. Indeed, this match's Xavi moment played a significant role. The opponent, Lierse, as a promoted team, is bound to have everyone defending against the defending champions. Cenk's most effective counterattack couldn't be utilized, and they had to push forward for a positional attack. At first, Cenk found it difficult to break through the opponent's dense defense, constantly utilizing crosses and aerial bombardments in Lierse's penalty area. However, Lierse's central defenders are all over 1.9 meters tall, making it hard to win headers. With Kevin De Bruyne being marked by the opponent, only Lin Sheng could participate in the organization. In the first 20 minutes of the first half, the game was quite dull. Under Lin Sheng's coordination, the team was not in a rush to attack, but kept passing sideways, and back Lin Sheng, as the tactical core of the new season, had more opportunities for ball possession. As a result, he frequently received the ball, switched it around, received it again, and passed sideways, successfully accumulating passing statistics. By the end of the first half, Lin Sheng had already achieved 25 successful passes ahead of schedule. His passing is still quite conservative, which is slowing down the team's rhythm. The commentator was still criticizing Lin Sheng's slow pace, questioning whether someone so young was suitable to be the midfield playmaker. But the next second, Lin Sheng, under the pressure of two opponents, had already shielded the ball for over 2.5 seconds. Ball protection expert activated. Lin Sheng skillfully turned between the two players, gliding past them like a fried dough ball, instantly igniting the entire stadium. Immediately after, Lin Sheng looked left at the edge of the penalty area and delivered a highly penetrating pass with the outside of his foot. De Bruyne feigned a run forward. Moussa Koita rushed in, delivering a powerful shot that sent the ball into the net. What a beautiful escape by Lin. The pace suddenly quickened. Lin, a brilliant assist. Moussa Koita, scoring from Lin Sheng's assist. Genk leads 10 at halftime. Facing the newly promoted team, Lierse, the home side Genk proved ruthlessly dominant. Lin Sheng completed the first quadruple assist of his professional career. 5 league matches, 10 assists, a terrifying presence, averaging 2 assists per game. We all assumed this 16-year-old would hit the rookie wall in his second season. Alas, we were wrong. Lin Sheng has been growing at a pace visible to the naked eye. He has become Henk's genuine core, the foundation of the club's 5-game opening winning streak. Truly worthy of Ferguson, sir. How did he discover such a prodigy in Putoya? It is reported that the Putoya youth team has recently contacted Lin Sheng's agent. He may be summoned to the Putoya national setup. According to Linbao Rabao, the Putoya Football Association has indeed been pursuing Lin Sheng, leveraging Mendes connections to try to secure him for the Putoya side. What do you think? Given your situation, you could join virtually any European club. I believe their youth teams would seize you without hesitation and fast-track any nationality matters. You already hold Putoya citizenship, so you could join without obstacle. As for the Putoya senior team, you know their status as second-tier power on the international stage, able to reach major tournaments, but seldom producing great results. Whether you ultimately commit to Putoya depends on your own will. Youth caps do not bind you to the senior team. As long as you avoid joining the Putoya senior side before you are 21, you remain free to represent another nation. Think it over. After the match, sitting in the locker room, Lin Sheng received a call from Mendes. The man himself phoned, a sign that Mendes and the Putoya FA truly valued him. Since the retirements of Fige Louis Kisota Baluo Bento and others, Putoya's midfield has been in a transitional thin state. The nation's defenders, Pepe Kawalvuo Baluo Filila and Kintalang, still rank among Europe's higher echelons. Up front, there is the absolute superstar C. Luo alongside Nani Shimong and other established stars. But the midfield is short on dominance. Deke is aging and nearing retirement. Later Milalizi Waliso Diach. None of them possess that ruling presence. In this World Cup, Putoya fell at the round of 16, eliminated by the champion Zidane. Putoya football seems to have no hope beyond C. Luo. Thus, the Putoya FA hoped Lin Sheng would mature quickly and ultimately join the Putoya national team to pair with C. Luo. Lin Sheng did not give a reply. He only sat on the bench deep in thought. Out of an identification with his Yanhuang bloodline, he actually wanted to join the Huaxia national team. But he knew all too well the state of Huaxia football. Even if naturalization to the national side were feasible, one man alone would be unlikely to save them. Lin Sheng did not consider himself a Superman who could rewrite destiny. If so, why not join a team with real prospects? Putoya might qualify. Lin, I heard what you just said. Kaiwan Debuleon appeared from behind. Sorry, I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. It's fine. It's hardly. Do you want to join Putoya? I don't know. I hold Putoya nationality and grew up there, but I don't feel a sense. The first 15 years of his life had not been easy. Were it not for the dean's care and Mr. Zhou at the Chinese restaurant who treated him like a son, Lin Sheng would likely have ended up on the streets, bullied and small time. Lin Sheng did not feel a strong inclination toward the Putoya national team. If he joined, the team's unquestioned leader would be C. Luo, and others would be expected to defer to him. Lin Sheng believed himself to be well-liked by teammates and did not dislike C. Luo. But by temperament, becoming someone's subordinate and being driven by another would make an equal relationship impossible. Over time, tensions would surely arise. If Lin Sheng and C. Luo fell out, the Putoya FA would almost certainly side with C. Luo without question. Then Lin Sheng would face being sidelined. Even granting that even if he and C. Luo became brothers and strutted through the Putoya team, what meaning would that hold? Lin Sheng wanted to face the world's best players as rivals, to challenge them and defeat them. He wanted to beat Meishi, to beat Sine, to beat Luni, to beat C. Luo, whether on the Champions League stage or the international arena. Therefore, Lin Sheng preferred to join another side to oppose them. Join Bilishi. Huh, I'm serious. Kaiwan Debulane's gaze was unusually clear. This honest, straightforward big lad never joked about serious matters. Join Bilishi and we'll storm the World Cup together and lift that damn trophy. It was the first time Lin Sheng saw a trace of swagger on Debulane's face, a sign of how deep his obsession with the World Cup ran. But Bilishi are weak at the moment, Lin Sheng teased. In the 2010 South Africa World Cup, Bilishi failed to qualify, missing the finals. Their team is in transition and struggling. Yet Debulane's eyes remained firm. Not now does not mean never. Think about it, the future Bilishi squad could have Mitibwa, that goof, the towering Lukaku, who joined Chelsea, Aiden Nazir flourishing at Lille in League One, the brawny Fellaini, who breached Manchester United's goal for Everton plus Manchester United's Gianuzai, Tottenham's Dingbailai, Wiretonging, Manchester City's Kongpani, Arsenal's Wiermolen. Most importantly, if you join us, our roster would be truly sumptuous. We could mount a genuine World Cup assault. Debulaone was not rattled by Lin Sheng's provocation. On the contrary, he had begun to convince him. There was a premonition that Bilishi might achieve a fine World Cup showing in some future year. Think about it. Round 6 of the Belgian league approached, and Hunka faced a week of 2 matches. Their league opponent was Gente, temporarily third in the table and a fierce rival from the Flemish region. Hunka had won all 5 of their matches, totaling 15 points and top of the table. Gente had 3 wins and 2 draws, level on points with Anderlecht, but third on goal difference. Only 4 points separated them. Gente could catch up at any time, so Hunka could not afford to relax. Yet in just 4 days, Hunka would face their first Champions League group match. They would travel to Italy to Milan San Siro to meet their first great opponent, AC Milan. A week of 2 matches, 2 hard tests. Many media voices offered counsel. Some urged Hunka to abandon the league and gamble everything on the Champions League. Others suggested the opposite, since qualification seemed unlikely. Concentrate on the league instead. For Fuelank Wycotlan, his thinking was simple: I want it all. 4 days apart, a starting lineup with a midweek double. It will be tiring and grueling. Can you do it? No problem. Lin Sheng shouted the loudest in the squad. Exactly as I like it. In today's highlight match of the Belgian Pro League, KRC Genk will travel away to challenge the third-ranked Gent. This is a highly intense Flanders derby. Just 4 days after this match, Genk will fly to Milan, Italy, to visit the San Siro Stadium. In a week filled with back-to-back matches, head coach Frank Vercauteren has surprisingly fielded all of his starting players. It's no wonder, as Genk's overall strength is indeed among the top in the league. However, they haven't made many summer signings, and their bench depth is insufficient to support competing on 2 fronts. The head coach might be focusing on the league, treating the Champions League as a mere participation. After all, no matter how hard they try, it is difficult to compete against giants like Milan. The commentator for the Belgian television is none other than the former player Predholm, who previously lost a bet and danced in front of the nation. He does not have a good impression of Genk and is quite looking forward to seeing the defending champions face setbacks this season. This would prove that he wasn't mistaken, or Genk merely relied on luck to clinch the league title. We noticed that in the starting lineup, Kevin De Bruyne, Lin Sheng, and Courtois are all present. Furthermore, Lin Sheng has played every minute of the 5 league matches in the new season without being substituted. Who would have thought that a lone player has already become an indispensable member of Genk? We have reason to expect his performance. As the team stepped onto the pitch, Lin Sheng unsurprisingly unlocked a new talent option. Without hesitation, he made a selection among the 3 options, not even glancing at the other 2. Enhanced physique, rare, immune to ordinary injuries, withstands serious injuries, and 20 energy, initial energy, 100 cooldown of 180 days to restore to 100. The other 2 options are talents for forwards or defenders, while Lin Sheng's current need is to avoid injuries. Injuries are always a major factor that destroys young talent. Lin Sheng is bound to clash with other fierce opponents in midfield, making him susceptible to foul play. Last season's ordinary shin guards have disappeared, and the enhanced physique talent perfectly fills this gap. With damage resistance assured, Lin Sheng can compete more confidently. After half a season of Vercauteren's training combined with Lin Sheng's growing chemistry with his teammates, Genk's fighting strength has gradually taken shape for the 2010-2011 season. Their overall strength now ranks among the top in the league, rivaling Gent. Moreover, Lin Sheng plays a crucial role, leaving Gent with little opportunity to retaliate in this match. In the first half, Lin Sheng primarily stabilized the situation in the midfield and repeatedly thwarted Gent's attacks. His tireless coverage made it quite difficult for Gent. Limits him again. A beautiful sliding tackle, creating a crucial interception. He is simply everywhere. Running like this in the first half, he definitely won't have any energy left after 30 minutes. Predholm scoffed disdainfully. Unexpectedly, in the second half, Lin Sheng continued to maintain his high-intensity running. The opposing team was dumbfounded. Who plays like this? Running non-stop. Gent's attacking attempt, shaking off Pudel, tries to cut inside. It's Lin Sheng again. He rushed in and poked the ball away with his toes. Whenever there's a critical moment, Lin always appears in the most crucial position. In the 66th minute, Gent had multiple attempts to apply pressure, but managed no threatening shots on goal. Lin Sheng's running distance has already exceeded 10 kilometers, and he is gradually starting to exert his strength. No maneuvers, no mechanics, just pure stats. Genk's positional attack, with Gent opting to avoid confrontation, quickly falling back. They attempt to pass the ball to Lin, who has become the core of Genk's organization, with continuous passing and coordination, searching for opportunities. This ball. In the slow-paced passing of Cenk, Lin Sheng suddenly flicked the ball with his toe. The football miraculously crossed Cenk's defensive line, descending towards the back post. The newly joined Zambian left winger Ayub Masika transformed into a Black Panther, sprinting into the penalty area and struck the ball directly toward Lin Sheng's pass. It's a goal, an assist from Lin. This season he has already contributed 11 assists and is on the verge of breaking the Pro League assist record. Cenk players raised their hands, signaling for offside. The linesman made no indication. The goal stands. Let's take a look at the slow-motion replay. At the moment Lin Sheng passed the ball, Ayub Masika was still 2 body lengths away from the last defender with absolutely no offside suspicion. It was just that Lin's pass was too bizarre and Ayub Masika's speed was so quick that by the time he reached the penalty area there was no one to mark him. Lin's passing can already be described as masterful. It was just luck. Their left winger is fast, Predholm stubbornly insisted, while the commentator had grown weary of engaging with him. This person is filled with prejudice. Cenk's goal opened the floodgates to victory for the team and shattered Cenk's confidence, with the second goal following closely. This time Lin is taking the shot himself. A long-range shot from outside the penalty area. A world-class strike. In the 72nd minute, Lin Sheng's astonishing 25-meter shot blasted open Cenk's goal, making it 20. They are being quite merciless on the road, gradually pulling away from last season's opponents. With 2 goals secured, Cenk locked in their victory, and the head coach finally felt at ease, gradually substituting key players. Kevin De Bruyne, midfielder Balish Toth, and forward Musa Kone were all substituted to prepare for the Champions League battle. Only Lin Sheng remains on the field. Are they really planning to let a 16-year-old play the entire match? He has already played 6 matches without missing a minute. The commentator almost wanted to say that Cenk club is illegally exploiting child labor. Are they not prepared to let Lin Sheng play against AC Milan? Otherwise, for a 16-year-old player, no matter how good his stamina is, it would be quite difficult to start 2 consecutive matches in a week. Unless this Lin Sheng is a true monster. In the end, Lin Sheng scored again in the 90th minute, having run almost 15,000 meters. His attribute points increased by 30. His passing attributes have surpassed numerous masters like Xavi, Alonso, Modric, Gerrard, and Scholes. With nearly a perfect passing score, Lin Sheng easily executed a long pass to the front line, stopping perfectly in front of Ayub Masika. The black winger has never received such a masterful pass in his life. He doesn't need to adjust his steps and simply charges forward with the ball. Ayub Masika's crossing technique is average, but he is quite adept at shooting, easily scoring during an unknown chance. With Lin's flawless performance, KRC Genk triumphed over a strong opponent with a resounding 30 victory on the road. The Belgian Pro League powerhouse seemed utterly defenseless against KRC Genk. Their form is remarkably good. I suddenly have reason to believe that KRC Genk might truly have the strength to challenge the elite teams. Next Wednesday evening, let us tune in to the Belgian television station to witness KRC Genk's performance in the Champions League. Can they withstand the challenge against the prestigious AC Milan? Italy. Milan. At the Milanello training base. In recent years, their city rival Inter Milan has risen strongly, while AC Milan has been declining after losing Kaka, Shevchenko, and Ancelotti. Watching Inter Milan lift the Champions League trophy, the players of Milan felt a bitter taste in their hearts. Once AC Milan was a world-class team that reached the Champions League finals twice in 3 years and won the title. Damn it. Currently the defense is still at a top European level. Nesta, Zambrata, Thiago Silva, Bonera, and others have experienced veterans as well as core players in their prime. However, the midfield shows a clear gap between the young and the old, with players aging significantly. Van Bommel, Gattuso, Seedorf, and Ambrosini are all over 30 years old. Only Boateng is in his prime, but he can at most be considered a second-tier player in Europe. The forward line is still sharp, featuring Pato, who was once feared even by Barcelona, Lou Fomsien, Ibrahimovic, the ageless Inzaghi, and Ronaldinho, who enjoys the game. There are also washed-up talents like Robinho and Cassano who can be unpredictable. Overall, their lineup has an uncertain ceiling, but the floor isn't too low. During Inter Milan's peak, AC Milan was slightly at a disadvantage. However, Mourinho has left, and this season Inter has lost its backbone, showing signs of disintegration. In the first 2 rounds they lost to Roma, and then drew against Juventus at home. AC Milan started the season poorly with 1 draw and 1 loss, but after Inter's loss, Milan achieved 2 consecutive victories, and their morale is soaring. They plan to use the weak team Genk in the Champions League to make a statement and aim for a 3-match winning streak. This way, whether in the Champions League or in the league, the AC Milan players can hit their best form and strive for the Serie A championship this season. On the training ground, the Milan players maintained a relaxed attitude. The football wizard Ronaldinho wore a smile as he chatted with his teammates. Pato, Boateng, and Robinho were all quite positive in their training attitude. The only one looking unhappy was the tall Ibrahimovic. He has already won the league title in Serie A and has always wanted a Champions League trophy. For that dream, he disregarded his future at Inter Milan and decisively joined Barcelona. Unfortunately, Barcelona is Messi's territory, and he can only serve as Messi's sidekick, gradually finding himself on the bench, and in the Champions League they were eliminated without reaching the finals. What's most frustrating is that after leaving Inter Milan they went on to win the championship. They became the quintuplet champions. This resentment has nowhere to vent, and Ibrahimovic angrily defected to AC Milan, hoping to lead Milan to that damn Champions League. Don't you have 7 Champions League titles? Shouldn't you have the DNA of Champions League? The defense's weakness is not a concern. Master Zlatan will lead you to victory. In the new season of the Champions League, he is fully prepared to give it his all. At this moment his teammates are discussing their next opponent. I've never heard of Cenk. Which country are they from? I can't remember, is it the Netherlands or France? It's Belgium, right? Playing against such an opponent is quite boring. I would prefer to face Real Madrid. Me too. Hey Ronaldinho, what do you think of Real Madrid's level? Ronaldinho, who was juggling the ball, didn't stop his feet, and had already juggled over 200 times. Real Madrid. Not bad, they are in good form lately. Which team would you prefer to face? Me. I can face anyone, I don't have a particular preference. Ronaldinho smiled in a zen-like manner. He has won league titles, Champions League titles, World Cup titles, Copa America titles, World Footballer of the Year, and the Ballon d'Or. He has basically collected all the honors available. As the absolute core of Barcelona's dream team too, and the goal that Messi looks up to, the former number 1 in the world, Ronaldinho has long lost interest in the club's internal struggles. Upon arriving in Milan, his favorite thing is the local nightlife, enjoying the pleasures of life. The rest is simply to enjoy the matches on the green field. Do you want to score? We're playing Cenk the day after tomorrow. I'll assist you. Sure, you said it. Pato smiled. Ibrahimovic on the side rolled his eyes in disdain. I don't need an assist, as Zlatan can single-handedly turn them over. Cenk. What a pathetic team. They are no match at all. In the entire group, only Real Madrid can earn Zlatan's respect. Listening to his teammates' discussions, the midfield General Ambrosini slightly furrowed his brow. He felt that in the upcoming Champions League match his teammates were too relaxed, showing no regard for Cenk. However, they are the champions of the Belgian Pro League, and there are a few young talents in their squad. If they underestimate them, it could end badly. Ambrosini has watched Cenk's matches, and their young midfielder, that Asian player, left a deep impression on him. His precise long passes and quick counterattacks, and his occasional flashes of brilliance, are simply stunning. Guys, we really need to step up and not take them lightly. As the captain of Milan, he has the right to warn everyone. However, no one on the field took it seriously. Come on. Massimo, are you this nervous about playing against Cenk? Not really, haha. A group of Brazilians laughed happily. They always had this relaxed vibe. Ambrosini shook his head helplessly, hoping that in 2 days it would indeed go as they said, and not end up in disaster. Wow. Is this Milan? Will there be many supermodels? I can't wait to check out the nightclubs. The models here must have great figures. Forget it, supermodels are all those skinny ones. That's not interesting. I get it, you prefer curvy girls. The plane flew over the city of Milan. Milan at night is brightly lit and quite charming. As the fashion capital, it is currently hosting Milan Fashion Week, where various stunning supermodels can frequently be seen. Going to the nightclub might just allow them to take a supermodel back to the hotel. Having lived in the small, desolate town of Cenk, the Cenk players are quite excited and can't hold back. These little brats. Assistant coach Pierre shook his head helplessly. As a Frenchman, he can no longer bear it. The young guys have their minds filled with such things. It's quite normal. Football players have a high level of hormones. Head coach Frank Vicatorin calmly analyzed. We just need to make good use of this energy. How do we make good use of it? We'll talk about it later. Vicatorin teased them. He didn't intentionally withhold information. It was just that the team was sitting in economy class, and it was inconvenient to disclose things with so many people around. Cenk is too poor to afford first-class tickets, and certainly can't charter a plane. Lin Shang was also looking out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, he spotted a location below and hurriedly woke up the sleeping De Bruyne. Hey, wake up. What? De Bruyne looked confused. Look, San Siro Stadium. Or is it the Miazza? I can't tell. They're the same. De Bruyne shook his head helplessly. However, looking through the window at the distant San Siro Stadium, De Bruyne couldn't believe it. One day he could actually play on such a stage. In the future, will he continue to encounter these top clubs and stand on an even higher stage? Seeing Lin Shang beside him, eager to try, De Bruyne felt that this guy could definitely do it. While everyone else was talking about women, Lin Shang was solely focused on football and stronger opponents. He is a pure player. Kevin. And what? And if you can't sleep, go out to the balcony and cool off. Tossing and turning makes too much noise, and I can't sleep either. Sorry, Lin. I'm just a bit nervous. And nervous about what? Lin Shang sat up and switched on the light. And aren't you nervous? All right, you're a monster. I've never once seen you nervous. AC Milan. That's all, and that's Milan. They have Ronaldinho, Zlatan, Robinho, Pato, and Zaghi Seedorf. So what? And what if we get utterly crushed tomorrow? What if we underperform in the Champions League? WTF? Kevin was still talking when a pillow flew across the room and slammed straight into his face. And, Kevin, since when did you turn into such a chatterbox? Lin Shang had truly had enough. Had chosen to share a room with De Bruyne precisely because the man was quiet, never rambling, never over-explaining. And had he known Kevin would become this talkative, he'd have opted instead to room with head coach Wiel Koerver, guaranteed silence personified. As for his other close friend Courtois, better not. He constantly dragged Lin Sheng into consultations how to craft messages for girls, how to casually invite them out. Back then Courtois had been a textbook bro, blunt, unfiltered, no matter how striking his looks he'd scare women off before the first sentence. For reasons unknown, Lin Sheng had always enjoyed extraordinary charm with women, enjoying warm rapport with the club's female physiotherapists and staff alike. And he simply knew how to win their hearts. Were it not for Lin Sheng's youth, and the fact he was still a minor, those enchanting women would have devoured him whole. And thus Courtois hailed him as master of courtship, constantly besieging him for secret seduction wisdom. Enough digression. Kevin. Lin Sheng slid open the window, letting Milan's early autumn chill flood the room, making De Bruyne shiver involuntarily. Close it, quick. Milan is like this wind. You mean they're cold-blooded? I mean, what does it matter how strong they are? We give our absolute all tomorrow. That's all there is to it. Football isn't decided by rosters alone. An otherwise Real Madrid squad would have won the title long ago. Then why open the window? You were too loud. I couldn't help but let one rip. Needed to air things out. Fuck. Jesus. De Bruyne had truly had enough of Lin Sheng, the ultimate backstabber, but that absurd detour had eased his tension entirely. That pre-match night, he slept soundly until dawn. This is San Siro, whoa. Arriving by bus from the hotel at one of football's holiest grounds, the majestic Stadio, Giuseppe Meazza loomed just ahead. The wide-eyed players from K.R.C. Genk pressed against the windows, intently studying the world-renowned stadium. None like their modest Sajica Arena, seating only 2,300. Meazza could hold over 8,000. It was an entirely different league, on another plane altogether. Most Genk players lacking overseas match experience were seeing such grandeur for the very first time. Trapped within Belgium, they'd rarely faced elite global clubs. Thus stepping into AC Milan's away dressing room, each gazed around with exhilarated curiosity, like country folk entering a celestial palace. Even inside the locker room, the distant strains of AC Milan's anthem echoed faintly. We walk beside our heroes, on green fields beneath blue skies, you've earned yet another star and is shining among us. We sing as one. As they entered the pitch for warm-ups, more and more fans streamed into the stands. Attendance at Serie A home matches has declined year after year. This Champions League fixture, widely deemed inconsequential, would see many empty seats with overall turnout expected below 60. Yet, even so, over 4,000 Milan supporters filled the stadium to cheer their team. In marquee clashes, like the Milan Derby or a showdown with Real Madrid, the stands would erupt with colossal tifos and pyrotechnics, creating unforgettable spectacles. But this was merely a routine mismatch, a straightforward thrashing. Fans saw little reason to mount grand displays. Would anyone seriously orchestrate a full-scale spectacle against a modest Belgian side? They'd be mocked by Inter fans across the city. Across the pitch, AC Milan's players warmed up. From afar, Lin Sheng instantly recognized the former world no. 1. The undisputed heart of Barcelona's dream team. 2. Ronaldo de Assis Moreira, known as Ronaldinho. Come to think of it, watching the 2002 World Cup in a Portuguese-Chinese restaurant, young Ronaldinho had dazzled with that audacious free kick against England, an indelible memory for Lin Sheng. His elastico feints, his na-loop passes, his languid, unhurried glides through the front line. These epitomized the soul of Samba football. Had Ronaldinho not squandered his peak years in nightclubs, Lin Sheng might well have enshrined him as his idol. Nantes warm-ups concluded, both squads retreated down the tunnel for final pre-match preparations. Lin Sheng happened to cross paths with Ronaldinho. Hey Ronaldinho, NK. Ronaldinho head bowed while walking down the tunnel, was suddenly halted by a voice speaking fluent Portuguese. He glanced around. No teammate stood nearby, only an exceptionally handsome Asian teenager. Was he a ball boy? No, he was clearly older. Judging by his training kit, perhaps he was from the opposition. Ronaldinho vaguely recalled an Eastern midfielder on the opposing side, recently in fine form. What is it? Could I get your autograph? I'm a huge fan. Lin Sheng produced seemingly from nowhere a 2002 Brazil national team jersey, the iconic 5-star emblem emblazoned across its chest. Sure. Ronaldinho gladly accepted the jersey and pinned signing without hesitation. Such requests were routine. Countless players from smaller clubs had approached him for signatures. Especially now, since the boy spoke Portuguese, conversation flowed effortlessly. After signing, Lin Sheng thanked him and carefully folded the jersey away, then added almost as an afterthought, I hope today brings a thrilling match. Don't hold back. Otherwise I'll beat you. Most would bristle at such thinly veiled provocation. Ronaldinho paused, then broke into a broad grin, revealing his signature buck teeth. What's so funny? Pato asked, puzzled. That kid just now, he said he'd beat us. Pato watched the retreating figure of No. 23 Lin, inexplicably amused. That lad's quite amusing, walking up to Ronaldinho and issuing a challenge. I'd love to see how he performs on the pitch. Meanwhile, De Bruyne pulled Lin Sheng aside. What did you say to Ronaldinho just now? Ronaldinho was one of De Bruyne's idols. Nothing much, just got his autograph, then told him we'd beat them. Oh, beat them, right? De Bruyne sighed wryly. And, if he doesn't go easy on us, a draw is our best hope. If he plays seriously, we haven't a prayer, and so what? He's long past his prime. Some legends exist solely to be remembered, not feared. Lin Sheng uttered these heretical words with effortless nonchalance, and not a trace of reverence. None, for the former FIFA World Player of the Year. I think Lin's got a point, Courtois chimed in. And, Milan won't score a single goal past my posts today, guaranteed. I'll keep them to 0. Courtois struck his usual smug pose. And Kevin De Bruyne buried his face in his hands, utterly despondent. And both teammates had lost their minds. Was victory even remotely possible today? To our late-night viewers, thank you for your hard work. Tonight, the new season of the UEFA Champions League reignites. We bring you a battle from Group G of the Champions League group stage. After the fierce competition on the first day of the Champions League, some powerhouses are celebrating while others are lamenting. In Group A, all 4 teams drew, sharing the same points and goals, resulting in no distinction on the group standings. Internazionale drew 22 with 20. Our Premier League giants Tottenham also drew 22 with Werder Bremen. In Group B, Lyon defeated Schalke 0-4-10, while Benfica won 20 against Tel Aviv, temporarily securing a favorable position for advancement. In Group C, Manchester United faced a minor upset, as they were held to a 0-0 draw by Glasgow Rangers at Old Trafford, leaving them in a stalemate. Manchester United has revealed its lack of offensive power this season. After losing Cristiano Ronaldo, they seem to struggle to find a scoring threat. In Group D, the title favorite Barcelona dominated with a 5-1 victory over Panathinaikos, showcasing the prowess of a strong team. After being eliminated by Internazionale last season, the entire Barcelona squad is determined to charge towards the Champions League trophy this season. Today's matches feature battles from the lower half of the brackets. Our Phonian Football channel brings you a match from Group G, where AC Milan hosts KRC Genk. On our channel, we will also present the highlight match between Real Madrid and Ajax. 3 European powerhouses have been drawn together, creating a highly anticipated group of death. The results from the first day of the Champions League may directly influence the subsequent qualification scenarios. At 2:30 a.m. local time, we are broadcasting from the Big Pants building in Wangjing City, the sports studio of CCTV. Commentator He Wei is preparing for the live commentary of this match. Next to him is a more prominent team, with renowned CCTV commentator Duan Xian, paired with famous guest analyst Zhang Lu. Due to the South African World Cup final, Duan Xian handled the commentary solo, thus establishing his undeniable status as the top commentator on Channel 5 at the time. Who would have thought that years later he would join many predecessors in the football world, all heading towards sewing machines? Although He Wei is somewhat well known, his football poet commentary style has earned him quite a fan base. At this moment, he can only sit on the paid Phonian Football channel commentating on a match that isn't particularly significant. The fans who stayed up until 2:45 a.m. or set their alarms to wake up are mostly diehard Milan supporters. Otherwise, who would watch a Milan match against a lesser team in the dead of night? He Wei, however, is quite excited about this match, because of one person, Lin Sheng. Last season, Lin Sheng led Genk to a remarkable victory over Anderlecht, ultimately clinching the championship. A small portion of fans at home have begun to take notice of this extraordinary young player. With Chinese ancestry and born in Portugal, he was signed for $7.5 million by Ferguson and then loaned to Belgium. A young genius leading a weaker team to success has sparked some anticipation among these fans. Could it be that a player of Chinese descent is about to stand on the mainstream European stage? No longer a substitute, no longer guarding the water cooler, no longer marginalized, but a true starter and core player in a top league. Domestic fans wouldn't even dare to hope for a core player from a powerhouse. In the 5 major leagues, even if a mid-level team has a Chinese player who can firmly establish themselves as a starter, it would be enough to excite everyone. It seems that Lin Sheng has a great opportunity. Today's match against AC Milan is his chance to prove himself. He Wei is quite excited watching the camera capture Lin Sheng's slightly youthful yet handsome face. Now we see the midfield core of Genk, the youth player on loan from Manchester United, Lin Sheng. According to official sources, Lin Sheng holds Portuguese nationality. However, multiple European media outlets have confirmed that he has Chinese ancestry, speculating that his parents are likely Chinese. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng grew up in an orphanage, making it impossible to verify this point. Regardless, we are pleased to see a face from the East on the Champions League stage. The players from both teams stand in the tunnel preparing to take the field. It seems that Lin Sheng is quite excited. He must be in good form today. In the last 6 league matches, Lin Sheng has completed 12 assists and scored 1 goal, continuing his excellent performance from last season. Lin Sheng does not know that thousands of miles away in his homeland, CCTV is broadcasting his match. Despite being on the less popular Phonian Football channel, many Chinese viewers have noticed Lin Sheng. The Belgian league broadcasts are too niche, and the vast majority of Chinese people do not pay attention to their matches. Today's Champions League allows more people to see Lin Sheng in action. More specifically, they are all AC Milan fans. What the heck? A Chinese person? No way, probably just a little Japanese, or maybe a Korean. The commentator said he is Lin Sheng, a Chinese. So what? He holds Portuguese nationality, definitely a banana person, probably doesn't even speak Chinese. No way. He speaks Chinese fluently like a native. How do you know? Stop talking nonsense. I have a video. He said he speaks Chinese. In Huanghai City, a young girl named Chao Yuan is quite angry. As a second-year high school student, she struggles with her studies, but stayed up late to secretly turn on the TV just to watch Lin Sheng's first Champions League match. She has been following Lin Sheng since last season. She originally wanted to open the AC Milan forum to chat about Lin Sheng with other fans, but to her surprise, these Milan fans are still questioning Lin Sheng's ancestry. He is clearly a Chinese person, and regardless of nationality, if he plays well, that's enough. As the main theme of the Champions League resonates, the familiar strings stir excitement. Chao Yuan can no longer bother arguing with netizens. She throws down her newly purchased Hong Kong version iPhone 4 and focuses intently on the TV. They are the best team. They are the ultimate team. The most important event. Let's play against Barcelona. Let's play against Barcelona. Let's play against Bayern Munich. Our factory has collapsed. Chao Yuan starts humming lightly, unable to contain her excitement. Finally, she can watch Lin Sheng play. Paying to subscribe to Feng Yun Football Channel to watch the match late at night, her father will definitely scold her, but she doesn't care. Alright, let's introduce the lineups for both teams. T.Y.'s voice is strong and full of energy. AC Milan's coach Allegri has set up a 433 formation. Goalkeeper Abbiati, defenders Abate, Nesta, Thiago Silva, and Zambrata. Midfielders Gattuso, the recovered Pirlo, and Boateng. The attacking trio consists of Pato Ibrahimovic and Ronaldinho. Upon seeing such a luxurious lineup, Chao Yuan can't help but gasp in astonishment. Milan's roster truly appears lavish on paper. No matter how old they are, just ask if they are famous. Not to mention Nesta and Pirlo, just look at the attacking trio Pato, Ibra, and Ronaldinho. They are simply intimidating. In contrast, Genk has no star players to speak of. The visiting team Genk adopts a 451 formation. Young goalkeeper Courtois, defenders Calvin Angeli, Joao Carlos, Thorben Jonelight, and Danny Pudel. Midfielders Balish Toth, Fabian Camus, and the Chinese young player Lin Sheng. The left winger is the lightning-fast Ayub Masika, while the right flank features the talented Kevin De Bruyne. The lone striker is the Swede Jel Vossen. Alright, the referee blows the whistle, and we bring you the Group G match of the 2010-2011 UEFA Champions League. AC Milan kicks off first, attacking from left to right. Wearing their deep blue away kit is the defending Belgian champion Genk. Oh, this ball. Huey has just introduced the starting lineup, and before he can catch his breath, something unexpected occurs on the field.